Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The sun was shining through the window. Clutching his head, he does not understand what the hell. His actions about the hand are written on the screen. Looking up, he opens his mouth in surprise. His eyes were turquoise. A notification appears that he has opened the first part of the prologue. Opening his mouth, the protagonist understands that this is a state window. A hologram appears near him, because his mind has returned to clarity. The guy looks into the distance and wonders why everything is collapsing. We see that all the objects are falling down. He is sitting on the bed, leaning on his hand. Clutching his head, Oliver thinks that this place is like a web novel in which his actions and words are embodied in reality. He looks into the distance and remembers a moment ago. Then he walks along the floor, because the destruction began because of inappropriate words. The guy scratches his back, because in this novel, written by some author, the guy for some unknown reason went back in time. He holds a bottle of water, because he moved to another body. Oliver drinks water, and we don't know where he learned all this from. Looking away, he asks himself who he is. Remembering his past life as an office worker, we understand that he had little experience in writing web novels. Oliver goes to the mirror. He smiles at his reflection, because his appearance was the standard of beauty and they should change the genre to romance. Folding his arms, he thinks that any wrong word leads to the destruction of the world. Looking into the distance, he reflects. Straightening his finger, he swears that in this life only his interests will be indulged. A screen appears where his words are written. A notification appears near him, because he has completed the prologue. Then another screen appears, because the author is thinking about the title. After another screen, that the novel will be called, The King of the Fist is fixated only on himself. A man with white hair comes to him, because he has a good feeling about his light. Oliver crosses his arms, because he does not know who this uncle is. Raising his hand, Harry says that people usually call him a god, but he prefers to be called a writer. His arms are crossed and he is told that he is in his child's world. Opening his mouth, Harry says that he writes a web novel differently than other people. Squeezing his hands, he says that he knows a little about writing novels and that the titles should be catchy. The man glows and says that his work will not go unpaid. If he is officially employed or takes first place in the rating, then he will grant a wish. Opening his mouth, he asks to live a life worthy of the main character. Folding his palms, he thinks that he will be glad to please and get rid of the life of a secondary character. When suddenly, Harry evaporates from him. He stands alone in the room and calls the author. Squeezing his hand, he thanks him. He puts on a sweater, because he needs to look around the world. A screen appears near him that the publication has begun. His eye suddenly lit up. A notification comes that the title is now about the strongest in the world, where he loves only himself. He puts on one sleeve and thinks that the author published a novel with only a prologue and an idea for the topic. He looks at the text and wonders what Harry is thinking and whether he is going to write the first chapter without a plan. Putting his foot on the blood, the guy thinks that this would have worked before, but now, and also called himself the author, although he knows nothing about current trends. Opening his mouth, he realizes that this does not change the fact that he is the main character, who has returned in time. A screen appears, where it is written that he will regain his former strength. Looking up, he says that he does not expect anything grandiose. A notification appears that his martial arts are the arts of the god of heavenly demons. The guy sits and meditates. Another holds a sword, and the third clenched his hand, because this is the highest form of martial arts, including breathing techniques, improvement. Another spread his arms, because information about these martial arts pops up in his head. Oliver raises his hands and his eyes glow. A window appears that the technique was created by a heavenly demon after a battle with the 12 zodiacs in the heavenly world. Also, something glows in the silhouette, because it can move in leaps and bounds. Oliver was as if in space, because this is a crazy pumping. He looks at his hand and thinks that he has learned the martial art of the heavenly demon and 3 breathing techniques. It seems that they can already be used. Squeezing his hand, he decides to try out the strength. Suddenly, there is a knock on his door. He turns his head and does not understand what is happening. Looking up, he is told that he called a random. Looking into the distance, the protagonist thinks that this is strange. Neil comes into his apartment and asks why his password is 4 zeros. Waving his arms, he says that he looks good. Oliver stands and decides to deal with a third-rate scumbag. Opening his mouth, he says that he came on time. Clutching his head, the man asks again. Squeezing his hand, Oliver wants to try something. Suddenly, he swings at him. He turns away from him. Standing next to him, he doesn't understand why the enemy is so slow. The man looks at him and is told that he is slow. Grabbing his neck, he calls him a retard. Squeezing his hand, Neil wishes him death. Smiling, he thinks that his life flashed before his eyes. Then he removes his hand because the memories from his memory flared up. He squeezes his other hand too. He hits the guy on his hand. His eye glows purple. Then the guy hits him with the martial art of the sky demon. He stands on the ground and uses 7 forms, because of which the guy foams at the mouth and flies away. Neil landed on the door. He still squeezes the hand. Waving his hand, he realizes that it hurts. Saliva comes out of his mouth. Coming to him, he is told that he has lived a long time, and no one has taught him a lesson. Putting his hands in his pockets, he says that not everything is what it seems. Looking down, the protagonist asks not to believe his eyes. Opening his mouth, he says that there is no such thing as justice in the world. Harry comes in with a pen in his hands and says that this is very good. Raising his hands, he asks to tell how the events will develop. The author raises his hand and is silent. His eyes widen and he is told that the guy returned to the past because he was killed, so retribution will be the last goal. The screen appears, because he edited the annotation. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asks who needs revenge. They take him by the shoulder, and the author says that he should learn to go with the flow. Then they close their eyes and are silent. Neil is still lying on the floor and Harry asks not to worry. Raising his hand, he says that he will create a novel, living directly in this world. We see his ear and he is silent, although we asked him how he likes the idea. Looking down, Oliver could not believe that he would be helping in the creation, and not just doing what he was prescribed. There was dust around him, because this is a great chance to make a dream come true. He stands with his back to him when he hears sounds. Neil opens his mouth in fear and is asked to pay $30,000. Sitting near the door, he does not understand where to get such money. With his mouth open, he asks to earn it. His pupil decreases and he is told that goblin loan sharks give loans. After that, the man runs away. The author holds a pen and says that the idea is fresh and interesting. Screens appear near him, where he adds new races. Smiling, the main character thinks that everything he wants appears. He writes something with a pen, because he received inspiration and decides to mix different worlds. A screen appears that the author is delighted. Harry sits at the table and writes, because he can write about a clash at the end of World War II. He grabs his head, because this will explain the influence of martial arts. He raises his hands and rejoices. The main character brings his hand to his lips. Closing his eyes, he says that this is good, because it added depth to the story. A window appears that there will be a collision of dimensions. The guy takes the door handle, because strong detail is not needed. Closing his eyes, he thinks that now it is quite natural that the main character has the prerequisites for knowledge of martial arts. Taking hold of his jacket, he decides to go out into the world that they created. We see the city, because he finished writing the last paragraph. Another window appears because the first chapter is complete. The building had a green roof. The other side of the city was also being created. There were 2 lanes where cars drove, because this is the very world in which Murim got along with fantasy. Opening his mouth, he understands that everything gradually begins to correspond to the given theme. A green goblin appears, offering benefits. The guy stands near the advertisement and understands that the author loves details. He walks down the street and decides to pump up his body so that it is strong enough for martial arts. Opening his mouth, he thinks that depending on his words and thoughts, various memories of the main character's past pop up in his head. He stands near the building and decides to go there. Oliver walks up the steps. There was a sign with the Murim Union. A screen appears that the martial artists founded the Murim Union after forming an alliance between the Injustice and Justice factions. People are standing and talking to each other. Smiling, the protagonist decides to try and steer the story in a safe direction. He approaches a girl who asks if he needs help. His hands are in his pockets, and he thinks that there must be something useful here. He puts a piece of paper on the table and asks to register as a martial arts master. It was written on the paper that he wants his own faction. There is a smile on his face, because the application has been accepted and now he needs to go to an interview. We see the ceiling of this building. He approaches a man who wipes his hand and asks him to give it his all. Richard straightens his finger and says that his comrades would be proud of such a student. Turning his head, he says that after the clash everything turned upside down. There were a lot of people who could not get used to the new world and they suffered alone. Having extended his hand, he says that today many call them righteous and let him be proud of the teacher. Smiling, Oliver thanks him for being so highly appreciated. He stands next to him and says that he wants to meet the head of the Dragon Sword clan. With his mouth open, he asks to tell us why he came here. We see the guy's face and he says, the Dragon Sword clan is good at something. He has a smile on his face and he says about the first heavenly decree of the primordial fire. A notification comes that a treasure has been added. His eye widens sharply. A screen appears that the first heavenly decree of the primordial fire contains the soul of a heavenly demon. The man became serious, because his role has been increased. Taking hold of his neck, he says that he is the real owner and has come for it. He looks into the distance and rejoices, because his work here is done. Frowning, Richard asks how he dares to claim. After that, he pulls off his tie, because he does not know why he needs such a treasure. His eyes lit up and asks for an explanation. Opening his mouth, he understands that everything is going according to plan. Raising 2 fingers, he decides to take the treasure. A screen appears that the great technique of 12 pressure points has been added. His pupil dilated because the sensitivity is enhanced. A circle of zodiac signs appears. He creates sparks with his fingers. A screen appears that the great technique of 12 pressure points has been added. The dragon. Opening his mouth, he increases the energy of chi. Smiling a little, Oliver thinks that this technique is completely unbalanced. There are still 10 signs left, and the power is already incredible. Opening his mouth, he asks who sent him. Smiling, the protagonist thinks that his life will not end. After that, they begin to attack him to reveal the dark secret. The guy bends down and is surprised. He looks at him, because it is very fast. Richard leaned down, and this was his real power. Opening his mouth, he understands that otherwise it could have ended badly. Raising his hand, he says that his dodge is impressive. A screen appears, which the author watches with interest. Harry has his glasses on and is eating popcorn because there is nothing more interesting than fighting. He opens his mouth and mentally says that he needs to get to work. Richard approaches him to make an attack. After that, he makes a quick punch. Grinning his teeth, he realizes that this is different from the past. He frowned because something has changed and he clearly does not have the abilities of the second generation. After that, the man flies up. His eyes widened in surprise. A screen appears that this character has been changed. Richard begins to fly straight at him. A window appears that he is pretending to be the second generation, because in fact he is a master of the first generation. He is still in the air and uses the blossom of 1,000 blows. Opening his mouth, he realizes that the difficulty of the fight has increased. His arm was torn. Richard makes a punch near him. The guy's hair flies away because of the wind. His eyes are widened because it seemed to pierce him. Beads of sweat are running down his face. We see a drop because he acted on instinct. He squeezes his hand. After that, he stomps his foot. Richard's pupils have become smaller. The protagonist opens his mouth and uses the seventh form. A purple aura appears around them and he hits the man. He flies away from such an attack. After that, he lands on the wall. Opening his mouth, he realizes that he put all his strength, but something is wrong. Richard is standing on his feet, although he was an ordinary person who protects the clan's treasure. Blood flows from his mouth. He opens his mouth and says that he has the first heavenly decree of the primordial fire. Looking at it, he says that he will protect this technique with his life. After that, he kneels down and spits blood. Opening his mouth, Oliver thinks that in this situation, he would not look bad, and the situation would be smoothly resolved. His pupils sharply dilated. He puts his hand on it and asks a question: why fight beyond the limits? Richard looks at it, and is told that they must have gone through many hardships, and that this is the greatest treasure, but for him it is a deadly poison. Smiling, he says that the Dragon Sword clan no longer needs to bear this heavy burden. He opens his mouth in surprise, because this is absolute power that has been passed down between generations. A window appears that a change has been made to the first heavenly decree of the primordial fire. A flame appears near it. A screen appears with the reason for the change. We see a fireball, because if the first heavenly decree of the primordial fire falls into the hands of a person who is not a successor to the lotus breathing technique, for times a year he will suffer from extreme heat. There were several more balls inside him, and the only way to remove the first heavenly decree of the primordial fire from the body is to pass it on to the successor of the lotus breathing technique. His eye turned yellow, because this is the very first heavenly decree. A ball flew into his chest. Opening his mouth, the guy understands that it is penetrating his body. A system notification appeared in front of the protagonist, stating that fire energy had filled his body, and that any technique, magic, or curse that had fire as its basis would no longer work on him, and that, furthermore, because the 60-year-old G had combined with the heavenly demon's divine arts, it had created a positive energy of intense heat known as the burning heaven. So an aura of burning enveloped the youth's body. The protagonist opened his palms as he said that this was the burning heaven. The blonde man folded his hands in front of him as it was reported that after so many years, the long-cherished wish of the Dragon Sword clan had been fulfilled, and that Richard thought that he could finally rest in peace. So he bowed his head to the technique that was burning in Oliver's fist, and said that he bowed to the heavenly demon. The dark-haired boy was in front of him when he thought about his words, after which a system notification appeared saying that the author had written the last paragraph. The brunette clenched his flaming fist when he thought about how he really felt like the main character of the story now. Then a system message appeared saying that the strongest in the world only cared about himself and that the second chapter was 100% complete. There were people crowding around the room. Someone was holding an ID card when it was said that this was the highest level they could give him. The protagonist stood in front of the gray-haired man when he said that this was the level of an advanced master. Then the consul said that he understood that it did not suit his authority very well, but at least with this rank it would be easier for him to live. Oliver smiled, looking forward when he thanked him for taking the time to talk to him. Richard stood in front of the dark-haired boy as he stated that he had also brought this, and that he thought he would need a place to train. The consul's neck was shown as he explained that he had come there every year when he experienced the outbreak of the first heavenly decree of the primordial fire. But now the place would be empty, so he wanted him to use it. The mustachioed man's mouth fell open as he said that the boy could call him if he needed him. The silver-haired man bowed to the dark-haired boy as he assured him that he would do everything to help, and the protagonist realized that a random event had turned out to be a benefit to him. Clouds floated across the blue sky as he thought about how great it was to be able to make decisions quickly. The protagonist raised his hands up, thinking about having a treasure and that he had received chi. Oliver looked away indifferently as he decided that it was time to move on to the main plot. The brunette stood up straight, hands in his pockets, as he asked Mr. Ryder what was next for them, saying that he had gained power, so he thought it was time to get into the fights. The dark-haired boy's face was shown up close as he suggested that his enemies would not be weak. Then a system notification appeared saying that the author seemed happy. Then Harry asked if he was already eager to get to the main story, saying that it was very exciting and asking him to give him some time. The protagonist walked down the street thinking that he seemed happy and that the main story was the most interesting part, so he would look forward to what he would come up with. Then a notification appeared saying that the demon race and a parallel world had been added. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he realized that he had added a new race. Then he wondered what kind of parallel world this was. Then the system explained that it was a world that had continued to expand since the day the dimensions collided. A creepy monster was shown when a system notification appeared saying that the demons that appeared in the parallel world were creatures that did not exist in Murim, or in fantasy worlds. An elf and orcs were shown when the system told that, based on this, it can be assumed that the demon dimension also collided with theirs. The dark-haired guy put his hand forward. Oliver stood looking up when he said that the plot was getting too extensive. The brunette touched his hair and exclaimed that he should stop because his head hurt, and that stories with an excess of words are unpopular these days when a notification appeared saying that they can be divided into 3 large groups, namely, mutants, undergrounders and conscripts, and that the first ones are created from real-world creatures, so they can enter it through the door. Harry appeared above the main character when he asked him not to worry, because the writing was going smoothly. Then the boy thought that the problem was not that. The author in the suit stood up straight as the protagonist thought about how he was filling the story with various details that would be difficult to implement in the plot, and how motivation was good, but it was unclear what he was going to do with all of this, and how it was more important when he would move on to the main plot, because if the writer kept creating additions, they would never start it. Harry held the parchment in front of him when Oliver remembered that he was still the author, so he should be able to handle it. The brunette looked worried when he thought about the fact that on the other hand, maybe because of his interference, the novel would fail and the story would be finished. The protagonist curled his lips, looking ahead as he decided that this could not be allowed, and that something had to be done. The author looked at the protagonist, who turned to him and said that his additions were amazing. Then he asked if it was true, answering that he was very good at writing details. Harry looked away carefully when the young man suggested that since he had added so many plot lines, then perhaps Oliver, a rising martial artist, would need to deal with all the problems associated with the parallel world, and that this would be the focus of the story. The brunette stood next to the writer when he asked if all this was true. The blonde in glasses opened his mouth wide when he answered that the young man knew him well, and that he was just about to write it. Then he decided that he was a liar. A screen with a news broadcast was shown, when it was reported that for a week there was no news from the 7 phantoms and green swords that entered the academy. The protagonist stood in a crowd of people when it was told that the Security Bureau held an official press conference and asked for as much help as possible, and that the access restriction was temporarily lifted. Then the guy thought about the Durham Academy. A smile appeared on his face when it was reported that, moreover, there was said to be a fierce demon baron in a parallel world. Then the young man realized that this was what was needed and thought that he hoped that Mr. Ryder would try hard. The smiling protagonist pointed to himself when he said that it was time for him to shine, and that they should first head to Durham. The brunette waved at a passing car when he asked a taxi driver to go to the academy. There was a sign on the building when someone exclaimed that this was a dangerous area and politely asked him to stay away. Oliver stopped in front of the people in uniform when he wondered if a demon had appeared in such a place. The protagonist looked ahead with interest, thinking that he looked more normal than he thought. Then he was asked if he couldn't hear. He had his ID in his hand when the officer repeated what he said about it being dangerous, and that he should stay. The protagonist passed by the man who asked if he was an advanced martial artist, and the guy asked to pass. Oliver closed his eyes, thinking about what he could do to make the story interesting and that it would be very convincing if this case was somehow related to his revenge. The brunette turned around and looked back when he was asked to forgive him, and asked if they could look at his ID card. There was a girl standing next to the dark-haired guy when he asked what the problem was, to which she replied that she wanted to double-check. The blue-eyed boy looked away intently. The brunette was examining the ID when the system reported that her name was Emma and that she had the role of a minor character who worked in a security bureau, and the protagonist thought about how she did not look like the heroine and what this organization needed. The protagonists looked shocked when the author explained that they thought they needed a new character, so he added her, and then asked the guy how he liked her, and he mentally asked him again, and wondered if he did it for no reason. The brunette stood in front of Oliver when she explained that the thing was that there was no order from the higher-ups regarding allowing anyone in, and the brunette replied that he came because he heard that anyone could pass. Emma was shown in profile when she agreed and said that the check was standard procedure, and then thanked him for coming to help. The protagonist crossed his arms when she added that before entering, she would show him the support equipment, and explain the situation, and then asked him to follow her. The sunset sky was above the building when it was told that at the beginning, 6 teams entered, but now only 2 remain, among which are the 7 phantoms and the green swords. The brunette was behind the protagonist when she said that if he went in there and realized that it was dangerous, he could go back. Then the boy replied that he understood, thinking about who she was, a character or an NPC, and that there was no emotion in her words. Blue eyes were shown close up. A gun was demonstrated when the guy thought that it was very cool. Oliver looked closely at the weapon, thinking that he would like to try something like that. The guys were in the warehouse when Emma clarified if he said that he was a martial arts master, adding that if he was looking for swords, they were there. A magnum revolver cylinder made of metal was shown, then a system notification appeared that the guy's character was pumped up. The brunette held a gun in his hand, asking Mr. Writer if he agreed that martial artists were not required to use only swords, when a system notification appeared with additional information that he had tried all types of firearms before returning to the past, so he had a keen eye. A dark corridor was shown. In the corner was a broken piano, when someone said that this was some kind of labyrinth. At the end of the corridor was darkness, when Harry explained that this was a parallel world based on the real one, and that the previously existing zone had greatly increased in size, and then wondered if it wasn't great to have more space to fight. The protagonist stood with his back turned, when he answered that more was not better. The protagonist looked down attentively. There were bodies of people lying in front of him, when he asked what it was. On the sleeve of the uniform was a symbol of the 7 phantoms. The guy remembered Emma, looking forward, who reported that now there were only 2 teams of phantoms and green swords left. Oliver looked down worriedly as he wondered if they were all dead. He touched the dead man's wound as he thought about how he imagined himself suddenly rushing in during their fight, and how the hero would save everyone. The brunette raised his head, looking up as he wondered if it was too dangerous. Then the author asked him what he was talking about and then asked him to remember who his character was before he went back in time. The dark-haired guy crouched down next to the bodies when the writer reminded him that he was the strongest in this world. Then he agreed with him, deciding that he would first collect their weapons. The protagonist walked down the corridor, thinking that no matter how capable he was, he should remain vigilant when he did not know what to expect. His hand touched the grenade when he realized that he should not underestimate the author either, because he could do anything. In front of the protagonist was a dark corridor. Oliver was shown in profile. In front of him was a long passage. A smile appeared on the young man's face. Oliver ran forward when he decided that he should see what was waiting for him in the office. The young man pulled the pin out of the grenade with his teeth. The brunette threw the projectile forward. The grenade fell to the floor. A powerful explosion occurred behind the guy. A sign for the director's office was shown. The protagonist entered the room, wondering if there was really nothing there. There were creepy monsters under the ceiling. The protagonist stood with his back to them. The monsters opened their mouths, then a system notification appeared saying that this demon called the Sharp Man is agile and jumps well, and also bites enemies with its teeth and cuts with its sharp hands. A blade appeared in front of the monster's head. Oliver cut them, smiling. The brunette stood with his eyes closed when he said that he did an excellent job of creating disgusting creatures. The dark-haired youth looked away when he wondered if this was all. A huge monster appeared in front of him, then a system notification appeared, saying that this is the head of the Sharp people, and that he has a great thirst for killing, so even an expert or a mage with a third circle is unlikely to defeat him alone. A purple core was shown when the system reported that this is the heart of the demon, an item from a parallel world that can be recycled and disposed of in many ways. The monster bared its sharp teeth. The demon was in front of the boy and screamed loudly. The protagonist stuck his finger in his ear when he exclaimed that it made his ears clogged. The protagonist stood in a dark corridor. He looked ahead, his mouth slightly open. The crowd of monsters rushed forward. The guy squeezed the hilt of the blade when he said that there was an incredible gathering of them. The monsters were above Oliver's head when he asked if they were all gathered yet. The leader of the demons opened his mouth wide and squealed. The brunette looked ahead with a smile when he said that he would get rid of the noisy one first. The monster was in front of the boy, who exclaimed that otherwise they would be scolded for throwing a loud party. The protagonist approached the gathering of monsters. He rushed through them, destroying them. The protagonist swung his sword, crouching. The demon opened his mouth, bearing sharp teeth. Oliver's pupils narrowed sharply. The brunette plunged the blade into the demon's head. A machine gun appeared in the guy's hand. The dark-haired youth held the weapon in front of him. Bullets riddled the monsters' bodies. The machine gun fell to the floor. The smiling protagonist held the blade when he offered to continue. The head of the demons bared his teeth and screamed. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket when he remembered something. Oliver held several grenades when he called them gifts for the monsters. There was a small explosion. It was repeated on the other side. A silhouette was visible through the smoke when the author told him that the guy's chi was initially at level 120, but thanks to the burning heavens, it rose to 180th. The youth took a step forward. Harry held a pen in his hand when he asked why he didn't use the new form of the Great 12 Points technique for the final fight, adding that he also thought about the 7th form. The protagonist looked at the writer carefully, who asked if he was okay with calling it Dragon's Slaying Strike, explaining that it could take down a lizard at a time, and the boy replied that he thought it was good, after which a system notification appeared saying that he approved of renaming the 7th form of the heavenly demon martial art. The head of the demons jumped out of the smoke, when the protagonist said that besides that, it would be nice if he found something in this place. Oliver blocked the monster's strike. When the author exclaimed that it scared him, then the boy said that it was good that he came to deal with the parallel world. The monster's limb approached the boy's head, who added that he thought it was important to have a specific goal for meeting the demon. The brunette jumped up, avoiding the monster's blow, and asked the writer if he agreed that it would make the chapter more interesting. Then he answered that he was right, and then asked what reason would be suitable. The head of the demon stuck his tongue out at the guy, who exclaimed that such things should be thought of in advance. The protagonist's foot left the ground when he added that the author should decide anyway, while he was dealing with this bastard. The protagonist's foot rested against the monster's flesh. Oliver hovered in the air above the monster. The brunette's pupils narrowed greatly when the last line was completed. A bright flash occurred. The protagonist plunged the blade into the monster's body. The protagonist's mouth opened slightly, looking forward, when he asked Mr. Writer if he was finished. Harry was in front of an angry guy when he replied that of course everything was ready. Then Oliver wondered why the paper was crumbling. Then the system reported that a chapter about the past successor of the Sky Demon was added. The brunette's eyes turned orange when the system notifications appeared, saying that his character came there after returning in time with one goal, to take the legacy of the Sky Demon, and that in the time before returning, a ruthless baron left behind a summoning essence from a parallel world, and that there is a legend that whoever uses it will receive the legacy of the Sky Demon. An old man with an ice sword was shown, when the system told that as a result, a war broke out between the strongest representatives of the worlds, and that at that time, the main character was a simple third-rate martial artist and participated in the war, following his employer, the King of the Frozen Blade. The sorcerer held his staff in front of him when it was revealed that even the great mage Migretz had led the army into battle, and that they intended to end the war once and for all. There were several bright flashes as the system reported that after a long and difficult battle, the winner was the only survivor. The dark-haired youth opened one eye. The youth stood on the battlefield when it was revealed that he was Oliver, and that he was claiming the inheritance of the heavenly demon. A magical sphere was shown. There was a purple flame behind the bald man, when the protagonist assumed that Klaus had it now. The blonde author was next to the youth when he answered in the affirmative, adding that the war had not yet begun, and that it would contain many secret texts and jewels, when the boy reminded him that it was already his. The protagonist looked away carefully when he said that the sooner he got it, the better, and he thought about how he had returned to the past, so now time was on his side. A joyful Harry appeared next to the protagonist when he advised him to continue in the same spirit, then he agreed with him, thinking that he would like to sort everything out already, because he was hungry. A dark passage was shown. Oliver walked along the corridor, wondering where he was, and saying that he was hungry, and also offering to end everything already. The brunette's back was shown. The guy stopped in the passage when he said that he was found. Klaus sat with his legs crossed as he said that it was not for nothing that he was curious about why the sharp people had gone quiet, and that it was his doing. Then a system notification appeared saying that it was the Baron, who was one of the 7 standard bearers of the Archdemon Duke of Esgidum, and the final boss of the parallel world at the Darim Piano Academy. The demon opened his mouth in a half-smile as he said that he was just in time, because he was already starting to get bored, and that it would be nice if he could amuse himself. The piano was shown from above as the Baron added that the previous people were uninteresting. Klaus looked at the young man standing in front of him, who asked if he wanted to stop, and then asked him to shut his mouth and end it, because he was hungry. The demon frowned deeply and wondered how the man dared to say such a thing to him. A magic circle appeared behind Klaus as he exclaimed that he would use an advanced demonic technique on this ignoramus. Sharp objects appeared from the magic seal. A black hand reached forward as the demon began to cast the spell. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, asking what the hell this was, and wondered if it was necessary to raise the difficulty so much. The Baron opened his mouth wide as he inquired about the boy's strength. A dark hand slammed the floor as the demon told the boy to despair at such overwhelming power. He had a smirk on his face. Klaus looked down in confusion as he replied that it was boredom and that he understood now. The ground cracked under the boy's foot. Flames blazed under the black palm as the protagonist exclaimed that his strength was nothing. A dark hand hovered over the protagonist, who decided that he would use the cow sign of the great technique of 12 pressure points to temporarily increase his chi, thinking of the secret art of one blow. Oliver looked ahead confidently, his mouth slightly open. The brunette extended his hand forward, using a dragon-slaying strike. Streams of mana were sent in different directions. Klaus opened his mouth wide in anger, exclaiming that it was impossible. A dark hand was shown as he spoke of his demonic technique. The young man tore the black flesh. Debris began to fall on the Baron. The dark-haired guy clenched his fist, asking where the villain was looking. The demon looked down with his mouth open. The protagonist hit him on the head. The protagonist had a gun in his hand. He shoved it into the Baron's mouth. Oliver looked ahead carefully as he said that the game was over for him. The guy held the demon's body as he fired. Pieces of flesh flew in different directions. The brunette reached his hand forward. The guy clenched his fist. The protagonist landed carefully. The protagonist looked closely at his hand. There was a small sphere in his palm. When he said that this was the inheritance of the heavenly demon, then a system notification appeared saying that the third chapter was 100% complete. Oliver touched his neck, saying that it was easier than he thought. The writer was enveloped in a dark aura when the guy added that his stomach was already hurting, and then suggested that they go back. Harry was sitting in front of the brunette, who wondered what was wrong with him, noticing that he had dressed up and had only just appeared there. System windows appeared around the guy when he realized that they were comments. People were holding their phones in front of them, writing about how nice the atmosphere was, and how they would be waiting for new characters and a new chapter. The guy with glasses was sitting in front of a computer when he commented, saying that the story itself was good because it mixed different genres, and that it was new. The brunette was sitting on public transport when she wrote that she hoped the author would win the contest, and asked him to add a stupid protagonist for them. People were holding devices in their hands, commenting on how the demon aristocrat died immediately after he appeared, and how magic doesn't stand a chance against martial arts, and how the pace is good, and how they can't wait for the sequel, because so far it's interesting. Oliver's eyes widened when he said that the reviews were good, and then asked what was bothering him. Among the system windows, one stood out. The notification windows were shown close up, when a user wrote about how, upon seeing the author's name, he immediately stopped reading, and how people shouldn't waste their time. The protagonist stood next to the writer when he said that he should have told him that he had such a past. Then Harry asked if this was really the best comment, and what he should do, and then the guy thought about how he knew something was fishy. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully, thinking about how usually 2 best comments are highlighted under each chapter, and how it happens that they can destroy the entire work. The blonde closed his eyes as Oliver thought that he understood his panic because he had been through the same thing, but that didn't mean he could be forgiven for abandoning the piece halfway through. The angry brunette opened his mouth wide as he said that he was sure that he himself knew that this comment was the best because of his own actions, and then asked how it was possible to end the piece by simply killing the main character, because it was almost as bad as not releasing chapters, explaining that for readers, every minute spent with a novel can be a great happiness, helping them forget about the routine. So he deserved such words. The author sat with his hands on the floor as the system reported that his level among the cadets had dropped. The dark-haired boy watched Harry, who replied that the piece was cursed, and the boy wondered how he could have applied for the competition with such a fragile psyche. The protagonist stood up straight, worried, as comments started to appear about how this was another piece of writing that would be abandoned, and how it was good that they read the reviews first, and how if the author was going to do this again, he should give up writing. The blonde grabbed his head in frustration, screaming about how there was no hope, and how he would have to rewrite everything from scratch. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, shocked, as he asked him to come to his senses. The system window was barely visible in front of his eyes, as Oliver thought about how the world was ending, and how he couldn't do this. He saw the ceiling when he opened his eyes, and wondered what was going on, and how the novel was really being abandoned. The brunette opened his hand in front of his face, and a system notification appeared, saying that a new best comment had appeared. The dark-haired youth looked up in surprise when he saw the comment of the user who wrote that he was looking forward to this title the most, and that his review would contain spoilers, so he would continue the story in the replies, and that the protagonist is a martial artist who returned in time and the heir of the heavenly demon who reached the level of God among the Murim community in the Central Plain. And that in life he tries to fulfill his desires and seeks revenge, summing up that the author thinks through the world very deeply, because there are demons, magical civilizations, weapons, parallel universes and much more, so he recommends. Then the protagonist realized that this is a sincere comment that will make the writer happy for the whole day. Satisfied, Oliver closed his eyes when he gave glory to the gods, saying that it seemed like he felt better. There was a sign above the entrance. There was a stack of plates on the table. The brunette stuck a spoon in his mouth. The plate was empty when he exclaimed that the cleanup was complete. Then a system notification appeared that his character had been supplemented. The protagonist looked forward boredly when the system reported that his favorite food was rice soup and that he should eat it at least once a week to keep his sanity intact. Then the boy thanked him for the supplement, thinking that the author noticed everything. Then the writer replied that you are welcome and wished him a pleasant appetite. The protagonist glanced at the plate when he wondered if it was because of him that his mouth began to water again. A brunette sat in front of the boy. When she said that she ordered it and asked him to help himself, then he replied that it was not worth it, and that since they took it, fine. They were sitting across from each other when Oliver asked her why she was there, assuming it wasn't for food, and she said she wanted to thank him first for helping her close the parallel world. Emma looked ahead carefully when she added that they didn't expect him to do it so easily, and that the security bureau had a proposition for him. The brunette looked ahead indifferently when he asked what it was, and wondered if the author had added something again. The boy was watching the guy eating when he replied that he would listen. The child was sitting near the protagonist's table when he asked if he was a martial arts master. The girl was standing behind the boy when she apologized for distracting him from eating, and was told that everything was fine. The protagonist looked down with a smile when he asked if the child had heard of the Dream Piano Academy, saying that he had just cleared it out. Oliver waved at the boy, sitting at the table, when the girl addressed him. The brunette looked ahead with displeasure when he asked about why she was screaming, and whether it was a big secret. Sweat appeared on Emma's face when she apologized, saying that this information had not been made public yet, which made her nervous. The table was near the window when she said that she would get to the point, and that they would like to hire him for the security bureau. The brunette watched the guy in front of her as she said that he earned the title of a new star and a position with them for closing the parallel world. Then he realized why she came, after which the system notifications appeared that this was the episode of Emma's minions gathering, who often encounters him, and received a lesson from him on the inherited lost art, the technique of constant improvement, after certain events. And that the skill unchanging 7 sword strikes was added. The protagonist looked surprised when he mentally asked again, realizing that in addition to this, he received new techniques, and thought that he did not even know whether this was good or bad. The guys were sitting at the same table when the brunette said that the interview had not yet been conducted, so they would help him make an official statement about the closure of the parallel world, adding that he could safely use the press center they prepared. The girl looked ahead with her mouth slightly open as the protagonist thought that he would go crazy like that, and that he couldn't change what was already written. Then she said that if he had any other conditions for hiring, he could tell them. The boy touched his chin, thinking that since things had turned out this way, he should make the most of the situation, and then said that he wasn't sure about hiring. Oliver looked ahead with a smile as he said that he would trust them to organize an opportunity for an official statement. The brunette was sitting in front of Emma when he realized that becoming famous was a very good opportunity, deciding that instead of trying to achieve it himself, it would be better to let chance make him famous. The boy was opposite the girl when he thought that, besides, this was much cooler. There were dishes on the table when the guy suggested exchanging contacts first. The protagonist showed the brunette his phone when he said he would text her what he needed. His apartment was shown when the call came. The protagonist was drying his head with a towel when he said it was quick. He had his phone in his hand when he was informed that his request had been approved and that there was a chance his information would be out in the open. The boy threw the device on the blanket when he realized that everything was going according to plan. Oliver looked at the magical sphere, thinking that now it was time to deal with the legacy of the sky demon. The purple orb was shrouded in a dark aura as the boy thought that he couldn't wait to see how incredible this object was. The sphere was between the brunette's palms when the system reported that the summoning essence from the parallel world was known as demonic and was connected to the place where the heritage of the heavenly demon was located, and that it could be destroyed forever and allowed the parallel world to be summoned and closed at any time. The space in the room turned red when the system notification appeared that this heritage, in addition to the sacred scriptures of martial arts, contained countless treasures. Puffs of pink smoke appeared when the protagonist thought about the fact that he had returned in time, so now it was on his side, and that he was curious about what treasures awaited him. Dark silhouettes appeared in front of the guy. The brunette in armor held a spear when she said that she was the general of the divine sun and protected the heritage of the heavenly demon. The dark-haired youth held a blade when he said that he was the general of the divine moon and protected the heritage of the same demon. Oliver looked confused when they told him that he was about to be tested, then he cursed under his breath. Leah pointed her weapon in front of her. Dennis pulled his sword out of its sheath when it was told that the generals were protecting the legacy on the orders of the sky demon, and that they were obliged to find out if the applicants were worthy of receiving it. The protagonist was shown in profile when he asked about the test and whether this place was not filled with treasure. The dark-haired generals looked ahead when Harry answered that they were not so easy to obtain. Then the protagonist reminded that he already knew the martial arts of the sky demon, and inquired about what he would be tested for, after which he was explained that there were 2 types of tests. Transparent cubes were shown when he was told that the first was for a candidate whose abilities were weaker than the first level, and that he was being placed in extreme conditions and tested for determination and willpower, and that it was possible to understand that the test was passed when he reached a certain level, while no one was able to destroy the illusion with a physical body. The warriors stood with their backs to each other when it was told that the second test was for a strong candidate, and that he would have to fight 2 generals. Silhouettes of 2 armies were shown when the author said that they could call their heavenly soldiers if several candidates came. Then he was asked to wait, and asked if he really thought that made sense. Concerned, Oliver opened his mouth wide and wondered if he really wanted him to go through this now. Leah looked ahead with a smile as she asked him why he was talking to himself, then asked him to stop thinking about tricky tricks and start preparing to pass the second test. The guy punched his other hand. The brunette folded his hands in front of him as he said that he was glad to meet them both again, then asked if they recognized him, saying his name and explaining that he had already passed their test. Then the system reported that he had passed the check of 2 generals, and he himself thought that he could not waste time on such things. Leah and Dennis were standing next to each other when the girl asked if he knew him, to which the guy replied that he was probably the big shot that the authorities were talking about. Then the protagonist exclaimed that he was right. The protagonist put his hand on his chest as he said that a few days ago he traveled to the past and became young, and he himself thought that if this meant something to the world he was in, then it should work. A pink space was shown as Oliver added that he knew very well what the test would be like and that there were 2 types, one for a challenger whose abilities were weaker than the first level and one for a stronger one, summing up that he also knew what the fight would be like if multiple opponents came. His palm was enveloped in flames as the boy said that the burning heavens were flowing in his body and that he had already taken the source of it, the first heavenly decree of the primordial fire, from the Dragon Sword clan. The general stood in front of the boy when he said that he could show them the technique of the heavenly demon or sword techniques, anything. Then the writer asked about whether he really wanted to take the test in a roundabout way. The protagonist looked away with satisfaction when he answered that he should take advantage of the fact that he had returned in time. The generals in front of him exchanged glances when the girl asked how he could know so much. Then the boy said that it was obvious that he had heard it somewhere. Dennis pulled out his sword when he asked how he dared to joke with them. Then the protagonist thought that this was not the reaction he expected. The angry general held the blade in front of him when he told the young man to stop acting stupid and trying to stop them. Leah hit him on the head with a spear when she asked him to calm down, and then asked what he would do if his words were true. Then Dennis asked what she was talking about. The brunette stood near the arguing generals when the girl said that he wears the burning sky as energy armor and knows all the details of their test. Then her comrade replied that he was trying to fool them with his insidious words. Leah plugged her ear with her finger when she called Dennis old-fashioned, adding that this is why he is not getting a promotion. Then he asked how this is connected. The brunette opened her mouth, looking away when she addressed the protagonist. The protagonist looked ahead when she said that if he really took the test, then he would treat them afterwards, and then asked him to guess what they liked the most. A shadow fell on the guy's neck when he thought about how the author never gave up, and that in such moments, he needed to relax. Leah continued to look ahead when Oliver answered that the general of the Divine Sun liked alcohol. Dennis looked serious when the young man added that the general of the Divine Moon loved meat. Then the system reported that these characters had been supplemented. The girl and the guy in armor stood next to each other when the brunette asked about who didn't like them. Then his girlfriend asked to treat them in that case, warning that if they didn't like it, then he would take the test. The protagonist smiled affably when Leah said that she was sure he could handle it. Harry appeared next to the boy when the protagonist said that there was no person who would not like fried chicken and beer. Then the author exclaimed that it was a delicious combination. The general settled down on the bed when the boy asked them to rest while he cooked. Then the girl agreed, saying that they were waiting impatiently. Oliver smiled with his eyes closed when he said that everything needed should magically appear in the refrigerator. The blue-eyed brunette looked down with interest when he realized that there was no alcohol there. On the shelf were 2 tin cans. When the boy wondered what it was, the wine of life and death and the wine of the necromancer, then the writer asked him to let him explain. A human silhouette was shown as the system notifications appeared, stating that the wine of life and death resurrects the dead, and that the condition for using it is that no more than 1 day has passed since death, and that the health elixir was used in a small dose, and that if a healthy person drinks it, their internal energy will increase as if they trained for 60 years. The red contents poured out of the can as it was announced that the necromancer's wine can control ghosts. A soul was in front of the bald man as the system notification appeared, saying that the special feature of this drink is that when someone drinks the entire can, they will be able to control ghosts because they will have the body of a necromancer, and that they will be on their side, and they will be able to see them. But if they only drink part of it, the control of ghosts will only be temporary. Harry pointed at the can in the guy's hand, who asked why such things appeared out of nowhere. Then the author answered that they would come in handy, advising him to first take the wine of life and death, and reminding him that it was time for them to move. Then the protagonist asked him again, and Leah asked if everything was okay, and how long they would have to wait. The protagonist slammed the refrigerator door when he answered that it was not at all, thinking about ordering delivery. Oliver held his phone in front of him when he wondered if there was money in his account, and then exclaimed that there should be, because he received a salary on his account. Then the system reported that for this reason, the past was added before he became a martial artist. A notification appeared on the smartphone display when the guy said that before becoming a master, he worked in many places, and in a government office, and in a store, and in an internet cafe, and he thought about what he quickly figured out, and then asked out loud what was going on. The protagonist imagined a muscular man when it was reported that Neil took the money. Then the brunette remembered the villain from the first chapter, wondering how much he stole. In the protagonist's hand was a phone when he realized that because of this scoundrel, his money was almost gone, and then wondered who was suddenly writing non-stop. One message was shown close up when he realized that it was from the security bureau, and that they already knew that he cleaned it out. Oliver touched the display with his finger when he realized something. The brunette was standing near the refrigerator when he thought about what he almost pressed, and about the fact that the writer suddenly came up with another useless addition to the story, deciding that he did not need it at all. The protagonist opened his mouth, looking at the phone, when he thought about the fact that he should exclude family interference just in case, and then said that he did not have relatives, and that, probably, these messages are related to the announcement of what happened. Then the system reported that the past was added again before he became a master of martial arts, and that the protagonist had lived in an orphanage before that. After that, the guy realized that he had never even seen them. Oliver, frowning, looked down and wondered when this chicken became so expensive. Then Harry reminded him that they had to go, and that he should get ready, because he needed to go somewhere. Then he was asked again. Clouds were floating above the tall building when it was explained that it was the headquarters of the South Korean Security Bureau, after which someone said that the parallel world in Darim Academy was recently closed. The news showed a photo of the protagonist when it was reported that Baron Klaus reigned over that place, and that the one who resolved the situation was Oliver. The TV screen turned off when they started talking about how the only information about him was his photo and name, and that his desire to cooperate would soon be granted, after which someone said that that was all. People were sitting around a large table when the leader said that it was a bit of a pity, and that it would be great if he was present with them at the meeting, and that they were sure that other organizations would not stand aside, because he was a first-class martial artist about whom nothing was known yet. Emma stared ahead as she was addressed and told that technically they had contacted him first, but that their attempt to lure him over to their side had failed, and then asked if she thought she could bring him to the bureau. A screen with an emblem was shown as she responded that there was little information, so it was probably a plus for them since they could contact him directly at any time. The brunette stared ahead with her mouth slightly open in concentration as she was told to await further instructions, and she responded in agreement. The girl's blue eyes were shown up close as she thought about how their relationship was complicated, but there was no negativity, so it was worth trying. An abandoned building of the Jonghae Hospital was shown, and the system reported that one of the black markets was run by the Golden Spring Kingdom's Minister of War. The protagonist stood with his back turned, holding a bag, as he wondered if there was any money to be made there. Oliver looked forward with determination, clenching his fist as he said that he would go collect for fried chicken. A scene of a futuristic room appeared. The protagonist was looking at a table with a floor plan of the building. Information windows appeared, which said that this was the Jonghae Hospital. Its location was a parallel world, and in addition to the black market, there were many entertainment facilities for knowledgeable people. A demon ball. This is a ball made from the heart of a demon, a common currency used among knowledgeable people. One piece is equal to $1,000. Oliver, looking ahead, said in surprise that from the outside it looked like an abandoned hospital, and noted that this is what he likes about parallel worlds. The green-eyed guy turned his gaze. He was asked if this was his first time here. A man in a special forces uniform was holding a rifle in his hands. The protagonist thought, why did the author send a guard to him, and why there were so many micro-events? There are guards on each floor of the Jonghae Hospital. The armed man, holding out his hand, asked if he could check the hero's ID card, to which he gave it. The guard, raising his hand, said that the ID card was being scanned. Oliver turned his gaze. The armed man said that everything was clear. The doors leading to the stairs opened. The guard informed the protagonist that access was open. The young guy, walking up the stairs, thought that after selling the items from the Dream Academy, he would go to the black market. A scene with purple mold appeared. A black organism or demon clings to all the walls of the hospital. Initially it was a demonic mushroom that spread a strong neurotoxin. A man in torn jeans, climbing the stairs, is surprised that the author goes into too much detail, and then wonders if there will be gaps in the processing of the world later. The protagonist, walking up, asks if this is the right place. Oliver, passing by various masters of arts, magicians and elves, noticed that the street was completely empty, and everyone gathered here. A long-haired guy, gesturing with his hands, says that they brought new swords for beginners. The seller motivates customers to come up to look at the crystal ball made of diamond. The buyer asks what the price of a demonic ball is now. A voice is heard, which says that today there is a special discount. Only today the equipment is cheap. A passerby is interested in whether there will be interesting games in the arena today. Oliver, happily opening his mouth, says that this is definitely a black market, and who would have thought that he is in the hospital. A huge orc's foot stepped on the floor. The huge orc, throwing his axe over his shoulder, goes forward, The protagonist with burning eyes is surprised that he sees an orc warrior here. The green-eyed guy, looking around, realized that the author had thought through a lot of things, and then he thought that because of this he had to take everything into account. The blonde man points at the hero and says that he went on a raid at the Dream Academy, to which the girl in the hat asks if the man is talking about the guy whose name is the first name in the top internet searches, and then adds that they say that he was just lucky. Oliver turns his head to look at the confused people. The purple-haired girl asks if the protagonist heard her, and then offers her friend to take a photo with him and notices that the handsome, young guy, looking away, thinks contentedly that he feels popular and notes that this is not bad. The people with weapons pass by the goblin. The protagonist mentally explains that everyone present has at least one weapon with them. A scene of a room filled with elves and orcs appeared. Oliver noted that if everyone has the ability to use firearms, the balance of power is simply incredible, and added that even if you are a master of the highest level, your combat power depends on what kind of weapon you have in your hands. The green-eyed guy, holding a revolver in one hand and calling on magic with the other hand, jumped. Oliver thought that, of course, it is possible to combine martial arts and weapons, but not in his case. A scene appeared with a sign that says that this is a weapons store. The protagonist asks if it is here. The opening door hits the bell. The goblin greets the newcomer. The young guy, putting his bag on the counter, greets the seller. Chester, looking up, said that he sees the hero for the first time. The goblin store resembles an exhibition hall of various firearms. The bag lies on the counter. Chester noted that judging by the expression on the guy's face, the things in the bag are pretty good. The goblin opened the bag and asked him not to rush because he had to look at the goods. Oliver noticed that the seller had a lot of different weapons. The owner of the gun shop said that he doesn't charge for looking at them, so the hero can look at the weapons as much as he wants. The green-eyed guy picked up a sniper rifle and looked at it carefully. The goblin exclaimed that there were even grenades and noticed that someone clearly wanted to have fun. In the open bag there are grenades, cartridges and a rifle. Chester said that he would take these two items for full price and the only problem is the rifle. And then he claims that he would take everything together for 35 shots. But in the end the guy will be left with nothing. The goblin looked up and said that since this is his first deal with Oliver, he can pay 47 shots. And then he notices that this is the best offer. The protagonist, putting his hand on his belt, noticed that the store owner was clearly trying to knock him over, to which he complained that the protagonist himself called him a friend, and now he was rude, and added that he did not know where the guy came from, but they have different standards here, and then noted that, in addition, his interlocutor probably did not know, but usually disposal is not included in the price. Oliver, crossing his arms, thought that if the records remained, it would be bad, and he did not want information to surface that could be taken over by people pursuing not entirely good intentions. The black market, setting up the world, weapons that are difficult to deal with end up on the black market. They are usually difficult to dispose of due to their origin and use. The green-eyed guy, directing his gaze forward, said that then he would sell the equipment for 47. A voice sounded from behind the hero, which shouted that he should stop and ask if he really thought that this was the only place where you can sell weapons. The brown-haired guy, pointing his finger back, thought that they were waiting for them for too long and said that they should hurry, to which Harry noticed that they had come a long way and asked if the hero remembered that he had brought the wine of life and death with him from the shelter. A scene with a can of drink appeared. The white-haired man, raising his hands, said that there were goblins here and they could take advantage of this, and then added that the wine was liquid and difficult to carry around, and advised the hero to ask the goblins to create a device for rebirth using the technology of the Golden Spring Kingdom. Oliver complained that he should have told him earlier, and then he would have done this first thing, to which Harry noticed that Chester showed that he could not handle such a task. The goblin extended his hand expectantly. The owner of the black market looked down. The man in the white suit, clenching his fists, cheerfully said that they needed to contact the owner of this place. Oliver, touching his face with his hand, said that he thought it would be nice to meet an important person. The young guy, turning around, asked the disappeared man how he could meet the owner, to which Chester asked again what he said. The protagonist, looking away, thought that the author had given him a hint and then disappeared, and then mentally shouted that he still had an idea. Oliver, pointing his finger, told the goblin that he would take 10 shots as payment, and the rest would be given to him in another way. Chester, waving his hand, said that the hero could go to another place for orders, on the 5th floor, and the young guy called out to the seller and asked him to listen to him, and then decide what to do. Oliver explained that it was related to the Minister of War of the Golden Spring Kingdom, and then asked if the goblin really didn't want to listen to him. The owner of the weapons store turned around. The text of the paper pasted on the wall says that a goblin is wanted. The protagonist said that he does not know if Chester knows, but the Minister of the Kingdom is looking for his brother, whom he lost during the collision of worlds, and adds that he knows where to look for the missing one. Oliver, putting his hand on his chest, said that he understands that if he is lying, then the goblin will have big troubles, and then added that if, on the other hand, what he says is true, then the Minister of War will reward Chester. The green-eyed guy, putting his hand on his neck, thought that if he could get a whole treasure, the first heavenly decree of the original fire, then can he not cope with the search? An image with a smartwatch appeared. The protagonist decided that he needs to establish contact with the Minister of War, and then create a device for revival using the technology of the Golden Spring Kingdom. Chester, looking away, replied that the stakes are too high, even higher than his own life. The gun seller wondered what kind of goblin he was if he didn't accept the offer. Oliver turned his head and looked at him approvingly. Chester grabbed the bag and said that even if he had to give up his life, he would agree, and then added that the higher the stakes, the more reasons he had to agree. An information board appeared, which said that Chester's character role had been upgraded to an additional secondary role. A pop-up window appeared, which said that even if he had to give up his life, he would agree. The goblin Chester had made his decision. No one expected that a small merchant from the black market would become a great merchant who had a significant impact on the world. Chester, the great merchant. This is how the legend began. An information box popped up, which said that the strongest in the world only cared about himself. Chapter 4 was 100% complete. Oliver, putting his hand to his neck, thought that these messages sounded like an omen of someone's death, or a curse. The arms dealer, waving his hand at the hero, said that he would go, asked to pray for his return, and concluded that if he did not return, then it would be the hero's turn, to which he thought that they would see each other soon, and mentally called the goblin Mr. Legend. The corridor was illuminated by lamps. Oliver, gesturing with his hands, asked if Chester would return soon. A shadow appeared in front of the hero, asking his name. Alex, grabbing his hair, asked if he had named the protagonist correctly, and then concluded that he was from the Durham Academy. The young guy looked up in fear. Standing in front of the long-haired man, the hero wondered who the author had sent to him again. Harry, kneeling, said that there was a cool arena here that it would be a shame not to go to. Oliver, looking closely at his opponent, thought that if his only motivation was to show the arena, then this was a bad way to add more text, and then asked himself what he should do. Alex, holding his hair with his hand, asked the hero if everything was right. The young guy thought that his interlocutor looked so self-confident, and reminded him of someone. Oliver raised his head. The long-haired man, looking away, noted that the protagonist seemed to know him. The brown-haired guy, looking closely at his opponent, said that of course. The protagonist, smiling, remembered that this was Alex from the Blood Clan. The man twirled his hair around his finger. Oliver, clenching his fists, guessed that Alex from the Blood Clan was standing in front of him. In the future he would become an elder of the Blood Clan and a villain. The long-haired guy, looking madly at the protagonist, noted that many people here knew him. The protagonist thought that his opponent's middle name was Aksatsu. Oliver looked at the enemy who extended his hand. Even though he was still quite young, he already had the makings of a villain. Oliver remembered his enemy. His sly manners matched his name. Before returning to the past, Oliver lost his dear follower because of the Blood Clan. In order to take revenge on them for what they had done, he found them and arranged a terrible massacre. He managed to kill the villain himself. The green-eyed guy turned his gaze to his interlocutor, who noted that he was lucky. Alex, touching his hair with his hand, asked if the boss at the Durham Academy really had a Baron level, and then noticed that the protagonist was praised as a new star who appeared out of nowhere, but he somehow did not believe it at all. The man with the sword on his belt put his hand on his belt. Oliver thought that he did not have enough reason to arrange a fight with him, and needed something more. The sword hangs on the villain's belt. The protagonist smiled evilly. The protagonist, coming closer, noticed that he had recently heard something. The green-eyed guy, passing by Alex, said that he had recently heard that a promising and great disciple of the Blood Clan had stolen the secret weapon of the clan and escaped. Knocking on the sword, the young guy asked if this was the weapon. Oliver, turning his gaze to his opponent, noticed that he had an ancient dragon sword of the Blood Clan. A scene appeared with a blade with fire raging around it, an ancient dragon sword, a jewel, a valuable sword of the Blood Clan, which allows anyone who is not a first-class martial artist to create a sword chi. The Blood Clan has a special technique that is exclusively suitable for this sword, and if it falls into the hands of an expert, the chi will tend to stretch out, and the sword will be able to bend and twist like a whip depending on the blow. The shadowed man smiles while holding a sword. Before Oliver returned to the past, this sword was in the hands of one of those who tried to kill him, the king of the deadly sword. In the past, Oliver was often on the verge of death due to his impressive sword feast. The protagonist, with his mouth open in surprise, asked if this meant that many people had attempted on his life, to which Harry replied that they would talk about it later. Alex, turning around, noted that the protagonist had a keen eye, and then asked if he was really a beginner. The green-eyed guy, looking away, said that it seemed that his opponent doubted his abilities. Oliver asked the interlocutor why they did not put everything they had on the line and have a fight in which the winner takes all. The long-haired guy, clutching the blade in his hand, asked if the protagonist hoped that he could defeat him, and then asked if he was afraid. Alex, raising his hand, noted that moreover, the young guy has nothing valuable except a couple of demonic balls and a few, but Oliver interrupts him, announcing that he has demonic essence. The member of the Blood Clan looked nervously at the protagonist. The green-eyed guy, taking the demonic essence in his hand, said that he thinks that it will interest the villain. The long-haired guy, stretching out his hand, shouted that it was demonic essence and asked if it was real. Oliver said that he would bet it, and his opponent his sword, and asked if such bets were good enough. Alex, tilting his head, replied that he could not believe that the protagonist received this essence on his first raid into a parallel world, and then added that life is unfair, and someone has to take risks, while the other gets everything thanks to luck. Oliver, looking at his opponent, suggested that he check if it was really luck. The green-eyed boy shifted his gaze and thought that he would get rid of the one who was supposed to be the elder of the Blood Clan and take the king's treasure of the deadly sword for himself. The brown-haired man, holding out his hand, reasoned that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and asked if his opponent would agree to the terms. The long-haired man, hiding his head in his hands, said that it was amazing and thanked the protagonist for such an offer. Alex, turning his head, suggested that the protagonist start the fight. The scene of a huge arena filled with people appeared. The arena plays an important role in the development of the black market of the Zhongmao Hospital. The fighters enter one cage surrounded by several layers of protective magic. The spectators bet on who they think will win. The hooded man, holding out his hand to the goblin, bet 3 shots on the protagonist. Chester shouted what the hero had done, to which he, holding a knife in his hands, noticed that the goblin had returned. Arena, setting up the world, participants can choose any weapon, but it is worth paying close attention to its quality. The weapon seller, raising his head, asked the hero if he had gone crazy, and why he needed this fight at all. Chester, looking excitedly at Oliver, said that Alex was a great disciple from the Blood Clan and asked if the protagonist knew what kind of people were there, to which he said that he would be lucky. The green-eyed guy, stretching out his hands for the next weapon, replied that if he defeated his opponent, then all people's doubts about him would be dispelled. The man in torn jeans, taking a sword in his hand, explained to the goblin that people still did not believe that it was he who dealt with the opposite world in Darim. Chester asked if the protagonist was serious. The young guy waved him off and asked if he had learned anything and what his superiors had told him. The arms dealer, spreading his arms, explained that his superiors had asked him to wait for the next order and concluded that they were probably currently digging up information about the protagonist's past. Oliver, looking ahead, considered that he needed to take advantage of the situation and then figured out that, firstly, this was a great chance to become even more famous. The young guy, gesturing with his hands, asked Chester to give him 10 shots, to which he said that he would get nothing, not 10 shots. The green-eyed man noticed that the goblin had never paid him, and he, raising his hand to the bag, asked the hero if he was sure that he was the one who had gone on the raid in Darim, to which he replied that when the arms dealer saw the fight, he would understand everything himself. Oliver, putting the sword on the rack, told the goblin in glasses that he would take it. The brown-haired guy, looking away, said that he wanted to change his level to master. An image of a cage inside the arena appeared. The announcer said that the next fight would begin, and that after the fight began, bets were not allowed. The arena, the setting of the world, people make bets based on information about the participants. Whether it is true or not, it is better to find out in advance. A fight in which the winner takes all, the setting of the world, no matter what happens. The winner takes everything that the loser owns. An information window appeared, in which there is a photo of the hero with his opponent, and their brief characteristics. The announcer said that at the request of the participant, Oliver's level was changed to master. Chester, sitting in a crowded hall, shouted that no one will believe the hero that he is a master, and added that his stupidity will destroy him. The green-eyed guy, putting his sword on his shoulder, thought that the crowd could say whatever they wanted. The level in Murim, the setting of the world, the master, is the level of strength at which a person can use the materialization of chi and energy armor. Usually the elders of large and prestigious families, heirs or heads of clans have such a level. Oliver, turning around, noticed that the odds were 1 to 9 and asked Chester to put more money on him, to which he replied that it was unreasonable to spend everything on one fight and concluded that he was not going to rely on luck, so that he would then lose miserably. The protagonist, mimicking the arms seller, replied that so that he would not complain later. The protagonist, entering the cage, said that he would be back soon, to which Chester noted that this was a very dramatic exit. In the ring, Oliver and Alex are standing opposite each other, holding their blades in their hands. The announcer announces that the next fight will be the main one today, because today the great disciple of the Blood Clan, Alex, and the new star who won the raid at the Dream Academy, Oliver, will fight. The green-eyed guy smiled, thinking that judging by the expression on his enemy's face, he thinks it will be easy. The long-haired guy confidently looks ahead. The protagonist notices that he is not going to use the ancient dragon sword and notes that many people are watching. Someone shouted that he bet on the hero. The brown-haired guy looked excitedly at his opponent. The audience shouts for the participants to fight and kick each other's ass. Oliver, holding the sword in his hands, nervously shifted his gaze. Those sitting in the hall shout enthusiastically. The protagonist does not understand why his heart is pounding. The spectators, raising their hands with money, rejoice. The young guy mentally asked if the general excitement really had such an effect on him and thought about what a strange feeling it was. A window appeared. which said that a pleasant shiver ran down Oliver's back at the sight of the king's precious weapon of the deadly sword, the ancient dragon's sword. He stood, pointing the sword at Alex, who had not yet become a villain, and was not worried at all. Moreover, the thought that the king of the deadly sword would be left without his weapon was enough to amuse him. The brown-haired guy, raising his hand to his face, noted that everything was correct, and in this situation he could only rejoice. The main character looks at his opponent. The announcer shouted that the fight was beginning. Alex, pointing his sword at Oliver, said that if he really is a master, then he must survive in this ring, but if it works out, then the villain will spare the hero. The green-eyed guy, looking at the member of the Blood Clan, noted that he would soon find out whether he is a master or not. Purple lightning went from the blade of the young guy. The black-haired girl pointed her finger and shouted that there was no doubt that this was the materialization of chi. Someone from the crowd said that only masters were capable of this, and that he was seeing it for the first time. Alex recoiled, surprised that the hero owned the materialization of chi. Oliver looked at his opponent and said that he still had something to surprise him with. The protagonist was covered in a purple aura. An image of a purple circle with symbols of different animals inside appeared. The young guy mentally explained that before entering the cage, he used one of the signs of the great technique of 12 pressure points. Oliver's hand holding the sword was covered in a purple aura. The great technique of 12 pressure points of the heavenly demon, martial art. The rat transforms chi energy into energy of a different nature, which accumulates thanks to the technique of breathing the lotus into the energy of the technique of constant improvement. The hero thought that he could not reveal the martial arts of the heavenly demon, but he could show others what he had learned. Alex, opening his mouth, shouted. The long-haired boy said, shifting his legs, that it was wrong. Oliver, smiling, began to use the technique of the unchanging 7 sword strikes and advised the enemy to watch carefully. The unchanging 7 sword strikes, a martial art, consists of 7 techniques that become stronger as they are reproduced in turn. If a person lacks skills, he will not be able to reproduce the entire sequence to the end. Also, this technique cannot be stopped or used another during its production. The young man, rushing to the member of the Blood Clan, shouted that this is just the beginning. Alex was hit by a purple beam, the first strike of the white sword of power. The light of the spotlights shimmered. The blow hit Alex's body. The armor on his chest cracked. He flew into the net. Alex coughed up blood. He looked at the place of the blow and thought that if not for the artifact, his life would be in danger, and noted that the materialization of chi is not the only problem, and thought about what technique he just used. Oliver jumped towards him. Alex's pupil narrowed. The protagonist pierced his opponent's body with his weapon. He jerked his leg. He managed to jump back from the place of the blow, and was amazed that Oliver was really a master. Alex tried to take the weapon in his hands. He thought that the antagonist was not going to stop and that he needed to do something. Oliver swung his sword. The long-haired guy blocked and said that he had to get out of here alive. A swing of the blade. A stream of pink energy hit Alex's weapon. The weapon in his hands was destroyed. He was upset about this. Oliver looked at him with gold eyes. A stream of pink energy was above Alex's head. He began to think that he would die. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and could not come to terms with it. He clenched his teeth in anger and declared that he would never die in such a miserable place and not such a senseless death. He looked at the sword and remembered that he had an ancient dragon sword. The sword lay shrouded in smoke. Alex thought that if he used it here, he would admit that he was a thief and added that he had no other choice and he would think about the consequences when he got out alive. Oliver looked at him confidently and said that his opponent would be finished now. His opponent ran at him and told him not to hope. The long-haired guy put his hands behind his back and used the Blood Clan lightness technique. The whirlwind wrapped around the main character. Alex realized that he would not be able to hold it like that for long. The ribbons around the sword fluttered in the wind. The long-haired guy thought that he would have time to use it. He frowned and thought that even if his enemy was a master, he could not compete with the Blood Clan's treasure. The ground cracked under his foot. He turned to the side and was stunned. The long-haired guy opened his mouth, wondering how his opponent had destroyed the whirlwind so quickly. Alex looked at Oliver and declared that it was impossible. Oliver looked at his opponent. Alex was torn into pieces by a stream of pink energy. He fell to his knees. Oliver stood with his back to him when the host declared the fight over. Chester's mouth opened in shock when Oliver was declared the winner. The crowd cheered. The host said that it was an amazing fight and noted that he had been conducting such fights for several decades, but he had not seen anything like this for a long time. The stream of pink energy was gathering. The host was perplexed by what the protagonist was doing. Oliver activated the 5th strike of the splitting sky. He thought that when you start to reproduce the technique of the 7 unchanging sword strikes, you need to go to the end. The blade blazed with pink flames. It flew into pieces. The pink ghosts of the protagonists practiced various strikes, in particular the 6th strike of the blinding sun. The audience sat with their mouths wide open. Someone asked if the protagonist was talking about the 7 unchanging sword technique and that it was created by the legendary martial artist, the Unchanging Reaper, and that it was definitely her. She thought that its last user died a long time ago. Chester looked ahead in horror and wondered if he had inherited the legendary technique. The information window reported that while training the 7 unchanging sword technique before returning to the past, Oliver failed to master the heavenly demon technique. At that time he was also learning the heavenly demon sword technique, and that at that time he was also the heavenly demon technique. Oliver exhaled. The information window decided that while in a depressed state, he came across the 7 unchanging sword technique wandering through the streets of black markets. A pink leg hung in the air. The information window reported that Oliver paid attention to it because there were 7 techniques. Oliver swung his energy. Her blow hit the bars. The host couldn't believe his eyes and said that one of the walls that had 6 levels of magic applied to it had just broken from one blow. The entire stadium was watching him through the TVs and admiring him. The crowd opened their mouths in bewilderment. The host said that the main character hadn't lied and that he really was a master. A ripple appeared in his eyes. Oliver's pupils changed color to blue. He opened his mouth in surprise. The host announced that they had all become participants in the birth of a new star. Oliver looked somewhere ahead and didn't understand what had happened and added that he had gotten too carried away and still didn't understand who had won. The joyful crowd began chanting the main character's name. Oliver looked at the crack in the floor while the crowd was shouting his name. The host ran up to him and started asking if the main character wanted to say a few words to the viewer, and he thought about giving a speech. Oliver put his hand in his bomber jacket pocket and said that he hoped that now everyone was convinced that it was really him who went on a raid at Dream Academy. He brought the microphone closer to his mouth and continued that if anyone did not believe him, then let them come down and fight him. The Green Goblin was carrying a man. The host told Oliver that this was a strong statement and asked if there were any volunteers. The protagonist clenched his hands into a fist. The host replied that if not, then the match was declared over and thanked the winner for showing his skills. Oliver showed 2 fingers to the camera. The host asked for applause. The information window said that the arena was filled with the sounds of congratulations and that all eyes were on Oliver. He was holding the golden hilt of his sword in his hands and people were shouting his name. The information window popped up that no one noticed that he won this fight. The hilt of the sword flashed. The information window informed him that the strongest man in the world cared only about himself. A screaming crowd had gathered outside Chester's weapon shop. Oliver raised his hand and asked how much fried chicken they could now buy, and thought that it should be enough to satisfy the generals of the divine suns and moons. Oliver struck a ritual pose and announced that the ancient dragon's sword was now his. The goblin hung his head in disappointment, and said that of course it was, and when Oliver asked if he was disappointed, he said he didn't know what to bet on it. Chester stood at the cash register, and asked the guy what he was looking for. Oliver, standing half-turned, asked if he had any good artifacts, because the artifact that helped Zhang hold out for so long was not bad, and added that the price did not matter. Chester, irritably banging the table, shouted why Oliver did not have a single artifact, and indignantly added that he only now wanted to buy it. The goblin, smiling slyly, said that this was a reasonable decision, and then added that he would soon become very famous, so the artifact would come in handy, but warned that the price would be quite high, and the guy asked to pick something useful. Chester turned to his friend and asked with a smile what he wanted to get an artifact against, listing options for magic, martial arts, weapons or demonic techniques. Oliver stood with a slight smile and said that it would be nice to have protection from weapons, and the goblin replied that he should provide it to him and drew Oliver's attention to the approach of someone, adding that he needed to see who had come. The unfamiliar goblin in a formal suit politely inclined his head and said that their side would be glad to cooperate in the future, asking to be called Manager Griffin, and Oliver noted to himself that this goblin was a direct copy of Chester, name, Griffin, race, goblin, administrative manager of the hospital, one of the subordinates of the Minister of War. Oliver approached the goblin in a suit, and with a slight bow of his head apologized for not approaching him right away, and the manager assured him that it was okay and Oliver probably had a lot of things to do here. Oliver pointed to Chester and said that he had been very helpful to him just now and even agreed to take a risk, asking that if things went well for him, Griffin would repay Chester. Chester shrugged and asked the manager what he was talking about and why he needed to pay him again and stated that he was always indebted to the manager, and the guy thought to himself that his friend wanted everything to go to the manager alone. Oliver turned to Chester, who excitedly said that he would pretend that he had not seen or heard anything, asking him to make himself at home, and Griffin assured him not to worry. Manager Griffin spread his hands in Oliver's direction and said that he knew that the whole world was pointing fingers at them, goblins, but he was sure that there was no race that would repay debts more sincerely than they did. The goblin manager straightened his tie and suggested that they get down to business. Griffin looked up and asked where he was now. Oliver smiled slightly and thought that the manager seemed creepy, noting to himself that this episode would lead him to the Minister of War of Golden Spring, and added that he had already distinguished himself in the arena, so everything was going according to plan. Manager Griffin looked closely at Oliver and said that if he was with him, it would be better to settle the matter without complications. The boy extended his hand and said that it was not so at all, and asked if the manager was going to ask how he knew about him. Griffin stood there with a serious expression on his face and said that the gentleman had only one wish, explaining further that if he could find his brother, nothing else would matter. Oliver looked sideways with restraint and thought that he was amazed at the determination of this goblin. The young man turned a little pale and mentally told himself to pull himself together, reminding himself that this was about the Minister of War, and then said out loud that he apologized. The goblin suddenly looked up at Oliver, who informed him that the minister's brother was already with him, whereupon the manager asked him in surprise what he meant. Griffin frowned and asked what he meant. The manager stepped towards Oliver and explained that they had checked everything carefully, asking if he was really with him. Griffin looked at the boy and said that they wouldn't like it if he decided to joke, thinking to himself that it was time to use his writing skills, and then asked if he knew that dark mages were evil. The hooded dark mage flashed his staff, and Oliver added that the sources of the dark mage's power are sadness, pain and death. They are like demons. Huge golden gears were spinning in the air, and the boy stated that it is unknown which dark mage started it all, but it can be said that it is all part of an evil plot, and it is about organizing a coup in Golden Spring by getting rid of the Minister of War. The goblin frowned slightly, and the young man asked him if the others noticed how he changed when he started looking for his brother, then tensed up and added that it was in him that the source of the power for their curse was. The minister's brother sat in a prison chair. Oliver said that the more time passes, the greater the minister's sadness over the loss of his beloved brother. The minister's brother arched in agony against the bright threads of light, and the young man added how it feels to be a younger brother who has been in prison for decades and watches his older brother gradually lose his mind because of him. Griffin, in a business suit, spread his hands in fear and asked again what place they were talking about when he heard the phrase about imprisonment. Oliver closed his eyes and said that the necessary thing was probably with the minister, who always carried it with him, adding that he did not know exactly what this object was, but was sure that it was always with him. The guy sadly bowed his head and said that they probably strengthened their curse, collecting pain and grief for decades. Black stripes covered the ground. The soul of the younger brother will be torn apart, and the curse will affect the minister. Griffin turned to Oliver, who explained that the curse would completely bind not only the body, but also the soul, ultimately making him a puppet of dark wizards. The goblin, looking up in fear, asked why they needed this, adding that even if they captured the minister, they would hardly get what they wanted. The guy, turning in profile, said that with the power that had accumulated in Golden Spring over a long time, even a coup d'état was possible, and asked if the interlocutor agreed with him. Griffin dramatically threw up his hands and said that the opponents would definitely try to seize the kingdom. Harry jumped with delight and exclaimed that the story he had heard was amazing and crazy, and that bringing Oliver here was a great idea. Oliver, crossing his arms over his chest, calmly stated that it was nothing. Shadows from the roof slowly crawled against the golden sky. Dennis, in a black and blue outfit with a characteristic shoulder pad. Leah, lying on the floor with a sleepy voice, and Dennis abruptly declared that things would not go this way, then asked in surprise if anyone had come. Dennis stood up and abruptly shouted that Oliver had run away simply because he did not want to take the test, and called for him to be caught, and the girl explained that he would definitely come later, offering to sleep for now. Dennis waved his hand and declared that if she did not go, then he would cope himself. Oliver approached his friends and happily announced that he had already returned. He stood with bags in his hands and asked Leah and Dennis in surprise where they were going. The guy opened a bag with fried chicken and a can of beer and offered his friends to eat, happily declaring that he represented fried chicken and beer. Leah opened her mouth wide, holding a chicken drumstick and a glass in her hands, and enthusiastically said that this was the pinnacle of taste perfection. Dennis, with a surprised expression on his face, carefully held the chicken leg with both hands. The girl smiled and held up a chicken drumstick and asked what it was called, and Oliver replied that it was fried chicken and beer, at which point Oliver approvingly remarked that it sounded good. Oliver looked at his friend and invited him to join him, adding that he had come so far to buy the dish, and he should definitely try it. Griffin informed Oliver that he had passed on his message to the minister, adding that he would be contacted soon, and Oliver looked down warily and thought that he had an uneasy feeling about unfinished business and that he should ask when exactly he would be contacted. Oliver turned to Dennis and Leah and said that they would both be returning to heaven soon, so they could eat their fill while he just sat there. The girl turned to Oliver and asked if he planned to close the doors and if he wanted them to return early, and Dennis added that they had a lot of work to do there. Oliver put his hand on his neck and quietly said that he was afraid that the secret texts about the heavenly demons' martial arts might leak to the outside world if they were not around, so they should be careful, and the boy said that no one would dare to approach them while they were on duty. He raised his drink and said that they wanted to ask something. Leah raised her hand in a gesture of attention and asked if they could stay here for a while. Oliver's eyes widened in shock. The young man pressed his lips together with a worried expression and carefully asked if there was any more tests left, and he thought to himself that they might have come up with something new. Leah was sitting at the table with food on it and calmly replied that there were no more tests left, adding that there was no point in it if the person in front of them was the heir of the heavenly demon. Oliver smiled slightly and said that he would feel better closing the place. The girl, crossing her arms, said that they had both done their job, and Dennis agreed that this was true. Oliver looked at his friends in confusion. He, sitting at the table opposite Leah and Dennis, said that it would be a sin to turn a blind eye to the suffering of the two generals, adding that it was even scary to think that they were both just waiting for a new heir to appear. Leah put her hand on her friend's shoulder and smiled that he was so understanding, and the guy added that he had a big heart. Oliver turned to his friends and said that in order to make their stay here comfortable, he would give them chickens, beer, other food and something to watch for entertainment, but in return he would ask for a favor and tell him something about himself. Dennis looked ahead in surprise and asked what kind of favor it would be, and the girl added whether he would tell him about himself. Oliver sat at the table with his friends and mysteriously stated that he had actually been killed before returning to time. Hearing this, the two generals were extremely dumbfounded and asked who dared to kill the heir of the heavenly demon. Stopping them, Oliver explained that sooner or later he would learn more details and thought that he would show there was not much to tell. Various objects were flying around in the space, and the boy asked to look at something. Seeing the blade in his hands, the generals wondered if this was an ancient dragon sword, and where he got it from, and whether he knew at least who it belonged to. Pulling the ancient sword straight out in front of him, the protagonist explained that it was the treasure of the Blood Clan, and that he had won it in battle. Dennis, looking straight ahead, asked if he really wanted to say that the Blood Clan agreed to this, to which he received a negative answer and an explanation that they had no choice. Hearing this, the boy general, holding his hand straight in front of him, concluded that it turned out that he was now in control, and the girl general thoughtfully noted that if the Blood Clan found out, they would not stand aside, when suddenly Oliver asked that it would be difficult for even the two of them to cope with him. Hearing this, the two guardians suddenly became excited, explaining that this was nonsense, and they would certainly win. Looking straight at his subordinates, the boy explained that then he was calm, and he would not have to be afraid of them, because the Blood Clan was connected with his death, so he could not miss the chance to get the enemy's weapon. Seriously looking straight ahead, the protagonist declared that he planned to take revenge on those responsible for his death, including the Blood Clan. Hearing this, Dennis went straight to his master, telling him that the saints and sages say that he who thirsts for revenge clings to his wounds. After which the general guy asked if that was why he had received a new life, and simply wanted to say that he didn't need to be obsessed with revenge, because it was a new life, so he needed to live it differently, while Oliver listened to him attentively. Suddenly, Leah interrupted him, clenching her hand into a fist, concluding that they were talking about revenge, because there was nothing sweeter than it. Then the general girl, looking straight ahead, asked that he needed their help to take revenge, and these were his conditions, and her friend, standing next to him, clutched his head, not understanding what good meant, when suddenly the guy gave a negative answer. At that moment, the generals suddenly froze in place in surprise. A moment later, Oliver clenched his hand into a fist and said that revenge was something he would deal with thinking that the main character must overcome difficulties himself. He then looked straight at his subordinates, explaining that he wanted to use this place as his personal training hall and hideout because the heavenly demon arts were hard to obtain, and it was worth keeping them away from others. He also added that the two of them would deal mercilessly with any intruders, and his condition was that they would protect this place while the two generals listened to him attentively. Suddenly, the boys questioned who he thought they were and asked if there were any more conditions, and the protagonist, upon hearing this, was a little puzzled, trying to somehow justify himself. Immediately after, Leah and Dennis seemed to sparkle, stating that he should not worry and rely on them, the generals of the divine sun and moon, to which Oliver thanked them. The boy happily looked straight ahead, thinking that when he started to worry about the Blood Clan because of their sword, a great solution came up, and this place would become his hideout, and the two generals would guard it. When he realized that it was perfect, the system notified the shoes of the hideout in the parallel world, which was originally the inheritance of the heavenly demon, but the protagonist and the two generals of the divine sun and moon made it a hideout, which is protected by the strongest guards with divine power, which both can call upon the heavenly forces when necessary. And also told about the structure and entry criteria. Light was shining through a small round window into the room, when someone asked if he was sure he could be trusted. Looking straight at the goblin in a business suit, another representative of this race listened to him as he proved that he was a martial artist by getting this level in the arena. With his mouth slightly open, the leader asked why a person with such abilities did not come to him right away. A moment later, Griffin was telling his boss through the projection that it was because he was a guest there and they had to follow the rules because he was a potential threat to the royal family, and also judging by his manners, he could be trusted, explaining to the master that this young man was very worried about him and his brother. Then he asked to trust him just once, and Nicholas looked straight ahead seriously, listening to him. When Griffin stopped talking, the projection suddenly stopped. After everything that had happened, the old goblin grabbed his head, thinking about the curse of the black magician. Looking straight at his shiny ring, he realized that his brother could be inside, because he wore it all the time. Taking his hand, the goblin leader thought that it was painful for him to live there for half a century, and was going to rescue him as soon as possible. Immediately after that, Nicholas snapped his fingers. At that very moment, an unknown person in a cloak appeared right in front of him, and the old goblin ordered him to bring the professor right now, and he immediately accepted the order. A moment later, the warrior disappeared, and the goblin chieftain sat in his place and thought that if he was really in the ring, then only the professor would be able to figure it out. Thinking that he was a master mechanical engineer, Nicholas stood up from his place. Then the old goblin walked up to the blades hanging right on the wall and reasoned that if this did not lead to anything, he would no longer be able to control himself. Taking his weapon in his hands, the goblin chieftain thought that if the guy told the truth, then he would be indebted to him for the rest of his life. Thinking about this, Nicholas slowly walked to the window. Crossing his daggers right in front of him, the old goblin understood that if not, then blood and screams would flow like a river. Looking straight at the moon shining brightly in the night sky, he prayed to the goddess. Crossing his weapons right above his head, Nicholas asked to open the way to his brother. While the old goblin was looking at the blade of his dagger, the system announced that this creature had been supplemented. A moment later, the goblin's weapon was covered in red energy, while the system added that the world had been adjusted and the Moon Warrior and Moon Knight had been added. Immediately after that, the system notification window announced the content of the supplement for Nicholas, whose role is a minor character, and the race is a goblin, and he is a hero and the founder of the Golden Spring Kingdom, as well as a Moon 5-star warrior. At the same time, the goblin leader, crossing his daggers, said that he is a servant of the goddess. At this time, Leah smiled widely, saying that there is no need to order anything else, and this is enough. She was drinking with Oliver, saying that just being near him is already fun, and he noted that this is mutual. With a joyful expression on his face, the boy declared that their conversations made him forget about stress, and asked him to know that he could help with anything, and if he needed anything, he just needed to say. Sitting at the same table with him, the girl general thanked him and asked what stress was, and the protagonist explained that this is what modern people call accumulated anger, while she said that the base learned something new, and asked him to share with her in the future, because his world is full of different things, with which he agreed. Hearing that she was called a general, Leah asked to call her a foreman without this, and Oliver, hearing this, agreed, calling her a foreman of the Divine Sun, while Dennis just slept next to them on the floor. Smiling widely, the girl general noted that it sounded great, and he was straightforward. Then the warrior of the Divine Sun asked if he could give her money, since she herself could not earn it, since he was forced to guard this place, and the boy, looking at her in bewilderment, thought that in heaven and there everyone loves money. A moment later, the protagonist clenched his fist and answered her positively. With a smile on his face, looking straight at his subordinate, Oliver declared that he was the heir of the heavenly demon, and if before he was indifferent, now he was serious, so a couple of coins would not be a problem, while he himself was thinking whether he had overdone it. Immediately after this, Leah, putting her hand on his shoulder, concluded that they were destined to meet, and from now on asked to call her older sister. Hearing this, the boy with a joyful expression asked if she was sure, and immediately agreed. Looking at the empty food packages, the girl general asked about the unknown word, and the protagonist said that this was also a newfangled expression, and it is used when agreeing with someone's proposal. At that moment, Dennis stood up from the ground and declared that he also agreed to everything. Pointing his finger straight at himself, the boy general asked to call him older brother. After saying this, the Divine Moon Warrior fell to the ground again, and the boys began to worry when they saw this. The Divine Sun Warrior looked straight ahead in shock, asking if he had lost consciousness, and the protagonist next to her replied that it looked like it. Then the two looked at each other and began to laugh. The boys continued to have a good time and have fun, while the author told us that it was a good day, and the protagonist did not have to be something incredibly special, and his life was as we had just seen it. While Oliver smiled widely, the plot narrated that he was killed and returned to the past, but this did not oblige him to dwell on revenge, and as the title of the novel says, he can strive for together and take care of himself at the same time. Realizing that this was the story he had created while being in the protagonist's place, the boy looked at the trash lying on the floor. The protagonist was lying in the middle of this very trash, wondering if this life would be fun. Suddenly a shadow loomed over him while Oliver was arguing that he would be counting on Mr. Ryder from now on. The shadow's owner was wearing white shoes. It was Harry, who was looking thoughtfully straight ahead. While objects were flying around in space, someone was asking the boys to wake up. Getting up from the ground, Leah yawned and asked what was going on and if there was any food left, and Dennis declared that he hadn't slept at all, while they were told that they would sleep later. Looking straight ahead, Oliver declared that he wanted to show them something, surprising the generals. A moment later, the boy began to twirl a revolver on his finger. Suddenly, he stopped doing this, stopping the gun with a smug grin, and said that this was exactly it. Pointing his finger straight ahead, the general guy asked what he wanted to know about this thing and what kind of piece of iron it was, to which he received the answer that it was a revolver. At that very moment, the protagonist pushed the cylinder into place, while his friend was surprised by such a name. Oliver said that it was easier to show than to explain in words, and fired a shot straight from the pistol. Then a bullet flew out of the barrel of the revolver, leaving only sparks behind. The guy continued to shoot straight from the pistol, while everything around was covered in sparks. When he finished shooting, bullet holes were visible right on the wall. Smugly adjusting his hair, the protagonist asked that they had never seen anything like this before, and explained that this weapon shoots bullets flying at great speed, and can consider it the essence of the modern world. Seeing this, the generals were extremely delighted. Scratching his cheek thoughtfully, the Divine Moon Warrior asked if he had used chi to release them, and the Divine Sun Warrior standing next to him couldn't believe that this meant that people who didn't know martial arts could use it, saying that it was a monstrous invention. Leah then looked closely at the revolver in her master's hands, noting that she couldn't even believe that a person only had to pull the trigger to fire, and asked that who would want to learn martial arts now except monks, to which Oliver replied that it was no problem, and that his potential was even greater in the hands of a master. Looking straight ahead, the boy asked if they wanted to try, and the generals couldn't believe that they could. Immediately after that, Dennis picked up the pistol and hesitantly asked if this was the right way to do it, to which he was told that he had to imagine that there was a target in front of him and shoot. A moment later, the boy general fired straight from the revolver. Having done this, the warrior of the Divine Moon was delighted, and the protagonist standing right next to him noted that it was not for nothing that he was a general and was shooting for the first time, and did not even fall. At that very moment, Harry appeared out of nowhere, putting his hand right on Oliver's shoulder, and asked if he really decided to teach them shooting. Smiling broadly, the author of the novel explained that he was curious what would happen if martial artists learned to use weapons, and thanks to him he would find out. At this time, Dennis fired another shot from a pistol, which Leah dodged. The girl general jumped off the ground with great speed so that the bullet would not hit her. At the last moment, the warrior of the Divine Sun caught the cartridge with her hand. Then she landed right on the ground, holding something in her fist. The guys, seeing this, were extremely dumbfounded and thought that this is what martial arts are for them, and she is probably at the level of a Grand Master. Looking straight ahead with displeasure after what happened, the general guy said that she had caught it after all. Looking straight at the bullet in her hand, Leah noted that it was hot. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Oliver said that now they knew that such a thing existed in the human world, and asked to take into account that uninvited guests could have many of them, while the Divine Moon Warrior standing right in front of him said that this was why she had shown them the weapon. The general girl, looking at her ally, noted that coming with just a gun was ineffective, and he said that they understood how it worked, so they could handle it. Immediately after that, Dennis began shooting from a revolver, and the Divine Sun Warrior caught all the bullets with her hand. Suddenly, the phone in the protagonist's pocket rang. Immediately after that, Oliver looked at the screen of his smartphone, thinking that someone had finally written to him. The story then moves to Chester's weapon shop, where he asks to let his dear friend in. The purple-haired goblin spread his arms, explaining that he had not yet found the artifact he asked for, and the boy standing right in front of him explained that he was not there for that and had come to meet someone. At that very moment, Griffin appeared right behind him with an unknown person in a robe and asked to be introduced to him. A moment later, the one hiding his identity removed his hood, and his subordinate introduced him as Lord Nicholas, while the system announced that he was the Minister of War of the Golden Spring Kingdom. Upon seeing him, the protagonist bowed, saying his name, and declared that it was a great honor for him to meet him. Seeing this, the goblin armorer followed suit and stated his name, saying that he was happy to meet his lordship, while Nicholas, standing right in front of them, remarked that he knew how they greeted each other according to etiquette, and asked if he knew what this pose signified. Oliver, looking straight ahead, answered the question, saying that the covered shoulders symbolize the earth, the bent body water, and the legs and knees together the soil, while the bent back with the pelvis pulled back was fire, and he knew that this position united a person with nature, which was the usual ritual for saying a prayer to the goddess of the moon. Hearing this, the goblin lord looked straight ahead with a menacing look, while the lad mused that he had so much knowledge in his head that he really felt like the main storyteller. At the same time, the old goblin exchanged glances with his subordinate, who nodded approvingly. After a moment, Griffin announced that he would leave them alone and wait outside until needed, while Chester said that he would go too, and the protagonist looked straight at the display case where the weapons were. Looking straight at Nicholas, standing in front, Oliver thought that they had finally met, and he was curious how he would react to his story. Thinking that the author could take a wrong turn, the boy swallowed in fear. Suddenly, the goblin lord said that thanks to him, he was able to fulfill his wish, and the protagonist looked straight ahead in surprise. Lowering his head, the old goblin explained that it took a long time. Looking straight at Oliver, standing in front, Nicholas explained that, as he said, his brother was in the ring that was always with him, and he himself would never have guessed that the one he had been looking for all his life was so close. After listening to him, the boy said with a serious voice that it would be better if he was wrong, considering how much they both had been through. Looking straight at the goblin lord standing in front, the protagonist asked for his deepest condolences. because they had to endure unimaginable horror. The length of the straight ahead, Oliver reasoned that this was just a story he made up for the plot, but his sympathy for this goblin was real. When the boy thought that the sadness and pain he was feeling now was real, he suddenly noticed something in front. The old goblin clutched his head and cried, saying that he managed to make him cry, and Oliver, looking at him, thought that because of such a reader, he would definitely be hated. A moment later, the system notification window notified that the level of the contest participant had increased due to the huge number of positive reviews from the readers of this web novel, which greatly surprised the boy. Harry, seeing all this, cried with joy, saying that he was sad, but at the same time he was happy. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the protagonist thought that it was funny that this misfortune happened because of him. But everyone was having fun, and the divine writer at this time thought that everything was going smoothly and a touching scene was something that was sometimes worth adding. Looking straight at the real old goblin in front, Oliver reasoned that it would be good and in the future he would think about an entertainment program for readers, asking for forgiveness for not being able to tell earlier. Looking gratefully straight at him, Nicholas explained that he saved not only him, but the entire kingdom, and thanks to him he would be able to deal with the dark wizards who were targeting them. Stretching his hand straight out in front of him, the Goblin Lord asked if he had any wishes. At that moment, the system notification window announced that the kingdom's minister had become Oliver's bountiful tree after helping him find his missing brother. The old goblin then asked him to tell him if there was one, and the boy smiled widely upon hearing this. Realizing that he really did need something, the protagonist glared straight ahead and said that he wanted to ask for a favor. A moment later, the system notification window announced that the strongest in the world only cared about himself. Chapter 6 was 100% complete. The entire street was shrouded in fog. Oliver walked along it and yawned, thinking that it took longer than he expected. Suddenly, the system notification window appeared in front of him, notifying about the places of free fantasy release, showing the first 3. Harry bit his finger, looking at the screen of his smartphone, which said that his novel was ranked 23, wondering if the name was the problem. Looking straight at the author, the boy reasoned that they only had 6 chapters published, and there was no need to rush, because if I compare my work with other popular works, then I would get hung up on them, and that would be the end of them. Looking at the huge mountain, the top of which was not visible behind the clouds, the protagonist thought that it was enough to get distracted for a moment, and the plot would go in the wrong direction. Watching the divine writer, who was rushing from side to side, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, Oliver thought that instead of thinking about trifles and hesitating, it was better to quickly come up with something worthy. At that moment, memories of the Murim headquarters appeared in his head. Then he remembered the piano school, which he cleared of demons. When the boy thought about a new event, the image of the demon he recently defeated immediately popped into his head. Then the protagonist also thought about the moment of victory over the heir of the Blood Clan. While thinking about the reward, Oliver imagined a demonic magic ball in his head. He also didn't forget about the blade he took from Alex after defeating him, and he understood that he would have to repeat everything from the beginning. Immediately after that, the boy thought that, for example, this time he was connected to the network of the Goblin Kingdom, and visualized Nicholas, who stretched out his hand right in front of him, asking if he had any wish, and if so, asked him to tell him. Looking at the watch on his hand, the protagonist thought that this is how he got a device for regulating the cycle of life and death. Then the system notified that the clock of the cycle of life and death is activated automatically when his pulse is at 0, and Oliver imagined himself with a minimum and maximum amount of health, reasoning that this is one of the items created by the best goblin scientist and professor. Slowly walking down the street, the boy turned to the author, asking if it is normal to be reborn after death. Looking straight ahead, he said that there should be gods in this world too, and was worried that he now had the opportunity to come back to life. At the same time, lines appeared right on the new page of the web novel that Oliver knew many who had crossed the boundaries of the gods, and the world where countless gods existed united with the worlds of martial arts, magic, and demonic, so being deeply involved in one of them made life exhausting, while unknown silhouettes appeared in the fog right in front of him. While unknown sounds were heard around, the protagonist's line appeared on the story page that he had something that the god of death would not like, and he was reborn and received a device for resurrection, so he had better be careful in the future. At this time, someone was dispersing the black smoke with a censer. The unknown person said something incomprehensible while walking along with his allies, while the system announced that a faction of the cult of the god of death Clotho had been added, and the reason for adding was Oliver's words. Seeing this, the boy was extremely dumbfounded, saying that he had suddenly added something again, and Harry replied that if he was worried, he should pray to death. Looking away with displeasure, the protagonist reasoned that the fact that the written words had become reality was a novelty, but the decision was still too impulsive. At that very moment, those very people appeared right in front of him, and the system announced that they were pilgrims of the dawn, servants of the god of death Clotho, who wear badges symbolizing the cult, in the form of an eye, and their main desires are to live long and eat well. Thinking that at least they were not boring, Oliver moved the cylinder of his revolver. Holding a live cartridge in his hand, the boy declared that he would sacrifice this to death. The girl, with a smile on her face, holding out a box in his direction, asked if he wanted her to pray for someone in particular, and asked him to name the name, and his death would be remembered. Oliver placed his hand on his chest, hoping that after the alms they would leave him alone, and said his name, asking them to say a prayer for him. Immediately after that, everyone bowed to each other. Suddenly, a shadow appeared right behind the boy. Looking back sharply, the protagonist stated that they were doing a good job, but they shouldn't overdo it, and mused that because of the death, the pilgrims of Clot were given a valuable piece of land. At that moment, he saw Emma right in front of him, surprised that it was her again, while she said that she didn't know that he wanted to look good in the eyes of death. With his hands in his pockets, Oliver explained that the younger he was, the better he should take care of himself, and reasoned that the author seemed to like her, but he personally did not feel any connection between them. The girl from the security bureau looked at the boy with a smile on her face, and he reciprocated her. He thought that it was immediately obvious that they were not on the same wavelength. Looking straight ahead, the blue-haired girl asked what he would do with the black sword of despair, since it was too long to handle alone. Glancing menacingly to the side after hearing this, the protagonist asked how she knew about the sword and whether she had been watching him. After a short pause, Oliver turned away from her, saying that he would figure it out himself, so there was no need to worry, and Emma suddenly asked him to stop. Then the security bureau worker said that the Blood Clan had started acting, and asked that he didn't think he could handle it alone, and the boy, hearing this, turned around abruptly. Looking straight at the trash can standing next to him, the blue-haired girl added that the black sword of despair was their treasure. Pointing her finger directly at the protagonist, she concluded that he would definitely die if this continued. Looking straight at her after hearing all this, Oliver guessed that it seemed like she had some kind of suggestion. Emma was explaining with her hand to her chest that, whether he had it or not, he should join the government, because if he joined their security bureau, he would be safe. Looking straight ahead, the security bureau worker was thinking that the Blood Clan was just an excuse, and now that he knew he couldn't do it alone, he had no choice but to join them. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right above the boy's head, notifying him that the main story, the secret weapon of the security bureau, had begun. A moment later, the blue-haired girl was very surprised to hear laughter. Oliver was standing right in front of her, holding his stomach, still laughing loudly and saying that so that's why she was there. Covering his wide smile with his hand, the boy was thinking about the secret weapon of the security bureau and that working for the government and living for the country sounded cool and would be fun. Suddenly, looking straight ahead menacingly, the protagonist realized that in that case, his current life would become similar to his past. Remembering himself in the robes of a martial arts school, Oliver thought that he did not want to live for someone again, only to be killed in the end. Looking straight ahead with a serious expression, the boy understood that if he went back in time, he should change his approach, and answered that this time everything would be different. Emma looked at him in surprise after hearing this, asking him what he was talking about, and the protagonist was thinking about new places, new events, and even new competitions, talking about his new self. When Oliver thought he would create everything anew, he approached the security bureau worker, clarifying that she was in charge of the lawless zone, to which she responded positively, wondering why he was asking. Looking straight at her, the boy asked where she was. Looking straight ahead in confusion after his question, the blue-haired girl answered that she was in Inchan, which made the protagonist happy. At the same time, Emma explained that even there he could not hide from the Blood Clan, and Oliver, scratching the back of his head, explained that they did not bother him. Directing his serious gaze forward, the boy explained that the greatest treasure and greatest miracle, created from fragments of dead gods, was located there. Then he mentioned the golden ring and imagined it in his head. Smiling slightly, the protagonist stated that there was not just one, but two. At this time, Harry wrote with a pen directly on the paper, asking about the golden rings. The divine writer continued to create his story, when he suddenly thought about it. A moment later, his eyes seemed to sparkle, and he declared that he liked the title. Immediately after that, the system announced that the main story, Secret Weapon of the Security Bureau, was paused. Then the system window announced that the main story, Treasure Collection, Golden Rings, had begun. At this time, Emma, who was standing right in front of Oliver, asked if this was true, and he replied that he knew that not everyone could get into a lawless zone. Pointing his finger directly at the Real Security Bureau employee in front, the boy declared that he had an offer, and she would take him to Inchan, and in exchange, he would give her the golden ring, thinking that the sudden appearance of new details was part of the author's planned settings of the world. Looking straight ahead with a puzzled expression, the blue-haired girl asked him how he knew about this. Holding his hand straight ahead, the protagonist explained that he was from Yilyang Chilgok, the sect of the Moon of Jessa, and although the tradition of having one heir made everyone else weaker, it also meant that all the power would be passed on to him. Looking straight ahead, Oliver added that he would also have information that no one else would know, and whether she believed him or not was up to her, but it would be strange not to take the opportunity to get a precious gold ring. Looking straight at him after hearing everything, Emma said that she asked because she did not want to risk her life by trusting information from an unverified source. But since it was about a gold ring, it was different. The security bureau worker then concluded with a wide smile on her face that it would be crazy to refuse. Looking straight at her after receiving the answer, Oliver said that they had an agreement then. He then announced that they were now heading to the lawless zone of Inchan, as the story gradually shifted to a ruined street with unfinished houses. Leaning out of the car window, Oliver mused that the author had gotten the hint and was asking him to create a suitable demon. Sitting right behind the wheel of the car, Emma hoped that it would not be too strong, which the boy agreed with. Suddenly, the system notification window appeared, notifying about the vice demon that was confirmed, and showed the explanation that when the other world exploded, demons descended on the outside world, and among them, there is a noble class consisting of powerful beings with the extermination level, and demons of this level have appeared 12 times, 9 of which they were destroyed, and also the gold ring was refined. Looking away, the protagonist reasoned that this was great, and for his idea, he will be rewarded with a gold ring in the next chapter. At this time, the security bureau worker was a little scared, thinking that escorting unverified people into a lawless area was a crime, and if they were caught, she would definitely be fired. With her hand gripping the steering wheel, she knew that if she succeeded, she would get both the gold ring and Oliver. Continuing to drive her car at high speed, the blue-haired girl thought that government officials got rid of criminals for the sake of the country, to ensure social stability, and this was very important in the past, but not anymore. Looking straight ahead, Emma reasoned that the world is now driven by force, and she was given the perfect opportunity to cast aside all prejudices. Glancing sharply to the side, the security bureau worker thought that in any case, she had agreed not only for the ring. Looking directly at the smiling boy, she realized that she was also curious or even envious, because this young martial artist appeared suddenly, bringing new colors to the boring everyday life. Oliver noticed this immediately and, looking back at her, asked if he was really that attractive. At that moment, the car's wheels stopped spinning. Emma looked straight at him in shock and asked what he was even saying, thinking that she was helping him not only because of the gold ring, and that she was only attracted to him because of his strength. Hearing this, the boy thought that she was still a girl and said that she was looking at him very closely, to which she replied that they had arrived, so they needed to get out of the car. Right in front of them, the guys saw a dilapidated building, until the system promised that these were the outskirts of Inchan, and Inchan itself was a lawless zone that was located on the territory of their country. While the guys were examining the destroyed streets of this place, the system also told them that, however, it practically waved its hand at her, demonstrating its disdain in every possible way. Oliver looked around, thinking that there was enough space to hold the event without affecting the city center, while Emma was searching for something in the trunk of her car, saying that it was safer to leave the car and continue on foot. Taking her ID, the security bureau worker asked him if he had heard of Inchan and if he knew what kind of place it was. Then the blue-haired girl put on a bulletproof vest, telling him that he would be killed there alone, so he should stay close. Seeing how Emma had transformed, the protagonist noted that she was immediately obvious that she was an agent. At that moment, a system notification window appeared out of nowhere, notifying that the security bureau had been augmented, and explained that the bureau had high morale, and if an agent was harmed by a person or another institution, the investigation would be carried out at the level of the entire organization. Looking up in surprise, Oliver was thinking that the author always approaches the development of the world with all his heart, when suddenly the security bureau worker standing right in front of him asked where they should go. Standing in place, the boy suddenly answered that they needed to go to the old GM Dam industrial complex because they needed to check it out. Looking down a little, the protagonist was thinking that it was high time to choose the place where the rings were, when suddenly Harry said that this was great, and he had a great idea. A moment later, the notification window of the system announced that the GM Dam industrial complex in Inchan had been added, and Oliver, seeing this, thought that he felt somehow uneasy. At this time, the divine writer with a look full of enthusiasm declared that this place would be the most dangerous in the country because a doomed knight with 2 golden rings was hiding there. Then he imagined a girl with red hair and horns right on her head, and the plot announced that a doomed princess knight, the daughter of the demon queen, Julie, had been added. Looking dumbfoundedly straight at the author of the web novel, the boy said that he asked for a proper demon, not a boss, to which the author explained that when it's too easy, it gets boring, they need something interesting. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction after what had happened, the protagonist thought that he was always like this, and the difficulty was already too high, but there was no choice. Looking menacingly to the side, Oliver realized that he would have to lower it himself. Immediately after that, the boy, holding his hand straight out in front of him, turned to the agent and began an honest conversation about the 2 rings he was talking about. Looking straight at Emma, who was in front of him, the protagonist added that they were currently in the demoness' possession, which greatly surprised his ally. Then her surprised cry was heard throughout the area. Throwing her hands out to the sides, the blue-haired girl could not believe that they were really in the demoness' possession, and asked why he only told her now, because if she had known, she would not have come. Looking straight ahead, Oliver asked her not to worry, because she was still weakened, and even if she was not, it would not change anything. Hearing this, Emma grabbed her head, saying that she also had to confess something, to which the boy asked if she had really been hiding something too. The boy put his hand out in front of him and asked that she brought him there not only because of the rings but also because she was ordered to recruit him into the service, and the security bureau worker, hearing this, did not know what to say. A moment later, the blue-haired girl, putting her hands on her waist, gave a positive answer, explaining that the security bureau has a secret organization called Black Sun, which is preparing a squad of destructive force, and they need it so that they can resist demons with the extermination level. At that moment, a system notification window appeared out of nowhere, notifying that the Black Sun organization was added to the security bureau. Putting her hand out in front of her, Emma offered to join them to work together. Hearing this, Oliver closed his eyes, thinking that he was pressing again with his security bureau, and now he also added a secret organization, and the author is definitely in his repertoire, but all this is meaningless for the protagonist, who returned in time. Suddenly, the boy looked forward with a serious gaze, concluding that he had inherited not only Ilyang Chiljik, but also the legend of the demons, so she did not need to worry. Then he thought that he could not reveal all the details, but he sounded convincingly important, and added that all she had to do was lead him, and the security bureau worker, hearing this, was very dumbfounded. The protagonist, pointing his finger at himself, concluded that he would deal with the extermination-level demons on his own. Immediately after that, Oliver passed by her and asked her to hurry up. Slowly walking straight down the street, the boy declared that the golden rings were already close, contemplating that a lone hero looked cool from behind. At the same time, he had to warn the warning system that the strongest in the world would only cry himself. Chapter 7 is 100% complete. Suddenly, Harry's voice was heard saying that it might be fun, but it wouldn't end there, and the protagonist was very surprised to hear this. At this time, pigeons were flying right in the sky. The blue-haired girl, looking straight ahead, asked what it was and what he was doing. Hearing this, Oliver shook his head from side to side in confusion, while the divine writer explained that if he disrupted the flow of history, chaos would begin. The web novel author, who suddenly appeared right in front of him, explained that he was supposed to go to the security bureau, then become a member of the Black Sun, and overcome some drama, eventually conquering the world. Then he added that for some reason he was resisting, and Oliver, at this time, looked straight ahead confused. Reaching out his hand, Harry concluded that he liked watching him, but that he was invading his area of responsibility was not good, and asked him not to do it again. Suddenly, the divine writer looked straight ahead, declaring that the author was not the protagonist, but he was. At the same moment, Oliver asked that he had not thought out the story in advance, which greatly surprised the author of the web novel. Pointing his finger directly at him with displeasure, the boy explained that he wanted to say that his writing style was boring. For a while, the protagonist continued to simply point his finger directly at Harry with malice. With his hands in his pockets, the divine writer asked if he was boring in some way. Realizing what he had just said, Oliver became very upset, thinking that this was not something that should be said to a person with his mentality, and tried to find an excuse. Looking straight ahead, threateningly, the divine writer stated that there were rumors that a secret organization, the Security Bureau, was involved in this, and asked him to remember the name. Throwing his hands out in displeasure after hearing this, the boy said that the work was called The Strongest in the World Only Cares About Himself, and asked if he should give his life to a government organization. Pointing his finger straight ahead, the author of the web novel concluded that it was up to him to decide, and the protagonist replied that when he interfered at his own discretion, he himself could not play the role of the main character. At that moment, Harry said that he did not need to do this, turning Oliver directly into Emma, which greatly shocked him. Angrily clenching his hand into a fist, Oliver asked what was happening and asked him to calm down. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy in the form of a girl asked to return him back to his body. Stunned, looking straight at him, Harry did not understand what had happened. Standing right in front of the reincarnated protagonist, the author of the novel would explain that everything was messed up because of him, and it was a disaster, and the latter, hearing this, would ask what he was even saying. Then the divine writer would conclude that he had already told that he had inherited the legend of demons and would ask how he could do that without thinking about the consequences. And Oliver, looking straight ahead menacingly, would declare that he could beat him. While Harry, not understanding how he would do it, was sobbing, the boy would look at himself in surprise, saying that he had returned. Then the protagonist, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, would remark that he was doing well, and that unpredictability was the strongest and most charming side of this novel. Then he would ask him if he understood that in order to succeed, he had to preserve it, while the author of the novel listened attentively to him. Looking around the dilapidated street of the lawless district, Oliver said that if he didn't like how things were going, then he needed to sketch out a plot before he let his head out, and it was too late to talk about it now, so they would have to make the most of what they had, and asked if things were really that bad. The boy moved his hand to the side, concluding that it was unknown whether the story would be more interesting if he joined the Security Bureau, but it was clear that he had no reason to do so now. At this time, the divine writer, looking completely serious, asked him to continue. Thinking that he was succeeding in convincing him, Oliver spread his arms out to the sides, telling him that the more details there were, the clearer the world would be, and his influence on it would be less. While Harry simply stood motionless in place, the boy added that in the end, it would be he who would decide everything, because he was the god of this novel. Lowering his head a little, the boy thought that he had explained himself as best he could. Looking straight at the author of the web novel with a puzzled look, the protagonist wondered if he got it, and suddenly he didn't, and stated that they were at the very beginning, so minor arguments were inevitable, but they had a long way to go. After listening to him, the divine writer asked with a smile on his face if their argument was over. Taking his protégé directly by the shoulders, Harry said that he liked his words and agreed with them. Looking straight ahead, the author of the novel asked to count on him in the future. Hearing these words, the protagonist was very puzzled. Immediately after that, the divine writer showed him a heart and flew away, offering to try his best. A moment later, only feathers from birds flying by remained in the sky. Watching the pigeons that flew right above his head, Oliver said that he left. Then the boy turned around abruptly when he heard Emma's voice saying that the gold ring was at the extermination level, and now he was saying something else. The security bureau worker stared straight ahead in shock, unable to believe that he had inherited the demon legend. Looking straight at him, the blue-haired girl wondered why he had to tell her all this, and was he really implying that he could deal with her cruelly at any time? Looking away after hearing this, the protagonist asked if it was true that the Security Bureau was responsible for protecting people and ensuring a free and stable democratic society. Hearing this, Emma asked with a surprised expression what the question was about, and Oliver asked in response what she thought would happen if the whole world found out about him. Looking at his reflection right in the half-broken glass, the boy explained that then the structure of the country would be disrupted, a bloodbath would begin, and this happened every time the legend of demons appeared. Looking at Emma standing in front of him, the protagonist asked if she understood him now and asked her to keep her mouth shut, because it would protect both him and the country, and she asked why he told her everything then, to which he replied that she had tried to recruit him into her bureau, so he justified his refusal. The security bureau worker looked straight ahead, listening to Oliver add that although being an agent was profitable in the long run, if he did not divulge his information. Then the girl with blue hair asked if he really wanted to say that if she kept his secret, he would help them, and it seemed that he was not at all authoritative, and the boy, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, wondered what kind of authority he was talking about, if his home was a tiny room, and did he look like someone who had subordinates. Then the protagonist asked her if she wanted to join him now that she knew about it, and Emma was very surprised when she heard this. Oliver walked right past her, thinking that he asked too soon, and explained that it was just a joke, but if she was interested in his offer, she should let him know, and it would be nice to have the security bureau on her side. The security bureau worker, catching up with him, asked if he would change his mind later, to which she received a negative answer. Looking to the side, the blue-haired girl asked if he knew who was responsible for the destruction of GM Dam. Oliver looked at her in response, about to say something. At that moment, a notification window appeared, a system notifying that the view of the world in the past was updated, and the content of the update said that in May, the Princess of Destruction appeared, and the Osaka Alliance was destroyed. Thinking that it was about time, the boy imagined a holographic map of the Earth in his head with a red area marked on it, and explained that a parallel world opened in Osaka last year, and numerous Alliance teams gathered to take it over. Visualizing a huge number of demons, the protagonist explained that they failed to kill the main monster within the allotted time, so the parallel world exploded and all the teams were destroyed. Looking straight at his ally Oliver, the boy thought he said that the demon responsible for their deaths was Julie, and she was there now. Hearing this, Emma was greatly taken aback, asking if the high-level demoness who used Hell Olga in Osaka was there now. At the same time, the system announced that the demon magic Hell Olga, which was one of the great demon spells available to the extermination level, had been added, and that the flames were a direct manifestation of the demon god Rohamarin's power, and the material used to fuel and maintain Hell Olga were the souls offered through sacrifices and sales. The security bureau worker wondered if he really believed that he could defeat her, and the boy looked away, thinking that they were saying that she was much weaker now, and hoping that it was true, asking if they really thought he could defeat her, and explaining that she was overestimating him. Imagining a magical barrier in his mind, wrapped in a huge number of chains, the protagonist declared that they would seal her. Looking straight at his ally, Oliver explained that defeating and sealing were not the same thing, and in any case, there was nothing to worry about, and thought that it was even more beneficial for him. Noticing the approach of unknown people, the boy noted that right now they should be more afraid of street thugs. A moment later, these same warriors rushed straight towards him. A combat knife flew forward at great speed. Noticing this, the girl with blue hair became wary. Suddenly, a deft blow landed right on the guy's face. After receiving damage, the bandit flew back. Standing on one leg after the attack, Oliver greeted his uninvited guests. Suddenly looking to the side, the boy asked if the security bureau agent should not be safe. In response to this, Emma replied that she did not say that there would be no idiots who would want to attack them, when suddenly the enemy appeared right behind her. Noticing this, the protagonist suddenly rushed forward. A moment later, he neutralized the attacker of the girl with blue hair. Immediately after that, Oliver slammed him into the ground with great force, saying that these guys are too slow. Having completed what he had planned, the boy turned around, asking if she couldn't handle the hooligans herself and if she was really a real agent. Having twisted the arm of one of them, Emma asked who said that she couldn't do anything, and the protagonist, seeing this, took his words back. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the security bureau worker asked if they were new there and hadn't heard of her bureau, explaining that their organization always rewards according to merit, which scared them a lot. Putting her hands right on her waist, the girl with blue hair noted that they were just idiots, and the bandits began to argue, and one of them stated that he said that she had a Rio badge. After all that had happened, Oliver poked Emma with his finger, asking if she still had a badge with the bureau logo, to which she asked if he was really hinting that he wanted to join them, and he gave a negative answer, saying that they should move on. Looking around the dilapidated houses of the bad area, Emma asked if he really didn't know anything about the golden ring of destruction. Oliver walked right next to her and answered that he didn't have much to tell about it. Looking ahead, the boy wondered what kind of power these two golden rings would have. Suddenly, the protagonist was surprised to see Harry right next to him, who continued writing the plot of his web novel and said that now was his turn. A moment later, Oliver was stunned by the appearance of a system notification window, which notified that memories from the character's past had been added. Then a huge number of system notification windows told about the expansion of the golden ring concept, the addition of characters and the concept of magic, as well as the addition of the power of the 7-star tower along with an episode from the past, a conflict with this very tower. When the system notified that the region of the continent of the magical civilization was added, the boy imagined a holographic projection of a huge piece of land in his head. Then another system notification window appeared, which told that the continent of the magical civilization is a region that appeared on the day of the collision of dimensions in the Pacific Ocean, and Dub, Serac, Fekta, Midrez, Aliot, Mizar, Alcade are regions and towers that symbolize the royal power of the continent. Having learned all this, the protagonist grabbed his head, thinking that he asked for additions regarding the golden ring, and did not understand what it was. At the same time, the divine writer who appeared next to him explained that in Oliver's memories before returning, a character from the Black Star and another person from the Control Guild banished Julie and took possession of 2 golden rings. Smiling widely, Harry said that the former received the Thunder Ring and was summoned by a magical civilization, gaining power in the Alcade Kingdom, and the boy, listening to all this, continued to hold his head and asked to stop. Pointing his finger straight ahead, the author of the web novel stated that a lot of power would pass to him from the ring, and moreover, this time it was not only about him, and thanks to sealing a demon with the extermination level, they would get a real treasure. After hearing all this, the protagonist looked menacingly straight ahead, thinking about the real treasure, when suddenly Emma called out to him and asked him to take a look. Surprised, Oliver looked ahead, wondering what was there. At that moment, he noticed a huge accumulation of unknown red-orange magical energy, and assumed that it was a parallel world that had opened, thinking that they had planned for the demon to be of the extermination level. Standing right next to the boy, the security bureau worker asked if Julie was really there, and noted that there would be other high-level demons in the parallel world. Then she said that he did not say that they would have to go there, and the protagonist, who was looking straight ahead with a puzzled expression, explained that he himself was a little surprised. The girl with blue hair looked ahead in fear, thinking that a demon of the extermination level was too much, and there would be others there, so she had to be careful, otherwise they would get into trouble. When she thought that he definitely couldn't handle it alone, Oliver pointed his finger back, suggesting that they come closer. Emma walked right behind the boy, saying that she trusted him. While passing between houses, a security bureau worker asked how he was going to seal a high-level demon and if he had a clear plan, to which the protagonist replied that the Osaka Alliance team was destroyed, but she drove a demon of the same level out of the city. Continuing to move forward, Oliver explained that they had something to withstand the flame attack like him, and it would be enough to seal the weakened demon with the consumption level, and the blue-haired girl, looking at him with a puzzled look, noted that he was very confident in himself. Looking straight ahead, the boy thought that he did not know how weak the demon was, but he should be able to handle the ceiling at least. Finding himself right in front of the portal to another dimension, the protagonist reasoned that if he could defend himself with the fire crystal, which was immune to fire attacks, and then use the blood of a heavenly demon and 12 pressure points, then it would be more than enough. Looking ahead, Oliver realized that, however, a high-level demon from a parallel world was a difficult opponent. Thinking about the author, the boy plunged his hand straight into the portal. Wondering what exactly awaits him there, the protagonist still decides to go inside. Immediately after that, Oliver covered his face with his hands, not understanding what is happening. A moment later, he was surprised to notice something in front. There were strange monsters right around him, as if created from darkness, and the system notified that sworn enemies from Oliver's past had been added. The boy looked menacingly straight ahead, saying that these were the ones he was afraid of before returning to the past. The protagonist saw several people right in front of him and remembered that they were the king of the path, the king of life, the king of laws, and the king of swords. Looking at the demonic ghosts right in front of him, Oliver realized that all of these were his sworn enemies. As if dissolving in his consciousness, the boy stated that they scared him. Suddenly he grinned, adding that this time they would switch places. Confidently looking straight ahead, the protagonist stated that this is what it meant that sealing the demon would lead to treasure. At the same time, Oliver looked at his ally, who was covering her nose from an incomprehensible smell. Looking at the charred bodies of people right in front of her, Emma assumed that sharp people lived there and, apparently, this place was very dangerous. With a thoughtful expression on her face, the security bureau worker said that there was a demon with an extermination level and others characteristic of a parallel world, and the boy, looking straight at her, said that if she was scared, she could go back, to which she immediately agreed. Hearing this, the protagonist was dumbfounded, asking if this was really true and what about the gold ring. Looking straight at him, the blue-haired girl stated that she believed that he could seal the demon alone, but the situation had changed. Moving her hand to the side, she added that the parallel world was now open and that there might be a high-level demon inside, which posed a great danger not only to Seoul, but to the entire country. Walking back to the portal to their world, Emma noted that she was sorry to miss the opportunity to get the ring, but for now it was better to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Before completely passing into her dimension, the security bureau worker wished him luck, and Oliver, looking straight at the portal, could not believe that she had just left, while Harry, who was next to him, was also surprised. Looking displeasedly straight at the author of the web novel, the boy said that he was the one who created her like this, and he said that they already had to go. Immediately after that, the divine writer threw something in his direction, telling him to take it with him. Putting his hands in front of him, the protagonist caught the revolver. Looking at the gun right in his hands, Oliver asked when he had even picked it up. At that very moment, a huge demonic monster rushed towards him, a shot flying into its mouth. A moment later, exactly the same monster appeared, which similarly received a bullet. The boy held a revolver in his hand and fired several shots. Those who were directly in front of him were defeated, and the protagonist, throwing the gun over his shoulder, declared that here they met again, but now he is stronger. A moment later, another monster burst out of the flames, heading straight towards him. Noticing it, Oliver fired another shot from the revolver, saying that there was no need to interfere with it. Suddenly, a strong explosion occurred. A huge number of bullets flew straight at the demons. At this time, Oliver ran forward at great speed, holding a gun in his hands. Immediately after this, the boy picked up a tactical knife right from the ground, saying that he would lend it for a while. Taking a new weapon, the protagonist rushed towards the monsters at great speed. A moment later, he pushed off the ground with his foot. Then Oliver soared into the air, deftly wielding a dagger and destroying his opponents. Menacingly looking straight ahead, he sighed with relief. Sharply lowering his revolver down, the boy made several shots directly at the demons. Heading straight towards them, the protagonist asked if the leader of the shark people was there. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Oliver noted that they really annoyed him. Suddenly, a demon appeared right next to his head, opening its mouth wide. Noticing this, the boy fired a shot, destroying it. With another shot from his revolver, the protagonist managed to destroy the enemy. Having finished his battle against the demons, Oliver sighed with relief. Wiping the blood from his cheek, the boy said that these creatures irritated him very much. Standing right on the corpses of the monsters, the protagonist realized that this was not their leader either. Noticing how a huge crowd of monsters was heading towards him again, Oliver wondered when they would all die. Smiling a little, the boy asked if he should blow them all up at once. At that moment, the shark people heading towards him suddenly stopped. Looking at the demons that had stopped moving towards him, the protagonist wondered what was going on. Taking a step forward, he made them reach out to him again. At that moment, Oliver pulled his leg back. Suddenly, the boy heard someone's voice saying that her playground was there, and he turned around abruptly. Right in front of him, he saw a demoness sitting on a swing, asking him not to worry, because they would never go there. Looking ahead in surprise, the protagonist asked what was going on. Looking at the demon's corpse, Oliver guessed that this guy must be from the Devil clan in the parallel world, and he was dead. At the same time, the demon girl stepped forward, saying that it was true. Staring forward with a fierce gaze, the demoness explained that she was hungry. Standing right in front of her, the boy asked if she was the same demon with the extermination level, and thought that she was not weakened, but simply too small. Staring straight ahead, the demon girl said that he knew who she was. Then the demoness added that he was not precious, and therefore brave, while the protagonist, who was listening to all this, was a little confused. At the same time, the system notification window that appeared above Julie's head announced her fate, that after she was banished from Osaka, she turned back time and became young in order to save her life, and in order to return to her original form, she needed to absorb a soul, while she herself said with a smile on her face that she was curious about his name. When the demoness asked his name, Oliver suddenly became afraid. The hand in which he held the revolver suddenly trembled, and he himself thought that this was strange, and he could not move. Sitting right on the slide, the demon girl was interested in his name, and the boy did not understand why she needed this. Rolling down, Julie asked him to tell her, and the protagonist thought that this was probably one of the ways to make the soul fatter. Oliver looked at several manifestations of the demoness on the site, who were asking about his name, and understood that she was asking this in order to affect his mind. Approaching the boy's ear, the demon girl asked him to call her. The protagonist fell into a stupor, while all he heard around him was a request to say his name. Falling to his knees, Oliver understood that he should not give in to this. Lowering his head down, he thought about his name. Thinking that if he called it, then the end would come, Oliver, slightly opening his mouth, said his name. Hearing it, Julie stretched out her hand right to him, saying that now he must give her his life. The boy was as if hypnotized, looking at the hand of the demoness, who declared that she would take his soul. Remembering the busy city street, the protagonist wondered if she was important to him, because he was in the world of a novel, and his life there was like a short journey. Continuing to give in to the hypnosis of the demon girl, Oliver thought that it was a shame, and he met her, and immediately gave himself up. At that very moment, Harry appeared right next to him, looking at his charge with displeasure, asking him to wake up, and asking if he would really fall for this psychological attack, saying that the devil take him. Suddenly, the boy vaguely saw the image of the divine rider, and wondered what the noise was. Because of it, he could not hear Julie's voice, while he continued to ask him to wake up, explaining that he was out of his mind. A moment later, Oliver said Julie's name, and the demoness, hearing this, was very surprised. The boy was kneeling right in front of her, explaining that he was talking about her name, and that Julie sounded better, so he asked whoever called her that to remember it. Hearing this, the demon girl, looking furiously straight ahead, said that she agreed to this and would remember him, thinking that this guy was funny. Extending her hand forward, Julie announced that she would now take his soul, when suddenly he said that she was in danger. Oliver also said that the security bureau knew that she was there, and soon they would come to kill her, and the demoness, looking menacingly straight ahead, thanked him for telling her and moved on to his soul again. At that moment, the boy lowered his head down, declaring that she was destined to die at the hands of the shock squad under his command, and there was no way to escape fate, so her death was simply a necessity. Holding out his watch right in front of him, the protagonist added that all of this was invented by him and the author and only them, and all of this was cruel, because she was just a child, and the demon girl, looking at him, did not understand why he was talking so much. Oliver held the watch of life and death in his hand, asking to take it. Throwing it behind his back, Julie called him a madman, saying that he had gone crazy, and she did not want to listen to it anymore. Using her magical gaze, the demoness ordered him to point the gun at herself. The boy, looking straight ahead, said that he still had a lot to tell her. Raising his hand with the revolver, the protagonist asked to promise him something. With the gun pointed at his head, Oliver asked her to go to a safe place. With her hand outstretched straight in front of her, the demon girl asked him to kill herself. Immediately after that, a huge number of houses in the lawless district began to rise into the air, and the boy thought that it was a short meeting that took only a few lines, and he should be glad that at least for a short time he managed to be the main character. Lying right on the ground, having shot himself in the head, the protagonist said goodbye to Julie and thanked the author. Immediately after that, everyone around began to rush into the abyss, and the system notified that the world was collapsing and the reason was inappropriate dialogue, that her death was necessary, and all of this was made up by him and the author. Suddenly, right in the middle of the street, an explosion occurred. Oliver held a revolver in his hand, while a monster fell to the ground right in front of him. Surprised, looking straight ahead, the boy wondered what happened. At that moment, demons were heading towards him at great speed. Noticing their approach, the protagonist fired several shots from his pistol and could not believe that his mind had really succumbed to that mental attack. One of the fired bullets hit the monster's head right while Harry was saying that he had succumbed and he had practically given his life to it, and Oliver, hearing this, was very surprised by the appearance of Mr. Author. The divine writer stated that he did not even bother to listen to him, and the boy, continuing to shoot from his revolver, explained that he had no choice. Then the author of the web novel said that he liked it when he immersed himself in the role of the protagonist, and such moments are joyful, but he still could not believe that he was actually affected by that mental attack while the protagonist was firing bullets from his pistol, asking about immersion in the role. Suddenly, Harry snapped his fingers, telling everything to stop. At that moment, the space around froze, and the divine writer stood right in front of his protege, explaining that he knew that his eyes changed color when he acted of his own free will, and asked that at the same time he did not know what immersion in a role was, which greatly surprised Oliver. Immediately after that, the author of the web novel, with a smile on his face, said that he was very glad that he saved him, and it seemed that then he really was in that state, and the boy, hearing this, asked what he was talking about and what state this was. Imagining in his head the moment when the protagonist destroys monsters with a tactical knife, Harry explained that he would call it selflessness, and he purposefully ignores his words, as if bewitched by something, and at that moment turns into a character. Hearing this, Oliver thought about it, and finally understood that this is where the gaps in his memory about the divine writer asked him not to forget what he told him. At that moment, time began to pass again, and the boy noticed the enemy approaching, thinking that he had again acted as he pleased. Immediately after that, the protagonist fired several shots, thereby destroying the demon. Confidently looking away, Oliver asked not to worry, because this would not happen again. After some time, the monsters were destroyed with the help of purple energy attacks. Covering his face with his hands, the boy thought that now he knew where his target was, and there was no point in wasting time on these weaklings. Remembering how Harry gave him a huge number of grenades and said that this time he needed to try to cope, the protagonist understood that Mr. Author had given him a lot of additional resources. Then Oliver grabbed the head of the human island, realizing that he needed to deal with it before that. Realizing that this needed to be done before she hypnotized him, the boy noticed how Julie came right to the battlefield. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked if she was hungry. He then threw the demon corpse towards her. Noticing this, the demoness stood up from the swing, concluding that he knew who she was and was not afraid, so she acknowledged his bravery and really wanted to know his name. Hearing this, Oliver became wary, thinking that she really didn't look like an extermination-level monster, and wondered why the author wanted him to fight her. At that moment, a quality writer told him to concentrate, which was a strong blow to the head of the boy, who did not even notice that he was distracted. Holding his hand to his head, the protagonist stated that his opponent was an extermination level 1, and she was not in her peak form because she was weak, so he needed to pull himself together. A moment later, he noticed the demon girl walking right up to him, pointing her finger and asking who he was talking to, and she actually asked his name. Using her magical gaze, Julie asked to speak. Suddenly, Oliver succumbed to hypnosis again and was about to answer her question. At that moment, the boy grinned sharply. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist concluded that he could not be fooled twice. Immediately after that, Oliver rushed towards the demoness with great speed. Seeing this, the demon girl was very stunned and asked what it was and what he even called her. Having said that this was her name now, and noting that, by the way, she liked it too, the boy continued to run towards her, holding a revolver in his hands. At that moment, Julie released flames from her hands, asking not to make her laugh and to stop resisting and say her name. Then everything around began to collapse and explode. The demoness levitated in the air, observing the surroundings. Looking at the playground, which was all engulfed in fire, the demon girl asked if she had hit him. Suddenly, Oliver was right behind her, pointing his gun at her, and said that he was there. Noticing this, Julie gritted her teeth in displeasure. Without thinking twice, the boy fired his revolver. A moment later, the demoness fell straight to the ground, and the protagonist landed next to her. With her magic, the demon girl managed to stop the bullet, and she explained that it would not work on her. Hiding his gun behind his back, Oliver said that it meant that it was worth trying something else, which greatly surprised Julie. Suddenly, the boy rushed towards her, pointing his fist forward, and declared that this was only the beginning. With a wide smile on his face, the protagonist thought about dealing with her in hand-to-hand combat. Immediately after that, Oliver delivered several blows directly to the demoness, and she blocked them with her magic. After some time, the boy made another attack, which was blocked. Watching the demon girl jump back using her fire magic, the protagonist understood that she was trying to break the distance, so he had to become faster. Swiftly moving forward, Oliver understood that he needed to become much faster and continue attacking, and then she would not have time to ask him a question, asking her to stop running away. At the same time, the boy delivered another blow right at Julie's magical barrier. His fist touched right on the defense magic. Enveloping himself in purple energy, the protagonist used Form 7 and broke through the enemy's defense. A moment later, the demon's magical barrier began to crack. Then it completely fell apart into small fragments. After that, the demon girl looked at her opponent's magic with displeasure, thinking that with this body, she could not do anything against it. While her hair fluttered in the wind, Julie wondered if she would really have to resort to hellfire. At that moment, the demoness raised her hand up, releasing fire outward. Suddenly, the demon girl enveloped everything around her in bright flames, asking what he really thought, that she would just stand there and take his attacks. Oliver stood in place, watching his opponent, who laughed loudly, calling for more fire. Looking straight ahead furiously, Julie declared that she would not lose to someone like him. After finishing her words, the demoness put her hands straight in front of her, directing her flame magic forward. In an instant, a huge stream of fire gathered in one point. Then, the hellfire spell quickly flew forward. The boy did not move at all and watched in surprise as the fire moved towards him. The protagonist was not worried at all and simply remained in his place. The huge stream of flame was approaching Oliver directly. Suddenly, the boy moved his hand to the side, using the transformation of internal force. Swinging his other hand, releasing his purple energy outward, the protagonist activated the body fortifications. Oliver was about to strike with his palm, and before that, he activated the 12 pressure points of the heavenly demon mouse and snake technique. A moment later, his eyes turned the color of the dark abyss, and he used the transformation of the heavenly demon lotus meditation technique into the heavenly demon pure internal force meditation technique. Immediately after that, the boy extended his hand straight in front of himself, using the third form of the heavenly demon palm technique. At that time, a huge palm magic attack was directed straight forward. At this time, the hellfire emitted by Julie was moving towards it. The demoness continued to use her magic with a crazy expression, declaring that she would never lose. Suddenly, these two colossal forces collided with each other. Because of the collision, everything around was enveloped in blue energy. A moment later, an explosion occurred due to the accumulation of a huge amount of power. The demon girl stood right in the middle of the playground, looking at the traces left by the explosions on the ground. Julie smiled widely and began to laugh. She looked at something incomprehensible to herself, and asked what was going on. At that moment, right above her head, she saw a huge magical purple palm. A moment later, this same palm hit her right on the head. The attack was so strong that the ground under the demoness' feet was destroyed. Dust from the concentration of energy flew around the area. Objects on the playground also flew in different directions. A moment later, everything began to calm down, and the energy dissolved into dust. Oliver held Julie's neck with his hand. The boy looked straight ahead emotionlessly. His hand was holding a little girl, who was enveloped in bright yellow energy. This same power was coming from the protagonist's hand. Oliver was looking straight ahead at the bright yellow energy with seriousness. Suddenly, the demoness disappeared right from his hand, turning into this unknown power. Only he was left surrounded by dust. Immediately after that, golden rings, brightly sparkling with magic, appeared right in front of him. When the boy grabbed them with his hand, clenching them in a fist. Then he opened his hand and noticed that the rings merged into one, while the system notified that, having recognized their owner, the golden rings take on a new form. At the same moment, the golden ring began to transform into a blade. After this transformation was complete, the protagonist grabbed the hilt of his new sword. Holding the magical blade in his hands, Oliver declared that he had decided on a name, and it would be a thunder sword. Immediately after that, a system notification window would pop up, notifying that the lightning sword was a peerless blade made from a golden ring, and the power of lightning flowed through it, and exceeded its power. Then the system would announce that the strongest in the world only cared about himself. Chapter 8 was 100% complete. As the boy was waving his new blade, Harry appeared right next to him, admiringly calling this artifact a treasure. Pointing his finger to the side, the divine writer asked what he would do with the other ring. Looking straight at this magical artifact, the agonist did not know what to answer, while the author of the web novel standing behind him continued writing the story, saying that it would be unbalanced to make both rings strong, and let the second one be just trash. A moment later, Gagarin wrote down the abilities that this very ring gives on his piece of paper, and Oliver, seeing them, was very dumbfounded that these skills are simply useless. While the divine writer was asking with a thoughtful look what else he could come up with, the boy distracted him, saying that he would rather choose from these before he came up with something else. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist declared that he would choose the third one, and the author of the web novel could not believe the seriousness of his words. Then Oliver, imagining a person being attacked by a ninja, declared that what is trash for one can be treasure for another, and such skills can be useful for assassins who need to hide their presence, because even they do not have full control over the body. Hearing this, Harry looked to the side, wondering what to call it then, because if it is a thunder sword then the other one should be called accordingly. After this question, the boy plunged into thought and still could not come up with anything. Looking straight at the magical gold ring, the divine writer asked what could call it deodorant. Hearing this, the protagonist put the ring away, saying that he liked everything, and the author of the web novel spread his hands, noting that it sounded good, and that he was good at coming up with names. Immediately after that, Oliver put the ring on his finger, arguing that he actually even felt proud and now understood why collectors collect things. Looking straight at the mountain in front of him, the boy addressed him in the hope that he was having fun coming up with names and functions for the treasures, and he replied that he seemed to like the last one very much. Pointing his finger at his head, the protagonist replied that especially the treasure that was there. At this time, Julie was right in the middle of the darkness, asking where she was, trying to call at least someone. Biting her nail in fear, the demoness realized that this was all that Rat's plan for her to use hellfire and run out of strength. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, the demon girl said that she had unknowingly fallen into his trap. A moment later, she grabbed her head and declared that she would definitely kill this bastard. Folding her arms across her chest, Harry asked just don't tell him that she was going to come looking like this. Scratching his head deftly, Oliver asked what was wrong with him, and the divine writer, pointing his finger at him, asked him to look at what he was wearing, and that he was covered in dirt. Hearing this, the boy found some scrap of clothing on the ground, said that he would now pick something up from the street, and the author of the web novel, dissatisfied with his behavior, declared that he was the main character. At this point, the protagonist smiled widely, explaining that this was the point, and the best part of his wardrobe was himself. A moment later, Harry snapped his fingers, declaring that he would not allow him to walk around looking like this. Then a business suit appeared right on Oliver, which surprised him very much. Beaming with joy, the boy said that now he can do anything, and the divine writer, looking at him, wondered if the look was too extravagant, considering what awaited them ahead. Then he changed the outfit on his ward to a tracksuit. Having done this, the author of the web novel spread his arms to the sides, explaining that casual style is the best and suits him perfectly, while Oliver asked him to shut up already. Hearing this, Harry was very angry, and the boy, looking menacingly to the side, explained that he was not talking to him, but to her. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to an unknown dark abyss, where someone shouts that it is very crowded there. Then a voice rushed through this space, saying that it is still cold there. Julie hit the ground with her fists, asking where she is at all, and declared that she wants to eat. Suddenly she noticed a blanket falling down right above her head, and Oliver was explaining to her that she was in his mind palace in a sealed room. Immediately after that, a system notification window appeared, notifying about the sealed room, which was created in the likeness of the sacred snake god of the zodiac, and showed an additional description. Looking up with displeasure, the demoness asked where he was at all. With a furious look in her eyes, the demon girl asked if this was really his plan all along. Standing in the middle of the pitch darkness, Julie asked him to show himself. When the boy said that he was right in front of her, and she needed to press a button on the side, the demoness tried to feel for it. After pressing the button, the demon girl was transported to a small room right next to the protagonist, while the system announced that this was a sealed location measuring 10 square meters. Noticing her offender, Julie stretched her hand forward in displeasure. Blocking her blow with his palm, Oliver asked her to calm down, because she might never leave this place, and the demoness asked him to shut up and let her out of here, and also not to talk nonsense. A moment later, the boy told her to give up, because he did not intend to let her out of there, and the demon girl, hearing this, clenched her teeth in displeasure. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, telling about the peculiarity that the extermination in the sealed room protects Oliver from all mental attacks. Seriously looking straight ahead, the boy declared that he needed her. Having imagined in his head the image of the King of Laws sitting right on the floor, the protagonist thought that this person, with whom he will have to fight in the future, is a master of mental attacks, and he is strong in summoning and transformation. Hearing this, Julie asked the impudent little man to let her out of there, and he only laughed, bringing his hand to her head, and thought that now before facing him, the King of Laws will first have to fight the extermination. At this time, the demoness with a clearly displeased expression on her face asked if he was even listening to her, and did he really think that she would live in this tiny room. Suddenly, Oliver left the place and asked to wait, and the demon girl, noticing this, was very unhappy, asking where he was going. Julie asked what was going on and what he was trying to do, as well as where he had gone, while the boy took out his thunder blade. Immediately after that, lightning began to appear from behind the clouds, destroying the monsters. Eventually, this thunderstorm turned into a huge dragon. The protagonist held the blade right in front of him, saying that, perhaps, because this is the greatest treasure, this sword is very good. Putting his weapon in its sheath, Oliver was glad that he tried it on sharp people until the portal closed. Pulling the soul directly from the defeated demon, the boy noted that he also needed these monsters. Asking that she seemed to say that she was hungry, the protagonist threw the corpses of monsters directly into the created closed room. Halfway into Julie's space, he asked her to hold on for a bit, since they were still fresh. Looking straight at the demon corpses with disgust, the girl explained that she did not eat such things. Julie looked angrily straight at Oliver, about to tell him something, when suddenly he stopped her. Immediately after that, the demoness began to eat the monster meat. She turned her back to the boy, not showing the whole process, but the sounds of chomping could be heard around the area. Puzzled, watching this, the protagonist thought that it seemed like she liked it, although a little strange, although she was a demon. Looking at the ruins left of the house in the lawless area, Oliver realized that he had successfully captured the extermination, which would be his sword and shield. Looking at the ring sparkling on his finger, the boy thought that now he could use deodorant to defeat the Dark Lord. Holding the thunder blade in his other hand, the protagonist reasoned that, judging by the recent battle, his sword was indeed a powerful weapon. Oliver slowly walked down the street, thinking that everything was as it should be, because only the protagonist, who returned from the past, could wield these artifacts. At that moment, images of mushroom soup appeared in the boy's head, and he declared that now he could eat as many bowls of it as he wanted. Suddenly, Oliver heard Harry's voice saying that he was too obsessed with this soup and shouldn't he be grateful for all the things he had given him, like clothes or something, and he replied that it was he who made him such a fan of this soup. but of course he was grateful. Showing his thumb up, the boy added that he was also very grateful. Then the protagonist noticed the absence of his artifact on his hand. Oliver waved his hand in fear, stating that the clock of life and death was gone, as well as his dark core, and the revolver was gone, while the divine writer asked if he had just noticed it. Immediately after that, the boy grabbed his head, asking if the hellfire had destroyed them, and then why did he do all this if he had lost them? Then the protagonist began to look around at all the ruins around him, saying that he had literally walked through hell and this could not be, and asking where they were. Suddenly, Oliver froze in place, hearing someone's voice addressing the little man and asking if he wanted help. It was Julie, who was wiping the blood from her face, saying that she did not know what he was looking for there. Staring menacingly ahead, the demoness noted that one head was good, but two were better. The girl bit her horn. She looked away. Julie was sitting on the floor. She raised her head. The girl silently looked forward. Stretching her hand to the side, she thought about the sensation of touching the floor. The fabric was lying on the floor. The thought arose that a blanket could be touched. Julie grinned and thought that even the air she breathed. Sitting in the middle of the room, she added that all this was created by someone's will, and meant that someone deliberately wanted to imprison her here. Frowning, the girl thought about the fact that on an instinctive level, she felt that there was no way out of here. The demons looked straight ahead. The thought arose that the Supreme Demon Duke, the King of Songs, the Demon Duke King of Fishing and the King of Cooking. A flame appeared in front of the monster, and the girl thought that even the great demon would not be able to leave this place. The hero raised his eyebrows. The thought arose that if he did not want it. Frowning, Julie thought how she wanted to tear this bastard to shreds, but there was only one way out of here. The girl smirked and said she didn't know what he was looking for. Looking straight ahead, she said that two heads were better than one. The protagonist stepped forward and asked where they had disappeared to. Sitting on the floor, he said it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Oliver lowered his head and thought about what was most annoying, that he was wasting precious time on this. Raising her head up, Julie shouted that he didn't hear her. She said she could help. Having passed through the barrier, the hero asked why he was shouting. Okay, he was listening to her. How could she help him? Smiling, the girl replied that if she freed her, she would definitely find what he had lost. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that he wouldn't say anything more. Why should he do this? Let him leave her alone. To which Julie shouted that he could shove her back in there, so he had nothing to worry about. Oliver looked away and replied that he should continue. The girl clenched her teeth and thought that only she could save herself. Holding the horn, she added that she needed to do it, she had to, and then said that she could split her soul into pieces. The hero frowned when he heard that he would give a piece to her. The horn appeared. It was said that it was quite difficult to obtain a soul fragment, because they became a powerful pledge and seal. The monster stretched out his hand forward. A thought appeared that only a high-ranking demon who inherited the blood of the Empress was able to split the soul into pieces. Therefore, if the demon did this, then he swore to share his fate with him, and became bound by bonds that were stronger than marriage. The girl's hands trembled and she thought that right now she had no idea how to return the soul fragment back in the future, or how to escape from this prison. The hero looked away, and she thought that but this man seemed to be worthy of a great future. Julie frowned and thought that she was sure that he would be able to dramatically affect the whole world. Holding the horn, she added that and find out the whole truth about him, and then she might be able to find out how to get out of this damn cage. The girl opened her eyes wide. She held the horn in her hands. Her horn was broken. Julie frowned and thought that she could not believe that this kid became her Estella. The protagonist looked surprised. Hearing that he should take it, a notification appeared that the worldview was added, the reason for adding that he could not believe that this kid became her Estella. Oliver smirked and said that it worked. Looking straight ahead, he asked that he was now her Estella. Yes. Clenching her fists, the girl turned. Standing behind him, the guy asked that she was now his heroine, did not want to see her in this role. Frowning, the hero said that he should just try writing something like that, to which Harry replied that she was already a full-fledged adult demon, if anything. A view of the city opened up. Sitting on the rubble, the protagonist thought. The girl ran around. The thought appeared that he was of course right, but would everything be okay? Julie leaned over, and Oliver thought that now she looked like a child. The girl put her hand to her face, and he added that he was sure that her original form was completely different. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that she had found it. Pointing to the sphere, Julie asked what he was looking for. The ball was emitting a glow. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he had indeed found it. Great, it really was destruction, to which the girl asked, what of course, and what did he expect, what would they look for next? Raising his finger up, the protagonist said that it was a drink of life and death. The watch was probably broken, but they needed to find not the watch, but what was inside, to which Julie asked what was inside. The girl looked in surprise, hearing that the treasure was from the world of martial arts. It had the same effect as the elixir, to which she replied that for a moron it was very impressive. Oliver smirked and said that he didn't think that was the right way to address his Estella, to which she asked again. The guy closed his eyes, hearing that he should come here, to which he replied that it was charming. The hero was sorting through the debris. Messages about Manhwa appeared. The girl stretched her arms forward. They stood next to each other. A view of the city opened up. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist heard that they could definitely find it. Even if it was an elixir, it was still too difficult. Looking at the girl, he thought that she was probably tired. When he caught her, she was already exhausted, so she also had to go through a fight with him, sealing, making a contract and finding a drink. Julie evaporated, hearing that she should rest, let her return to the room. If he needed her, he would definitely call, to which she responded approvingly. The girl was sleeping on the floor. It was heard that he thought that she would not return without a fight. The protagonist lowered his head and said okay, then thought he should find a drink before chapter 10 began. Oliver looked at him in amazement and asked what already. The gun was pointed at him. The hero turned around sharply and thought it was from behind. A shot rang out in the middle of the city. A bright flame appeared. It was heard that he would not be able to dodge the bullet. Throwing his hand forward, the protagonist said that he could melt them in midair with the protective energy of heavenly fire. Smiling, Harry said that was great, and he was wondering how he would resist modern weapons, to which Oliver thought that seriously, he still hadn't written the rules of this world. Clenching his fist, the hero asked who the hell he was. Frowning, he added that he was really one of the members of the Dark Star group. The soldier held the gun in his hands. The thought occurred that before returning to the past he met one of these. This soldier looks exactly like a member of the group. Suddenly, he pointed the gun. Shots rang out in the city. An abandoned construction site opened up. The hero quickly ran after the soldier. The soldier shot back at him. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that he told him that this would not work on him, and then thought that he was keeping the optimal distance so that he could not reach him with his martial arts skills. It seems that he really is from the Dark Star group. The soldier looked at him. He reloaded the magazine. Oliver's eyes widened and said that it was the same. The hero quickly ran forward. The thought occurred that demonic bullets. He was using such expensive ammunition. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist exclaimed. He slid along the ground. Suddenly, Oliver jumped up. Looking at the soldier, he thought that he would stop using defensive energy and focus on restoring internal energy. Suddenly, the fighter looked at him in amazement. The hero's gaze froze in place. The protagonist abruptly knocked his weapon away. He extended his hand forward. Oliver abruptly grabbed the soldier. He slammed him to the ground. The fighter rolled his eyes. The hero looked at him. He looked down. Standing over the soldier, the protagonist said that he attacked first, and he probably knows the rules of the martial arts world, right? Suddenly, the fighters surrounded him. Oliver looked to the side. The people were holding weapons in their hands. The thought arose that there were 2 squads of stormtroopers here. I am sure that snipers were also sitting nearby. It will be difficult. Frowning, the hero thought that he was adding these explanations on purpose to irritate him. The protagonist looked to the side, hearing that why not just give up. He took a step forward. The captain was walking towards the protagonist. Frowning, he said that he should explain his relationship with the extermination. Oliver looked away in confusion. A view of the building opened up. The hero was holding the ball in his hands. He was wearing a watch on his hand. The protagonist picked up the phone. He touched the phone screen. Oliver was sitting on the bed. Looking straight ahead, he was thinking that seriously it was difficult, because they just screwed up, because they lost the potion of life and death. Standing up, the hero added that he hoped he really fixed everything in this chapter, even the action scenes, so everything should be fine. The protagonist lowered his head and asked what he was supposed to fight with him. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. He frowned and thought about this annoying brat. The fighter whispered something in the commander's ear. Stretching his hand out to the side, he said that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding, admitting that they had been a bit hasty. They didn't think he had captured extermination. They thought he was under her spell, to which the hero replied that it didn't really matter. He forgave them, and now let them help him find something. Frowning, the commander said that he didn't like the tone he was speaking with. The protagonist turned around abruptly. The fighters were sitting on the ground. Oliver smiled and said that, as they say, the more hands, the easier. Clenching his fist, the guy asked what it was, the trophy he received after defeating extermination, to which the hero replied that no, it was a gift from the Golden Spring Kingdom. The young man looked in amazement, hearing that by the way, before he left, he would give him a ride to the Chonil hospital. He needed to see him. His eyes widened as he thought that of the 3 most influential people in the Golden Spring Kingdom, he knew 2 of them and could meet them whenever he wanted. It had been less than 3 days since he had become known to everyone what he was doing. Clenching his fist, the hero thought, who the hell is he? Lowering his head, the guy said, okay. A notification appeared on his phone that he should stop investigating Oliver. It could lead to diplomatic problems with the Golden Spring Kingdom, since Oliver himself was closely connected to him. The documents appeared. It was heard that no, it was impossible to fight him then. Jake closed his eyes and said that he had support from the Golden Spring Kingdom. Lying on the floor, the girl screamed that she was hungry, she wanted to eat, she would die of hunger. Why didn't he feed her? Putting his hand to his head, the hero said that with each journey he had more and more hungry mouths. He needed to find demons for her and feed her. Looking at him, Harry said that they managed to successfully complete work on the 10th chapter, but everything went too smoothly, asked what they should do next, to which the protagonist thought that if it were not for him, what would have happened to this novel? The guy smiled, hearing that this problem is typical for all authors, to which Oliver replied that starting a new story arc is not so easy. Smiling, the hero said that he should not worry, he has him. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist heard that he could help, to which he replied that he was looking for someone. Looking straight ahead, Oliver said that he was 14 years old, he was born in Inchan, he thinks he now works as a porter. An image of a guy appeared. It was heard that given that he is a general worker, then most likely, he is not a member of any guild, so he will be able to find him on the labor market. Smiling, Harry asked that he was discussing talent recruitment. The train was moving forward at a rapid pace. The writer put his hand to his face and asked what kind of interesting past he was supposed to have, to which the hero replied that he didn't even know. He put his hand in his pocket. A notification came on his phone. The protagonist chuckled when he saw the message saying not to worry, it would be taken care of, he could go home and rest. Harry looked out the window. Looking at the hero, he said that they could make him an apprentice of one of his enemies, or make him a hero who would stand up for justice, to which Oliver replied that the first option intersected with the arc of the ancient dragon's sword, and the second was boring, and he was told that he was ruthless. The hero smiled when he heard how about that, make him a crazy villain who committed horrific massacre, to which he replied that it sounded good. The man's eyes widened, it seemed like he would be a mad demon who made the world shake. Raising his hand, Harry said great, that's what they would do. Looking away, he asked if he could handle a psycho like him, to which the protagonist replied that he wanted to recruit him before he went completely crazy. The train was moving across a bridge. The demon was standing on a mountain. It was said that the mad demon had been raging for less than a year, but the fear he inspired was immeasurable. He struck at people. It was thought that in Murim, this bloodthirsty demon killed a martial artist, in whose nickname people used the king, and in the fantasy world, he dealt with a dark archmage. What exactly drove him crazy is unknown. A bright glow appeared. It was said that if he had lived a normal life and not lost his mind, he would have become a genius, joining the ranks of the great Buddhist monks. The hero stood with his back to the skeleton. The thought arose that Oliver had never met the mad demon in his previous life, because he began his activity in the Murim after the death of the mad demon. The protagonist stood still. It was said that as soon as he saw the boy, he realized that this was the mad demon of this era. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. The thought arose that Oliver realized this as soon as he saw a small tattoo under his eye, which matched the one he saw in the records. Looking at him, the hero thought that this child was the mad demon. Timmy lowered his head. He rushed forward sharply. It was heard that he was doing, let them grab this spawn. The guy ran forward quickly. A fence appeared. The man jumped up. The soldier fell to the ground. Looking to the side, the man shouted out where he was going. He told him to get out of here. To get there, he needed a team, but he doubted that anyone would agree to accept someone like him. Frowning, the guy asked what the hell, who said he was trying to get there, can't he just run around? Swinging his arm, the soldier shouted that he would stop lying. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that he didn't think he was being too rough with the kid. The protagonist took a step forward, and it was heard that wasn't Oliver. The people looked at him in amazement, and it was heard that she didn't expect to see him here. She heard that he defeated a demon recently. She was glad that they visited Wonmyang Elementary School. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that he needed to act cool. Looking at him, the soldier asked that he was a rising star Oliver, right? He looks even better in person. What brought him to Jeonju? He's going to get into the school. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked him why else would he come here, but what was going on here? Looking away, the man said that he understood that he thought they were being too strict with him. The boy gritted his teeth when he heard that he was from Inchan, and he was not someone he should worry about. He was disobedient and ill-mannered. He was definitely from Inchan. A leopard cannot hide its spots. Standing in front of him, the protagonist heard that this boy was notorious in Jeonju. His intelligence can be judged by the fact that he has not been arrested yet. The man looked surprised when he heard that he could deal with him, to which he asked again that he was sure. The protagonist nodded his head, to which he replied that it was okay. Oliver took a step forward and thought that he must have been treated like this all his life. Looking at the boy, he added that because of this, he went crazy and committed a massacre. Timmy frowned and asked that he had never seen anyone get hit, to mind his own business. The hero lowered his head and thought that he was being rude and being on guard. The boy looked surprised to hear that he wanted to go there. The thought occurred that but in the end, he was still a child. Timmy's eyes widened. The thought occurred that he was just a little kid trying to protect himself. Smiling, the protagonist asked that he wanted to go with him, and then thought that because he had too many scars. Timmy looked at him in amazement. Oliver raised his eyebrows and thought that why did he make him so pathetic, it broke his heart. The boy gritted his teeth and thought that his heart. Rushing forward, the young man shouted that he was not stupid, he did not need him. The hero looked at him silently. Putting his hands on his hips, he said that he was so proud. Well, he knew it would not be as easy as it would be for him to recruit this boy. Smiling, Harry said that great, let him think about how he was going to convince him, and he would try to come up with a story for Wonmyang Elementary School, to which the protagonist replied that he should just keep it simple. Remember that this episode was about recruiting Timmy, not about clearing out a parallel world, okay. Closing his eyes, the writer replied that he should not worry. Looking away, Oliver heard that he had a good idea. Since this was an elementary school, a bronze statue could turn into a monster. One of the biggest fears of people is, to which the hero said that he had a bad feeling. The girl took a step forward and asked that he was Oliver. The hero looked at her in bewilderment. Smirking, the girl said that it was indeed him, the rising star Oliver. Putting her hand on her hip, she said that it was nice to meet you. Clara smirked slightly. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that she was 49, and then asked who she was. With wide eyes, the girl asked that he did not know her. Oliver raised his eyebrows and thought that this was a pretty useful skill. It was high time that mages appeared in this world, and then asked that he should. They stood in front of each other in silence. Closing her eyes, Clara said that he was quite hilarious. It was okay, he would find out soon. Raising her hand, she added that she would find him later. They would definitely see each other again. The protagonist looked away, hearing what it was. They were close. Clara approached him first. He noticed how Oliver showed disrespect to her, to which he replied that he believed she was quite famous. Looking at the building, the protagonist listened to how the Wonmyang Elementary School raid could be more dangerous than he thought. Peeking around the corner, the boy thought, damn, maybe he shouldn't have been so overconfident. The fact that Clara was here meant that the reward for this raid must be big. A mage's intuition is rarely wrong. Timmy clenched his fist and added that he was running out of money. He definitely had to get into the raid this time. Maybe he should just accept his offer. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that, however, he was too suspicious. He found out about his past and wanted to use him as a porter. All the idiots who hired him ended up stabbing him in the back. The boy walked forward and thought that they made him do the dirtiest work because they thought they could pay him off cheaply. But those bastards didn't even pay him. Looking away, he added that but tomorrow he would definitely get in. Looking at him, the hero said that he was still here. Standing behind the pillar, he added that he heard that everyone was going to school tomorrow. The protagonist grabbed his school bag. Picking it up, he asked if he had already eaten. Smiling, Oliver suggested going for gukbap. Timmy looked at him in confusion. A view of the cafe opened up. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he seemed to have guessed, but, frowning, the guy shouted that why there was so little sundae here. When would his extra gukbap be brought? The thought appeared that he was simply uncontrollable. The protagonist put his hand to his face and thought that he was very proud and did everything he wanted to win his trust would not be easy, then he should. Holding a spoon in his hands, the guy heard that he was from Inchan. Timmy held his hands out in front of him and said yes and that he now regretted buying him food. He was trying to be mature and sympathetic but he wished he hadn't. Obviously that's what good guys like him think. The hero hung his head and said no, he just wasn't interested and then asked if the mage thought he was dead. The boy looked at him in amazement. The writer, floating in the air, said that he was a dark mage who had been killed by a mad demon in his past life, to which the protagonist replied that he had heard that he was kidnapping children in Inchan and experimenting on them with dark magic. Timmy glared at him when he said that he was one of them. He was right, he had somehow managed to escape from him. A glow appeared around the mage. Raising his hand up, the boy said that so that's why the mad demon killed the dark mage. Great, he likes it. To which the hero asked what and what he wanted to say. He was sure that he was not the mage's messenger. Smiling, the protagonist asked that he really didn't want to take revenge, to help him. Timmy looked at him in bewilderment, hearing that he had been treated the same way before, so he knew very well how much he wanted to take revenge on the one who hurt him. Looking straight, the boy heard that so if he wanted, to which he asked what the catch was. Sitting in front of him, Oliver asked again, to which the young man replied that he appeared out of nowhere, offered to go to a parallel world together, treated him to food and offered to help him carry out his revenge. With his head down, Timmy asked him what he wanted, why he was being so kind to him. Looking at him, the hero said that he shouldn't flatter himself, he wasn't doing this for him. Sitting at the table, he added that he couldn't tell him, but he had his own goals too, and then thought that there was no way he could tell him that in the future he would become a crazy demon. Throwing his hands behind his head, the young man said that well, he didn't expect much, he knew that people like him had ulterior motives, and frankly, he didn't care what his motives were, as long as he could get revenge, he would be happy. Frowning, he asked that but wasn't he too confident in himself, and then said that even if he was a rising star or something, how was he going to resist him? He was a famous dark mage, he couldn't help him with lousy skills. Smiling, Oliver said that he would show him. He crossed his arms and added that he would see for himself whether he could handle the mage or not. Sitting in front of the guy, the hero said that there would be a raid tomorrow, so he would take him there as a porter. What would he say? The guy put his hands behind his head, listening to him say that he had nothing to lose. He silently lowered his head. A view of the city opened up. The protagonist, standing in front of a crowd of people, said how many people were there. Probably about 500. Holding a weapon in his hands, Oliver said that this was already going beyond the limits. The warriors looked at each other. It was heard that Mr. Arthur really gave it his all. The soldiers held weapons in their hands. Crossing her arms, Julie said that he hardly saw, but this place was full of distortions, let him be careful. A view of the school opened up. It was heard that he should be careful of the statues on the sports field, in the science room, in the music room, or even in the toilet. Julie put her hands out in front of her, and said that there were a lot of things that kids were afraid of in schools. They could be anywhere that human fear originated. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he was deeply touched that she was so worried about her Estella. Looking straight ahead, he added that she shouldn't worry, he was sure it wasn't that dangerous, and then thought that this chapter was about recruiting a crazy demon. Suddenly, someone pulled out a sheet of paper in front of him. Standing next to him, the guy said that he had applied to participate. This is the team they were assigned to, and why was he talking to himself? It was really creepy. The protagonist touched his head and said that he was very impressed. Good job, to which Timmy yelled at him not to touch his hair. Suddenly, he looked up in amazement. A building appeared, and it was heard that they were now starting the briefing for the raid of the parallel world of Wanyang Elementary School. Putting her hand on her hip, Clara said that he would allow her to make a small announcement before they went on a raid. Looking straight ahead, Oliver heard that this parallel world had many others, to which he thought that this was what she meant when she said they would meet soon. The school appeared. It was heard that the school grounds were a large parallel world, and each classroom in the main building had its own parallel world. They would be divided into two teams. The Alpha team would start from the second floor, and the Beta team from the fifth. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she would be the captain of the Alpha team. The man raised his eyebrows when he heard that the Beta team would be led by Peter from the Three Heavens sect. Standing in front of the people, Clara said that when they entered the school, they should follow their captain's instructions. She would give further instructions when they determined the difficulty level of the raid. Smiling, she added that someone unexpectedly joined their raid yesterday. The hero looked at him in surprise when he heard that it was none other than the rising star Oliver. They all know who he is, don't they? He is the one who defeated destruction. The people looked at him in admiration, saying that she was referring to the destruction in Inchan. She never imagined that he would join them. Peter looked away, hearing that he was so good that Clara had to single him out. And who was that guy next to him? The girl winked and said that they usually don't accept people from nowhere, but she made an exception for him. Isn't he glad? He was assigned to the Beta team, so he hopes they will all take care of him. The protagonist looked at her and thought that it was a nice gesture, but she was putting him in a difficult position. Putting her hands on her hips, Clara said that it was okay. It was time to go inside. The view opened up to an elementary school. People were walking up the stairs of the main building. Oliver looked at the person in surprise. The man extended his hand forward and said that he apologized for the late introduction. He was Peter, a member of the Three Heavens sect and the leader of the Beta team. The hero shook his hand and introduced himself. The people looked at them silently, and a notification appeared. Frowning, the man thought that this guy really defeated destruction. It was hard to believe. The protagonist looked at him silently. Looking at the guy, Peter thought that and why he was with the Dark Mage's test subject. In any case, it seemed that he came to Jeonju to find a pot of gold. Smiling, the man thought that but he would not get anything here, and then said that he had heard a lot about him. He was looking forward to working together, and the thought arose that the Three Heavens sect would take all the achievements and rewards of the Beta team. Standing in front of him, Oliver said that he mutually. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that he didn't care, so let them do what they want, and then thanked him. Turning around, the man said that they would go up to the 5th floor. Looking at the hero, the guy said that he was so carefree. Wasn't he nervous? Frowning, Timmy said that he shouldn't let his guard down just because there were no demons in the hallway. You never know what might happen in a parallel world. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist asked why he was so afraid. He used to act differently. To which the guy shouted that who said that he was afraid, he was just telling him to be careful. Climbing the stairs, the young man said that they both heard her. Looking straight ahead, he added that what Clara said earlier, a mage's intuition is never wrong. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she had just found him. She was so happy to see him. Standing in front of her, the hero wondered why she was acting like they were friends, and Clara said that the porter was so charming, a cutie, how old he was. Frowning, the guy said that he should go away. Looking down, Clara asked again and said that his porter can talk, can she give him a reward? Looking at her, Timmy shouted that she touched his head first, wants him to make a real show here, to which the hero said that he is his porter, so he will deal with him himself, and then thought that he should hold back his anger. He knows that he is a crazy demon, but there is a time and place for everything. Smiling, the girl asked, "What is this?" "He is protecting his teammate, he is so good." Standing in front of her, the protagonist thought that she was too sarcastic. Raising his eyebrows, Peter said that they should begin, let him lead them, to which Clara replied that it is time. She went. Closing her eyes, she said, "Good luck to everyone, let them not lose heart." Oliver looked surprised, hearing that he should be in the know. Lowering her head, the girl said that he needs to be careful. Walking forward, she added that she had a bad feeling about this place, so she went up to him to tell him. Frowning, the hero wondered what Clara and the destruction were warning him, worried that they were both saying it was dangerous here, and then said not to worry. The sign for the classroom appeared, and it was heard that everything would be fine if he stayed close to it. Raising his hand up, Peter said that attention. Frowning, he said that they were about to enter classroom 6-1. The man shouted and appealed to the beta team. A bright glow appeared, and it was heard that they were going to enter. People froze in amazement. The crowd of people stood still. It was heard that there was a giant classroom. The guy raised his head and exclaimed. The ceiling appeared, and it was heard that there was a question about what it was. A bright light appeared in the air. Drops fell on the guy's face. Blood stains appeared. It was heard that it was acid. Let them run away. Drops flew down. It was said that there was something on the table. Raising his head up, Peter shouted that here, let them stand in line. Looking at the hero, the guy asked why he was standing. They should hide behind, to which the protagonist replied that he should look carefully. Suddenly Oliver jumped up. People looked at him in amazement. Bright lightning appeared in the air. The guy opened his eyes wide. People opened their eyes in admiration. The hero flew up in the air. He opened his eyes in amazement. Monsters stood in front of him. It was heard that why there were so many of them, he chose the milk concept, since this is an elementary school. Monsters looked at him furiously. Looking at the demons, the hero said that he had made some pretty strong milk. Smiling, Julie said that they looked very appetizing. Let him kill them and give them to her, to which the protagonist replied that he understood, let her wait, he would let her try these milky wits. Holding the weapon in his hands, Oliver said that now that he had the thunder sword, he should use it for its intended purpose. The people looked at him in amazement. A glow appeared in the air. The guy looked in amazement. The warriors opened their eyes in surprise. Lightning flashed brightly. Pulling the weapon to the side, the hero spoke about the thunder sword. The monsters lay on the ground. It was heard that it was so strong. Sticking out her tongue, Julie shouted that they all burned. The protagonist took a step forward. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said that it was not good. He knew that he made this sword himself, but it was too strong, to which Oliver asked that he did not think about weakening it, and Harry added that he needed to think about it. Let him wait. The hero looked away and asked again. He looked surprised when he heard about the rising star. Standing in front of the crowd, the protagonist heard that he was really amazing. He could not stop admiring his skill, which he only heard about. The protagonist raised his hands up. Looking at him, the guy asked where he got such an amazing sword. The man looked away. It was heard that with his skills one can be called an Eastern dragon, and not a rising star. The guy looked surprised when he heard how he became so strong. Smiling, Oliver asked that he saw it with his own eyes, right? Timmy looked at him in confusion. The hero's eyes widened. The monsters rushed forward. He heard that they were behind him. The protagonist raised his weapon up. Peter frowned and shouted that he should focus. They were in the middle of a battle. Oliver smirked, hearing that he should immediately create a line of defense, to which he thought that it was quite an impressive sight. The guy looked at him in amazement and asked what he was doing. Holding the gun in his hands, he heard that he should take this, stay behind the line of defense, and defend himself with this. He should have at least one decent weapon. Taking a step forward, the hero said that it was time for him to go. Looking at the sword, he asked what the lightning was. Grinning, Harry said that he turned it off. It was too strong, so he changed the settings of the sword a little. It was still a good sword, so he shouldn't worry. The protagonist froze in confusion. An explosion thundered in the building. The floor shook sharply. The soldiers began to fire their weapons. Shots flew at the monsters. The fighters fought with the demons. The weapons collided with each other. The man slid along the ground. Gritting his teeth, Peter exclaimed. He frowned. Suddenly, the monster jumped up. Looking at it, the man shouted that damn it. Many shots flew at the monster. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward. He stretched out his weapon in front of him. Oliver stopped abruptly. The monster behind him exploded. The man's eyes widened in amazement. Smiling, the hero said that he took care of the leader of the wits. Looking at him, the girl said that this is why they say that the martial arts world is like an iceberg in the ocean, and the man added that he himself cannot believe it. The protagonist quickly ran forward. It was heard that he understands that miracles happen, but they only learned about it 10 days ago. However, his technique of the unchanging 7 sword strikes is much more powerful than he heard. The girl turned her head and objected. The boy looked up after hearing who the kid was that came with him. Oh, this is Inchan. They called him that because he was from there. Looking to the side, the mage asked why the rising star was dragging him along. He was just getting in the way, to which the man replied that who knows, although considering his age, he looks quite decent. The girl took a step forward and said that no matter how much she thought about it, there was no reason to take him along to the battlefield. Looking at Timmy, the girl said that maybe there was something special about him. She suddenly opened her eyes in amazement. Timmy froze in bewilderment. The girl gritted her teeth and thought that this was not good. She swung her hand, thinking that she would get rid of him right then and there. Timmy kicked her. The girl slid along the ground. Sitting on the floor, she exclaimed. Frowning, the hero shouted to get ready. Doesn't she know where they are? He can't be so distracted. Raising his eyebrows, the boy said that he was completely focused. He told him to watch him. The protagonist turned his head and thought why she suddenly attacked him. Oliver's eyes widened in amazement. The thought appeared that she understood the boy's state. He was taking the first step to get to the Moon Palace. The view of the Moon Palace opened up. The mage crossed her arms and asked what he was staring at. The boy's eyes widened. It was said that this boy achieved this just by watching Oliver's movements. The girl frowned and thought how could he be so talented. It was incredible. He had to spend more than 5 years of sweat and blood to reach the moon. The mage lowered her head. It was said that she thought about showing it to her master, but shook her head, and then thought that maybe she was being praised now. Timmy stood next to the girl. The thought occurred to him that with such talent, he would surpass her in less than a year, thus she would simply create a promising rival for herself who would threaten her status. The girl frowned and thought that on top of everything, he gave her a bad feeling and it was ominous to hide it from the master's eyes. She clenched her teeth tightly. Swinging, the mage thought that she had no choice but to kill him right now. The hero silently looked straight ahead. With wide eyes, he asked that she was going to kill his porter, wasn't she? The mage glared at him furiously and shouted that this was complete nonsense. He had proof. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed her by the neck. Looking at him, the girl said that even if he was a rising star, he couldn't do this. She was Clara's apprentice. Looking up, the protagonist asked what and what. The mage clenched her teeth from suffocation. Frowning, Oliver said that he was an outstanding person just like her, so envious of the talent of a small child that she was going to kill him. It seemed to her that he was not like everyone else. Looking straight at her, he added that she was wrong. He was not born with this energy. The girl opened her eyes wide. Timmy was chained to the floor. It was heard that this energy was an unwanted result of what he had experienced, the disgusting magical experiments of the mage. The hero held her by the neck and asked that she dared to try to kill him. The man put his hand on his shoulder. Looking at the hero, he said that well, enough, everyone is watching him, to which the protagonist replied that he should not interfere, it is personal. Frowning, the fighter said that she said that the student of Captain Clara, if she blows a mountain out of a molehill, it will cause even more problems. How will he deal with it? Looking away, the protagonist asked what he meant by that he should just let her go when she tried to kill one of his men. Dean's eyes widened. Taking a step forward, Timmy said that she tried to kill him, but she got away with it. Putting a hand to his head, he added that from what he could see, he was fine. It wasn't the first time someone tried to kill him, and besides, he didn't ask him for help. Extending his hand to the side, the guy said that he shouldn't make a big deal out of a pathetic brat like him. If she had to die, he would be the one killing her, so he shouldn't interfere. The hero hung his head. Letting go of the girl, he said that fine, let her do what she wants. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that but let him make one thing clear. The guy's eyes widened, hearing that he was his man. He looked away, hearing that he was not some pathetic brat. Harry closed his eyes and said that yes, he believed in him. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that the refreshing action scenes, followed by a cool quote, he even explained what caused the talent of the young mad demon, and as a result, the rating. Raising his head up, the author said that great, they rose in the rating again. Here it is, the comments are overflowing with praise, this has never happened before. The hero smirked, and thought that it was all thanks to him. Closing his eyes, he added that everything will be fine with them in the future, so let him just believe him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that in any case, he was completely immersed in this moment. Looking to the side, he added that he got attached. He realized that he was very angry. Stretching his hand forward, Harry said that they will continue, to which Oliver replied that well, maybe it will work out. He closed his eyes, thinking that in any case, let him celebrate. A notification about a person of another level appeared. The guy suddenly exclaimed in amazement. A view of the school office opened up. The desks collided with each other. Holding a weapon in his hands, the protagonist said that they keep appearing, they are not strong, but there are too many of them. Looking up, he thought that thanks to this, Julie felt like she was at a real feast. Oliver closed his eyes when he heard that he was a rising star, to which he replied that he would not harm this mage, so he should not worry. Smiling, the man said that they actually came to talk to him. Closing his eyes, he added that he was shocked. With wide eyes, the hero asked what was going on, to which he was told that they were deeply touched by his skills and how he protected his man. The ceiling appeared. It was heard that his martial arts skills were incredible. They survived thanks to him. They would like to work for him, maybe hire them. Stretching his hands forward, the man said that they may not look like it, but they are good fighters. They are a mercenary group without a cult. From now on they would like to follow him. Looking at him, Oliver heard if they could work for him, to which he thought, what's going on? He's not surprised that he's competent, but they were touched that he protected his man. Looking away, the hero asked, what do you mean he should just let her go when she tried to kill one of his men? A thought occurred. What do you understand? Dean suddenly looked amazed. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought about what he was thinking. He looked cool, but he didn't want extra people around him. Looking straight at him, he said no, he didn't. Holding the gun in his hands, Oliver thought that there was no guarantee that what happened before wouldn't happen again. He couldn't always protect him. Then, smiling, he said that of course he would hire them, but as they knew, he was a man who valued his people. Let them take care of the boy so that he would not be in danger again. Let them not worry about payment. The man took a step forward. Hearing that yes, of course, thank him. Dean's eyes widened in surprise. The hero looked to the side and asked what happened. Peter glared at him. Frowning, the protagonist thought that there was a tense atmosphere. He was angry because he led the team. When he is the commander, then he should. Stretching out his hand, the man said that this sword belonged to the Plum Blossom Manan, the sect's main enemy several generations ago, hopes that he will accept his small token of gratitude. The protagonist looked at the weapon in surprise. The Plum Spirit Sword appeared. Standing in front of the man, Oliver said that it turns out that he wants to appease him, to which he replied that he can't deny it. This is the best sword that the Three Heavens sect can offer him. Smirking, Peter thought that he was tense for no reason. His face just looked too scary. But nothing good will come of it, he thinks very quickly. The hero extended his hand forward, and he added that Oliver had never taken bribes in the past. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would gladly accept his gift. The thought arose that but now everything would be different. The collection of treasures would not replenish itself. People looked in amazement. Hearing that however he had many new allies, he was embarrassed that he was the only one who received a gift. Extending his hands forward, Peter said that it was okay, he would take care of it, to which the protagonist replied that he was incredibly generous. The thought arose that everything would go smoothly, you just have to show a little flexibility. The office appeared. It was heard that it was time for rest. Everyone can start resting, except for those who were on guard. People were sitting on the floor. It was said that after he saw his battle, the guy clenched his teeth tightly. Sitting on the floor, Peter said that he immediately understood why Clara paid special attention to him, to which the hero replied that he was flattered, and Dean said that he completely agreed with him. It was good that he was on their side. Raising his eyebrows, Timmy wondered why he recruited so many people, and the hero asked that in any case, everything would be okay with the Alpha team. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that they have Captain Clara. She is an apprentice of the Archmage, one of the guardians of the Tower of 7 Stars. She is not so easy to defeat. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked that Clara is really so strong, to which the man replied that she is very strong. Looking straight ahead, he thought. Smiling, the man said that of course, he is incredible too. He knew he was extraordinary as soon as he shook his hand. Oliver lowered his head, hearing that he has excellent skills and noble manners, to which he thought that something was wrong. Frowning, the protagonist thought that if she was so powerful, why didn't he have any memories of her? Looking straight ahead, he added that if she was so talented, shouldn't she be famous, for example, for creating a tower for mages in this region? Raising a finger, Harry said that he was probably wondering why he didn't have any memories of Clara, to which the protagonist replied that yes, he was right, he was just thinking about it. Closing his eyes, the author said that he shouldn't be surprised. The answer was very simple. Oliver looked amazed when he heard that it was because she would die here, to which he asked again. Stretching his hand forward, the guy asked that wasn't this exciting, and not only her, all the mercenaries and members of the Three Heavens sect would be wiped off the face of the earth. The protagonist's eyes widened. The people looked at him in surprise, and heard that Wonmyang Elementary School would become a parallel world that failed to be cleared. What would he say? Isn't that great? What an unexpected plot twist. Harry widened his eyes and asked, that sounds funny, doesn't it? To which the protagonist asked, that he is a psychopath. Looking straight ahead, the boy asked, what for all of a sudden? Oliver stretched his arms out to the sides and shouted that he wanted to kill all these people just for fun. Harry looked at him in surprise and asked, what's wrong with him? People will stop reading their novel if it's not interesting. Why doesn't he agree? He also likes fun. Frowning, the hero thought, he was right. Why did he think he was wrong? Timmy looked at him. Clara closed her eyes and smirked. The man lowered his head. The protagonist frowned. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist said that the plot development would just be very strange. A powerful mage, an apprentice of the Archmage should die here, to which the author responded approvingly. Looking away, Oliver asked what would happen to him then. Looking at the author, he shouted that if everyone died, shouldn't he die too? Pointing at the boy, The hero added that he thought that their original goal was to recruit a crazy demon. He repeatedly told him not to adjust the difficulty. Frowning, Harry asked why he was angry with him again. He wrote that if everything was too easy, it would not be interesting. Let him look at the comment. Looking at the hero, the author heard that he decided to do this only because of one comment, to which he replied that failure does not always mean death. If he is the main character, he will have to overcome these difficulties and survive. After all, he has the liqueur of life and death. Let him do everything possible to survive. The boy frowned when he heard him suggesting him to use it right after he created it. He was sure the readers would like it, seriously. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, he turned. Smirking, the author said that he was the protagonist. He had the courage and strength to overcome everything. He had been doing it all this time, right? So he was sure he could do it. Frowning, Harry said that he believed in him. The hero stood up abruptly. Frowning, Peter asked what a rising star, to which the protagonist thought, damn, he knew he was unpredictable, but he didn't think it would be this bad. The demon's eyes lit up. A thought appeared that maybe he couldn't control himself anymore. The more he tried to create a fun story, the stronger the enemies became, and the more dangerous it became around. And when the protagonist reached a limit that he could not cope with, then this story would end with his death. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that in any case, since the difficulty level had been raised, it was better to get out of here as soon as possible. But now, the people were holding weapons in their hands. The thought appeared that most of them believed that they would successfully complete their mission. Frowning, the protagonist thought that if he simply suggested that they retreat now, they would be dissatisfied. That meant. The man stopped, hearing that he was a priest from the Clodis church, right? He turned around, hearing that he would give him all his loot. The priest frowned, hearing that he should predict the death of people. The people looked up in amazement. Peter opened his eyes in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that those who are here. Clara used the ice guillotine skill. She rushed forward sharply. An ice sphere appeared. It suddenly collapsed. The girl extended her hand to the side and said that she thought it would be more difficult. Maybe she was being paranoid. Clara suddenly froze in place. Her eyes widened. Holding the staff in her hands, the girl said that the tables and chairs on this side of the room were already set up. Looking at Clara, she asked where she was going alone, to which the captain replied that she needed to check something. Let her wait here. Gritting her teeth, Clara thought that her intuition was right. The monster turned around. A thought arose that if what she saw was true. The girl flew up and added that the raid on Wonmyang Elementary School would fail. Sitting on the floor, the hero said that he should predict the deaths of people. The priest looked at him silently. The people looked at him in surprise. It was heard that he had always been here. Why worry? They were doing well. A waste of demon hearts. Raising his head, the protagonist said that he should start with Captain Clara. The man lowered his head, hearing what but why. He frowned. The priest slightly opened his mouth. Looking straight ahead, he said that Clara would die. The people looked at him in surprise and asked again. The spheres began to collapse. It was heard that Clara would die. Raising his head, the man began to say names, to which he was asked why there were so many deaths. The spheres collapsed. It was heard that the members of the Clodis church were not mistaken. This meant that they would all die. The hero frowned and thought that he doubted, but it seemed that Mr. Author was serious. The man widened his eyes. The hero grabbed his hand sharply and thought that in general, this was a good enough reason to get out of here. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that death is impossible to predict 100%. It is possible that everything will work out, but he knows one thing for sure. People looked at him in admiration when they heard that this place is very dangerous. So dangerous that they can all die. People opened their mouths wide when they heard that. Then what should they do? They can't die fighting here. How can they avoid death? Standing in front of the crowd, Oliver said that they will get out of here to survive. People looked at him in surprise. It was heard that yes, he is right. They will get out of here right now. They must join the Alpha team as soon as possible. If they want to survive, then Captain Clara and the Rising Star must unite. Stretching out his hand, the man said that they need to quickly find Captain Clara. If they act separately in a situation where it is unknown which of the demons will become the boss, they will suffer huge losses. The entrance to the office appeared. It was heard that but the exit was blocked. Walking forward, the hero said that since it was closed, they needed to open it. From now on there would be no more breaks. They would destroy demons until the exit was open. He put the helmet on the guy. Looking at him, Timmy asked what the hell he was doing. The protagonist tied the strap on the helmet. Looking at the guy, he said that he would not tell him to survive. It would just bring the death flag closer. Standing behind him, the guy asked what the hell he was talking about, to which Oliver replied that he should just be careful. The hero looked away and asked again. Timmy gritted his teeth and said that if they get out of here, to which the protagonist shouted that he told him not to bring the death flag closer. Oliver looked down, hearing that the devil should not touch his head, to which he replied that he was heading to the center. He needed to do something. The guy frowned, hearing that he could go with him if he wanted, to which he shouted that who said that he would go with him. Suddenly the hero jumped up. The guy picked up his helmet, It was said that before the young mad demon believed that technology was more advanced than martial arts, and magic was more advanced than technology. But after meeting Oliver, his opinion changed. The protagonist flew forward rapidly. The thought appeared that the mad demon was shaken to the depths of his soul. Timmy opened his eyes wide and thought that maybe he could really deal with the dark magician. Oliver frowned. The thought appeared that no, he was definitely stronger than him. A bright glow appeared in front of him. Opening his eyes wide, the guy shouted that he should destroy the deadly prediction, and then thought that then he could survive and follow him. The girl stood still. She slightly opened her mouth. A glow appeared around the monster. The thought arose that she was right. The demon stuck out his tongue. Frowning, Clara thought that this was complicating things. She would not be able to confront him alone. The people looked at her with fear. The thought arose that, however, this was a demon that grew stronger from the fear of people. If its existence was known, it would become even stronger. The girl stood in front of the monster. The thought arose that although it might be difficult, should she take care of it now? Clenching her fist, Clara thought that it was certainly possible to defeat it now. She took a step forward. Frowning, the girl thought that until it absorbed even more fear. The doors opened. It was heard that it opened. The door opened. Looking to the side, Peter said that finally, "Great, they are retreating." The people raised their weapons up. It was heard that they were leaving. Lowering his head, the hero shouted that they should stand still. Looking at him, the man asked again, to which the protagonist replied that he should not pay attention. Let them leave here. Looking at the notification, Oliver thought that Mr. Author said that he would increase the difficulty. But he did not think that he would create such a powerful boss. She cannot fight alone, she will die. The hero rushed forward, thinking that in addition to everything, the demon becomes stronger, absorbing fear, the curse. The members of the beta team are already filled with fear because of the prediction of death. He frowned and added that they need to hurry. A bright light was shining from the door. People were running forward quickly. The crowd rushed to the exit. The protagonist looked straight ahead angrily. Frowning, he thought that he had a bad feeling. Just do not tell him that Clara is already dead. Suddenly, Clara hit him. Oliver's eyes widened. The girl exclaimed, opening her eyes in surprise. A view of the room opened up. Frowning, Clara said that she saw the demon on the first floor, so she came up here, and why did it come down? Stretching out his hand, the hero said that they were predicted to die and hers too, so they began to retreat, to which the girl asked again. Gritting her teeth, she said that she had a bad feeling from the beginning. She could not believe that they would have to deal with a demon. The people looked in amazement. It was heard that it was the boss of this parallel world. The monster opened its mouth wide. It was said that since her name was in the prediction, it was good that she did not do something stupid. She was thinking of fighting him alone, but she had a bad feeling. The girl frowned and said that he seemed so strong to her that he needed to be attacked at the national level. That's why she headed here. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he had already defeated destruction. They needed a plan, to which he thought that since Clara was safe, he thought it was worth a try. A view of the school opened up. People were standing in a crowd. It was heard that it was all over, they would all die. The man looked scared. It was said that they needed to stick together, even if a battle began, let them not run away. Clara crossed her arms. It was heard that they had too little time, but this was the only way out they had now. Dean was sitting on the floor. It was said what to do. He did not think that everything could turn out like this. The guy looked at the hero. Harry looked amazed and asked that he was doomed. Did he really get too carried away? At this rate, even Oliver could die. He lowered his head and added that maybe he shouldn't have increased the difficulty. But if he hadn't, the readers would have written that they were bored. Maybe he shouldn't have overdone it. What should he do? To which the hero thought that this had happened too many times. He was furious. But he had to do something. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he regretted his actions, so now he could convince him otherwise, and then said that he shouldn't think too much. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that if you can't weaken the demon, then you can make it stronger, to which he asked that he wanted him to make it even stronger. But how? Even if he wanted to, there was too little time left. Besides, if he made it even stronger, then what's the point? Oliver turned his head, hearing what was wrong with her. Putting his hand on his side, he said that he would take care of it. Let her just watch him. The hero took a step forward and addressed the girl. Walking towards the girl, he asked her if she had a plan, to which she responded. Clara raised her eyebrows and said that they had a few ideas, but to be honest, they weren't very good. None of them would be able to deal with the demon if they teamed up against him. She looked surprised to hear that he had a plan, to which she asked what was true, and what was it. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist asked that she came here to create a magic tower, right? To which the girl asked how he knew. Looking at Clara, Oliver said that it meant that she had a magic item strong enough to create it. A bloodstone appeared. Looking away, the girl said that he should wait, but not tell her that his plan included the bloodstone, to which the hero responded approvingly. Smiling, he added that he should give him the bloodstone. He would absorb the mana contained in it and become stronger. Frowning, the girl shouted that this was ridiculous. and the other added that the bloodstone was the result of decades of hard work by the Tower of the Seven Stars, and he wanted them to give it to him. He was crossing the line. Stretching his hand out to the side, the protagonist said that then they would just die. If they wanted to survive, how could they stand and do nothing? The girls looked at him in surprise, hearing that he only knew half of it. Taking out the potion, Clara said that she was impressed that he guessed that she had a bloodstone, but he seemed to have no idea what it was. If it was that simple, then why didn't she absorb it herself? Frowning, she added that the bloodstone wasn't like a stone, it wasn't something that could be absorbed. Putting his hand to his chest, Oliver replied that no, it was possible with his absorption method. A notification appeared that the past had been supplemented. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that great, Mr. Author supports his plan. If Clara agrees, then everything will be fine. Smirking, the hero thought that if she refuses, he will have to use force. The girl quickly poured out the potion. A glow appeared around the stone. Clara looked at the glow in amazement. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. People were watching the bloodstone. Looking straight ahead, Oliver heard that it was good. Let him do it. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that if he absorbed all the mana from the bloodstone, they could defeat the demon. If they died here, it would still be useless. The hero smirked, hearing that if there was a way to survive, then maybe it was worth trying, to which he replied that it was a good idea. Frowning, Clara asked that he understood that they had little time. The statue was at the entrance. It was heard that it was a demon that became stronger when people were afraid. They were in a school where there were always many ghost stories. The statue appeared. It was said that at midnight something would definitely happen. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero said that he should not worry. It would not take long. Looking at him, the author asked if he was sure about it. The bloodstone contains a huge amount of mana, so even he might not be able to handle it so quickly. To which the protagonist thought that, to be honest, he doesn't know what will happen. Putting his hand on the stone, Oliver thought that since this is an unexpected plot twist, it won't be easy. However, as Mr. Author said. Frowning, he added that the protagonist's role is to overcome difficulties, and then shouted about absorption. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. He opened his eyes wide. A bright glow appeared in front of him. The protagonist raised his head up. A bright light fell into his eyes. The guy pointed his hand towards the stone emitting light. The flame engulfed his hand. Oliver approached the red stone, stretching out his palm. The ladies watched with their mouths open. They told Clara that this was too much for him. Maybe they should stop him. They also said that if they lost the rising star and the bloodstone, then they would have no hope. The girl calmly said that they would wait a little longer. She looked closely at the hero and thought that from the very beginning she knew that this was impossible. But she tried to believe in him. The hero, clenching his teeth, reached for the light, and the girl reasoned that her intuition told her that there was something special about him. Harry opened his mouth wide and said that he knew this would happen, warning the guy to stop or he would die. The author hovered in the air above Oliver and told him that the human body could not withstand so much. The guy, clenching his teeth, continued to hold his hand in front of him, but thought that he was right. Two silhouettes were shown, where one absorbs the power of the other. Oliver thought that the absorption technique has one important condition. In terms of internal strength, it must have an overwhelming advantage over the target. The hero watched as the stone became larger and thought that now everything is exactly the opposite. A large energy ball glowed when the guy reasoned that there is so much mana there that it surpasses even the first heavenly decree of the original fire, and in this situation, it is certainly hopeless. The young man opened his mouth. He thought that there is a way out. Oliver turned around and saw a boy with a backpack. The hero waved his hand, calling him to himself. The boy ran closer to him, and the guy thought that his intuition tells him that everything will work out. Oliver tapped his fingers on his stomach and chest. A notification about the great technique of 12 pressure points pig appeared when the affinity for mana reaches its peak. The hero put his palm on his chest and asked him not to be surprised. The boy grabbed the boy and pulled him closer to the red stone, holding his hand out. The boy's mouth fell open in fear. The people looked at him in surprise and the man asked if this was normal. They told him they weren't sure. The boy screamed, wondering what was going on. Oliver held him by the chest and asked him to hold on, and he would help him. The hero looked into his eyes intently, and said that he could do it because his potential was so high that he would be able to reach a state of perfect concentration just by looking at what the boy was doing. The boy's pupils disappeared as he clenched his teeth. The young man stood in front of the boy. Both of them were ablaze with magic, and he thought about how the hero's plan was quite simple. He said that he would channel the massive amount of mana from the bloodstone through himself into the mad demon. Several balls of energy were blazing around the boy. The boy continued that he would then convert the infused mana in his lower abdomen into internal power. Several orbs went to Oliver, and he talked about taking it for himself, saying that of course he couldn't take it all, but some of that power would stay in his lower abdomen and become his own. The hero pushed the tense boy in the chest and knew that it would be enough, but the only problem was whether he could withstand it or not. The little boy clenched his teeth, growling, hearing that he had to cope. A huge magical vortex rose above the characters. A column of fire and smoke hung over the stone. Oliver looked away and said that it was working. The mana was starting to stabilize and they were almost there. The guy squeezed the boy's chest with force and noted that he was doing great, suggesting that he just focus a little harder, and if he could hold out, he would get the power. The girls watched in amazement, discussing how incredible it was, and that the mana was stabilizing. Clara's mouth dropped open in amazement, wondering how that was possible. She looked at him with enthusiasm and chased away in her head the thought that she really could. The hero looked tensely at the flash of light. The girl turned around, asking what time it was. The lady answered that it was 21:49. Clara closed her eyes, smiling, said that this was great, because they still had plenty of time, but they couldn't relax, at least they knew that it worked. The girl opened her eyes wide, noticing something. The sky above the building was blazing red. People were panicking, hearing something, assuming that it was the sound of an old clock, but it was not midnight yet. The man looked in that direction attentively and fearfully. A demon was touching the clock and they noticed that it was Tromos. The monster, with his tongue out, was moving the hands of the clock. People were shouting that he was standing in front of the clock. The demon's finger was pointing at the dial. A commotion began. The man looked at him and said that he did not believe, wondering about what he had just moved the hands on the clock and made it midnight. People shouted that they were doomed. A statue of a girl with a book was shown. A statue of a thinker was depicted. People noticed that the statues began to move and became larger. Clara stood behind the people, her mouth open, telling everyone not to be afraid, because they were still inside the magic circle. The statue opened its mouth. The plot spoke of silence. Energy traces of magic circled above the people's heads. A notification appeared about a large-scale silence, which forbids the use of mana and magic for a certain time. People watched in horror. The statue turned its gaze on them and said that they were preventing her from reading. It was a demon girl who reads books, appeared to the commanders of the Tromos Legion, and used the book for magical attacks. The stone statue jumped to the ground. The monument walked forward, speaking of agony over and over again. It was a brooding demon man who appeared to the commanders of the Tromos Legion, calling demons and the gates of hell. Clara turned around and shouted that they could not use magic and mana. The barrels were put out around, after a request to prepare demonic cartridges. A huge demon towered over the crowd of people. The demon with the book approached the people. The girl clenched her teeth, looking away. She wondered how much more time they needed. Oliver put his hands on the back of the sitting child. Clara threw her hand to the side and thought about the fact that one thing was good: Tromos had not yet begun to attack. She shouted to the people that they must buy time until the rising star finished absorbing the power. The guy with the child were in the same place. It was said that the people should take defensive positions. The red-eyed thinker approached them step by step. Blue flames erupted from the demon's book. The people aimed their weapons, ready to shoot. The girl looked menacingly at the monsters and shouted for them to listen to the command. Clara commanded to open fire. Shots rang out from the weapons. Grenades flew, exploding near the target. A huge statue approached the people. The girl with the magic book looked at them. She fired an energy discharge from the book, which fell to the ground, causing an explosion. People flew apart from such blows. The thinker watched them and noted that the gates for the martyrs were open. Various creatures jumped out of the portal, blazing with fire. The people looked at this and were stunned by what was happening. The man held a weapon in his hands and looked up. He looked at what was burning around, exploding, wondered if this was hell. Oliver continued to take power from the boy and thought, turning to Harry, how much he raised the difficulty. He kept his hands on the child's back, thinking that it was taking longer than he expected. The magic balls merged together, and the hero drove through his head that he was using 240 years of internal power, and therefore he cannot lose vigilance, because if he was distracted even a little, then they would both be in danger. The guy closed his eyes and thought that, after all, he was almost there. The hero kept his hands on his back and reasoned that a little more. At this time the monster flew to attack from the side. An energy blow flew into the attacker's head. The man aimed his weapon at him. The blade of the sword soared up. The monster was cut into pieces by a blow from Peter's sword. He looked menacingly at what was happening, saying that there were more and more of them. People surrounded Oliver and the boy, shooting, trying to protect. The man turned around and said that this was the hardest moment of his life. The hero continued to feed off the child. The demon with the scythe swung, trying to strike the man from behind. Peter reacted, hitting his opponent, cutting him in half. He ran forward. There were corpses of monsters at the man's feet. He reasoned that he was already at the limit. People fought, shooting with machine guns, when the man thought about how he had been raiding for 23 years. Shots hit the demon's book. Peter reasoned that this might be his last raid. His eyes were black when he said that he was very happy to finally become the leader of the team. The demon thinker stood in front of them. The men looked up at him, and one of them said that he never thought he would die so soon. Well, the thinker attacked with a sharp punch. The swordsman braced himself for the blow, and said that maybe he should be happy that he at least became the leader of the team before he died. The The statue was striking with a huge fist when the hero was approaching from behind. Oliver's eyes glowed red as he approached the fist. Peter turned around when he heard the guy. It was about the sixth form of the sky demon's sword. Beams of energy flew out. The story was about a flourishing cry opening the heavens. From the guy's blow, the thinker was scattered into stone pieces. The man looked at what was happening in surprise. Clara raised her weapon, smiling. The amazed people looked up at this attack. The demon lost his arm, which was scattered into pieces. The hero, blazing with magic, walked away from the crumbling thinker statue. The people opened their mouths in joy and shouted at the rising star. Oliver approached the people and, looking at them, apologized for making him wait. The guy watched as monsters ran towards him. Cold energy rushed forward. Oliver used an ice guillotine and froze all the attackers. A magical light lit up. A blow was delivered to the frozen opponents. The ice flew apart. The girl, raising her palm to the side, congratulated the guy, noting that she felt how he had become stronger. Fate really can be strange and unpredictable. People shot the demon with the book from all sides. Clara said that fortunately the silence had already ended, and that it would be nice if he intervened a little earlier, because it was not worth making the lady wait for a long time. The hero looked to the side and clarified which lady. The girl raised her fist and replied that if Oliver was able to joke at such a moment, then he was in good shape. The guy smiled, looking at her, and said that in any case, she coped and now he was joining them. The fence was closed, and she said that there was no way out yet. The hero turned to the people with gratitude for guarding him. The men answered that he should not worry. Timmy was lying on the ground, and Oliver asked to take care of him. The people said that he should leave him to them. Peter was shocked by what he saw. He looked at the hero, who was heading into the flames of fire, and reasoned that his inner strength had increased significantly. He felt like an idiot because he thought about his imminent death, and now they really had a chance. The statue rose from its knees. The girl with the book looked down resolutely. Oliver raised his sword and said that he had no time to relax. Clara looked away and told the hero that this was not his goal. She looked up and asked him to turn around. There was a demon on the roof. The guy was stunned by the sight, and said that he was finally here. Trolmos was waiting for him on the roof of the house, and the girl said that his opponent was that demon. There is a shootout in the city. Someone runs to the crime scene. Oliver stands there discontentedly. He frowns ahead. He looks at the monster, and notices that the way it vigorously stretches reminds him of the behavior of a small child. The monster stuck out his tongue saying that this can't be, and his opponent is just old, to which the guy thinks that he feels. The monster tilted his head, while Oliver notes that he is strong. Against the background of the red diamond, the guy understands that he is no slouch here either, and that he overdid it too much to absorb 120 years of internal strength, and therefore he cannot use the 12 pressure points technique. But now he has 240 years of internal strength, which means that he is already at the level of a transcendental master, and the girl gave him some potion before he came here. The monster extends his fist, while Oliver understands that he can definitely handle him, to which he addresses him as an old man and offers to fight fairly. Oliver asks him what he means, and he explains that he must have heard that you can defeat your opponents with just one punch, and that his nickname speaks for itself, and adds that he can defeat anyone with one punch. Oliver frowns, thinking that he is somehow strangely using such slang words, although in fact he is a demon, and asks if the elementary school students influenced him so much. However, now it is not so important. Oliver holds out his fist and continues that he was once the king of fists and agrees to fight him, but asks him not to cry later. The monster goes to attack and notes that he is so weak, and he wants to give him credit for this. The guy looks at him in horror. He dodged the demon's blow. Oliver does not let him strike. The guy looks at the waves in the air and notes that his opponent is really strong. The monster is standing right in front of him, and he adds that he is also very fast. Oliver looks at him. There is a loud noise behind the building. Oliver and the monster are fighting. Oliver tries to strike. The monster counterattacks. Oliver punches him in the jaw. He prepares to strike again. He frowns and thinks that it has been a long time since he fought a worthy opponent with his fists, and this makes him remember those days before he returned to the past. The guy reaches out his fist to him. He remembers that he has memories of the time when he was the king of fists and lived for justice. Oliver remembers being on his knees and being betrayed then. Oliver frowns that he needs to avenge that. The guy strikes again, saying that he and his comrades, who were mercilessly killed, are worth avenging, but to do this he must defeat him. The monster stares at him while he continues that he is a fist that destroys dragons. The monster prepares to counterattack while he thinks that he should get out of here alive, while he screams that he is an old devil who cowardly hid the trick in his pocket, and notes that he also has special skills. They are about to touch each other with their fists. Their powers mix into one energy smoke. Against the background of the smoke, someone notes that this is impossible, and the monster screams that his arm was torn off. Oliver looks at him contentedly, asking what he is telling him there, because he fought honestly and fairly only with his fists, and everything was exactly as he wanted from the beginning. The monster stuck out his tongue, asking if he said such a thing, and in general his opponent pisses him off. He screams that his friends will pay for this. Oliver looks at him in horror. A sound wave is heard from behind the building. Someone hits the monster with a sword. The monster counterattacks. The soldier screams that they have to hold out a little longer, and that the exit will open soon. The monster hears a sound. It bares its teeth and glows. It tensed up. The man looks at it in horror. The monster grew and became brutal. The guy was sawed in half. A stream of blood flies out of his mouth. Multiple murders are heard from behind the building. Oliver turns around and is indignant at what is happening there, because why did the demons around suddenly become stronger? He looks at the killing of soldiers and wonders if this is a special skill of his opponent. Oliver sees this and notes that they will all die at this rate. The monster looks at him and clarifies if he is scared now. Oliver prepares to strike. The monster's arm grows back. The guy looks at this in bewilderment. A hole has formed in his chest. He thinks that he feels a burning pain in his stomach. The monster looks at him and says that it was a good blow, and the guy notices that its voice seems to be moving away from him. The monster blurs before his eyes. Oliver looks up and realizes that death awaits him and that it is approaching. The monster looks at the corpse of his opponent. His watch is stained with blood. The bell rings. The monster looks at this in fear. Oliver grits his teeth and notes that this is such a waste. He rises up on his elbows and screams that using the liquor of life and death here is a waste. He heals himself while the system notifies him of a bottle of reagent number 7, which from a set of 20 bottles has the effect of completely healing the user. Oliver gets up. He helps himself with his hands and understands why that girl is so famous. He holds his stomach in satisfaction and notes that this is very effective. The hole in the guy's body has healed. The monster stunned asks who he even is and calls him a monster, to which the guy retorts that he does not want the monster to call him a monster. Oliver rubs his neck and thinks that he almost died, and luckily it helped him come to his senses, and if he keeps his composure, he can definitely defeat him. The monster stares and screams why he is still alive and that he can't believe it because it is simply impossible. Oliver feels a huge amount of noise and thinks that he just shouldn't be distracted by everything that is happening around him, and that all he needs to do is defeat him, and then the exit will open for people. He opens his mouth and starts talking. Oliver goes on the attack and asks him to die. The monster screams, asking him to wait. The guy frowns. Oliver strikes. The monster screams, asking if he dodged. Oliver realizes that there is no one in front of him and asks if he decided to run away, because if so, then it's bad because he doesn't have time to look for him at all. Clara crosses her arms and asks him not to worry because the exit was just opened, to which he is perplexed. In the background of the monsters, the exit was open. Oliver looks on, stunned, glad that it finally worked out, and wonders if they fulfilled some conditions and that they can finally leave this hell, and all he needs to do now is escape. He looks at the carnage. He looks there in horror. The scene shifts to a full moon. The man in the hat asks how much time they have left, to which the second one replies that it's only 15 minutes. The second one turns around and says that he's wondering if the raid is going well, to which the first one gives a definite yes, because the girl and the rising star went together, and asks him if he thinks that there's something they can worry about. The first one yawns, saying that he should worry about the procedure because it'll be a hassle, and asks them not to come back during his shift. The second one shouts that they're coming, and the first one is unhappy that it's always like this and that they always finish during his shift. Oliver is the first one to leave. Less than 10 people came out of the portal and they ask what happened to them. Oliver carries someone in his arms and notes that it is deep sorrow and that there is no other way to describe it, that a total of 531 people entered the parallel world of the elementary school and only 8 of them survived. The officer runs screaming that he asks to contact headquarters because a request for reinforcements is required. The girl looks at Oliver. He reasons that the people with whom he briefly communicated and remembers them and that they all died as a result. Against the background of the city, someone notes that they returned from the other world. The brunette looks at him and says that if he tells her the names of his comrades, then Death will remember them and the system notifies that the church has been strengthened. Harry is glad that she is here because he added her last time and she finally appeared, and continues that believers who smell death can become priests, and that they need to train for a long time to reach this level. Oliver stands silently. He leaves, to which Harry calls him, saying that they have a good story and asks why he is like this. The blonde scratches his cheek and thinks. The plot moves to a brick building. Oliver says that they have arrived and asks him to go in first. Timmy looks at him silently. The guy asks him not to worry and go first. The boy comes in. Oliver slams the door. He looks sullenly. His hand trembled. Oliver frowns and says that he has decided everything. The guy takes the sword. The guy strikes in front of himself, screaming that he will simply forget all this and that he gives up, while the system notifies him that the author is quickly finishing the chapter. The sword fell to the ground, while he continues that the strongest man in the world cares only about himself, which is the 16th chapter, and that it was 100% completed. Harry screams, asking what is happening to him. Oliver points at him and says that he is leaving, to which he asks why he decided so spontaneously, to which he replies that it is as if he himself does not know the answer, because his story is complete shit. The blonde angrily asks again what he said, to which the guy asks if he thinks that all this is interesting, and the author replies that he thinks so, and the guy does not understand what exactly is so interesting in his story. Harry opens his mouth and says that he can ask anyone and they will answer him that this story is interesting, and asks him to pull himself together, because he is too immersed in his character, also adding that he needs difficulties in order to develop and not everything should always go smoothly for the main character. Oliver furiously clarifies about difficulties and is not going to call the strengthening of enemies for no reason difficulties, and that everyone died, and they escaped are not difficulties either. The author bends his fingers and retorts that Clar did not die, that he took the mad demon and got a new sword and even absorbed the bloodstone, and asks what else he needs, to which the guy clarifies who did all this. Harry is furious when he hears that Oliver was just cleaning up the mess he made. The blonde asks him again if he thinks so. Oliver yells in the affirmative and explains that he thought so from the very beginning. The blonde is taken aback and clarifies. Oliver frowns and says that he wants to stop right now and asks to be brought back to reality. The blonde asks if he is serious, to which he gives a clearly affirmative answer. Harry looks at him and asks if he is absolutely sure that he will not regret this, to which the guy does not understand what there is to regret. Oliver angrily replies that he should have asked him something before ruining everything like this, and just asks him to admit it and end this conversation. Harry is angry. He clenches his fists. He is shaking. The author holds out his hand, asking if he thinks that he is the only one who can become the main character of his story, and declares that he does not want to see him here anymore. Oliver is missing. Harry writes on paper and notes that Oliver is an ungrateful jerk and asks if he thinks that his novella wouldn't continue without him. However, he is already finishing the 4th chapter in a row and is going to continue further. The blonde discontentedly states that the guy will regret it when he sees that his novella exists perfectly well without him. The system notifies that chapters 13 through 16 of The Strongest Only Cares About Him have already been published. Someone is surprised that he wrote 4 chapters in a day, to which Harry notes that he tried very hard, and he asks what about the 5th, and the blonde retorts that he will try. The blonde reads a comment asking to read his comment, otherwise he will not read his chapters. He comes across a comment that the reader thought he had found a good novel, but this one turned out to be a disappointment for him, and he stops reading it. Harry is perplexed. The system notifies him that his novel has dropped in the rating from 5th to 6th place, and people are also piling up their indignation in the comments. The author is indignant against the background of angry comments and a sharply falling rating. Oliver reads these comments saying that he told him that he was only making things worse, and now the novel is over because he does not want to listen to him. Commentators note that the author took a break in chapters, but the guy understands that most likely it hit him hard on the psyche and he hasn't looked at chapters for more than 3 days. Oliver buried his nose in the pillow saying that it doesn't matter to him, and it will be a lesson to him. Against the background of his legs, he thought. The guy opened his phone and asked how he could just disappear. He is the author after all, or maybe he doesn't miss his novel anymore. Oliver remembers fragments of the plot and suggests that he misses the events he wrote earlier, the characters, and that if he were in his place, he would try to somehow fix the situation and maybe he can somehow figure it out. Oliver wrapped himself in a blanket asking himself what the point was in this at all, because in any case, it was all over. He lay down straight. The guy wonders if he was too harsh with him and he didn't like a lot of things in his actions, but this does not mean that he is a bad person and suggests that he will continue to write if he cheers him up. Oliver looks at the screen. He remembers the little boy and now wonders what happened to him because he ran away as soon as he met him. Mickey is standing in the background of Oliver, and he wonders if the boy could be in shock because he disappeared. In the background of the boy, he reasons that the generals of the Divine Sun and Moon must be confused right now. People look at Mickey while he continues that they would if they saw the arrogant boy, and asks if Clara could return to the Tower of 7 Stars, and he was unable to use the liqueur of life and death that he was saving for himself. In the background of the monster, he notes that he could not even defeat it. Oliver looks at his phone and wonders if he should ask the author to join forces again. Oliver puts the phone on the bed and decides not to do it because he can't contact him anyway and he'd rather sleep. He looks at the phone. Oliver sees that he has a new message. Harry wrote to him. He clarifies if he is sleeping. Oliver looks at the phone and wonders if it is really Harry or some kind of scammer. The guy goes to his page. Oliver sees his profile and notes that if he judges by his annoying photo, then it really is him. Oliver sits under the covers and asks himself what to do and realizes that he is actually glad that he wrote to him, because they did have a fight. Oliver asks him who he is and decides to act like he doesn't know who wrote to him. He gets nervous. Oliver sees that a response has come. Harry replies that he will regard this response as the fact that he is not yet asleep and asks for a minute of his time to talk, to which he receives in response that if he has something to write, then let him write, because he himself does not think that he said anything bad to him. The blonde writes to him saying that he agrees that he was right and that they have different views on what is happening, and asks him what he should do and how to fix everything, and asks him to simply answer him how to fix everything. Harry asks if they could start all over again together. Oliver trembles and notes that he is crazy and acting so banal, and asks himself if he should just write to him to fuck off. Oliver decides to answer because this is his chance. The guy clarifies what he is writing to him and asks if he wants them to start over, to which he receives in response that he himself understands what he is writing about and that it is exactly about their novel and that he can't give up everything and the readers are waiting for them, so he will not survive if they end like this. And the guy asks if he wants to write him something first, and he immediately starts apologizing. Oliver smiles and notes that he did not expect him to be so accommodating and that this is wonderful, and he should be firm. Oliver writes to him that he has a condition. Harry asks again what he needs. Oliver presses the send button. The guy asks him for editing rights, and then he will continue without an ounce of doubt. He frowns. Harry asks him again. The author notes that he is the author and will not let him cross the line with editing rights, to which the guy asks to consider him the editor, and if he does not like something, then they will not be able to work together. Oliver sits under the blanket and thinks that he gave him an ultimatum and is not going to back down in this matter, and that people do not change. Because if he lists his demands again, then he simply will not change anything. However, he himself understands that the right to edit is a completely different story. Oliver remembers his last scenes and asks himself what will happen if he himself can edit the boring moments, and make sure that such a case as the incident in elementary school never happens again. Oliver looks at his phone and understands that the main question in this matter is whether the author will agree to his terms. The guy is worried that more than 5 minutes have passed, but he still has not answered him. Oliver looks at the correspondence. He frowns and wonders if he has gone too far, and whether he should agree with him differently. He sees something. Harry agrees to one attempt at editing, and the guy is happy. Oliver jumps up screaming that he can't believe it, but it worked. Oliver writes to him thinking that he should hurry up before he changes his mind. The guy suggests that they sign a contract, to which the latter asks if they really need to do this, to which Oliver replies that he does not want this either, but he needs something that will make him trust him. Harry agrees and suggests that they meet first. A flash lights up in front of Oliver. He has disappeared. The guy appears in another place. He clenches his fists and says that he is back. He happily realizes that he really is back. He is standing in the same place from where he disappeared. Harry pokes him in the back. He holds out a ring to him asking him to take it, and he realizes that he now has absolute editing rights. Oliver sees an object in front of him that the system describes as a promise ring, which has the divine power of the creator and can turn back time. Oliver happily takes it and notes that it is a good item and thinks that he is just crazy. Harry takes the ring back, while he thinks that he cannot believe that he is willingly giving it to him and that he must be really desperate. The author is perplexed by what he decides to fix, because the chapter ended with him declaring that he was going to give up and asking how he is going to behave so that the story continues as it should. Oliver anxiously hears the question about whether he has a plan. Oliver smiles. He takes the ring and answers that he has a plan. The brunette puts it on, saying that this is all about him. Oliver continues with a smile that he has an amazing plan, so he asks him not to worry. Harry asks again in fear. The system in the background of the building makes an announcement that Oliver has returned a week after the incident. He stands with the back of his head to the viewer, while the voice continues that, oddly enough, his hair has noticeably grown and that he did not look like a person who was absent for only a week. Oliver looks ahead with a smile as he says that by his appearance one could tell that at least half a year had passed. The brunette remembers how it all happened. Oliver explains that the difficulty level of elementary school was different from what he remembered from his past life, and so he suspected that the god who made him go back in time interfered unreasonably. Oliver swings and continues that this is why he could not contain his anger. In the background, he continues that of course the guy had no idea what kind of god it was or why he sent him to the past, but one thing was clear to him. He remembers the hole in the ground with the words that he needed a way to protect himself from this god, and so he went into the abyss, and this is just a huge parallel world where few people have been. Oliver looks at the ring and continues that it was she who found it, and he was shocked that 181 days that he spent there were equal to 10 days in the ordinary world. Julie looks at him and says that she can't believe that he found the ring of that very one, and he receives a notification that the author has supplemented the information. He reads that that very one is the only god who created their world, while Harry himself clarifies about that very one and that he can't believe that she knows him, and that she really is the character who surpasses many others. Oliver looks up and replies that she is actually a demon if he forgot, and he generally had to find out the plans of that god who sent him to the past, while the blonde realizes that he is talking about him. Oliver turns around and praises her, because it was worth it that she absorbed many demons. Julie replies discontentedly that she has grown up quite a lot, and asks how dare he address her like that. Oliver does not pay attention and mentally asks the author if he is satisfied with the plot. He opens the door with a question whether they are on good terms again or not. The guy comes in saying that he is back. Oliver comes in with interest in how everyone is doing and with the hope that no one cried because of his absence, and with the words that he came back and apologized for being gone for so long. Oliver looks at them stunned. The girl stares at him with displeasure. Mickey is training. The guy looks at them. The brunette raises his hand and does not understand why he is so awkward and asks them what is wrong and that he came back. Mickey is perplexed. The guy hit him on the head so that he would not be distracted during training. Oliver is perplexed about training. Mickey stands in a stance, while the guy notes that she really has become much better and wonders if they were involved in his training. The guy smiles, realizing that they took care of him while he was gone, and now he can be proud of this little guy. He looks around and realizes that the swords are also safe and sound. Oliver raises his eyebrows. Oliver looks at the people present and realizes that the atmosphere is definitely tense, and that they are upset because he disappeared for a week without a word. Oliver looks at his phone and realizes that the order has been accepted. Oliver ordered chicken and beer for them all. The girl shouts contentedly that everything is the same as before and that nothing compares to this. Leah takes a bite, saying that when a person bites into a piece of crispy golden crust, the mouth is filled with a piquant aroma and it is delicious, and this is definitely the best feeling. The girl takes a glass and notes that it is especially good when washed down with beer, because the refreshing feeling in the throat is simply indescribable. She is there and says that he should try it too, because Oliver had a good reason for being absent, to which the guy apologizes for not thinking about him and asks him to join them. The guys stand aside. Oliver thinks that Mickey cannot go while Dennis is offended and asks how a man can be so petty. The girl takes the chicken, saying that she thinks the other leg is hers. She is there and says that she now understands what happened because she sees that he has been through a lot during this time. She continues that they were so bored all this time while he was gone. Leah looks at them and says that this is why they decided to train him, and she notes that the guy has a lot of potential. Oliver looks at them and replies that he knew that they would understand everything and that they used to call him a mad demon, to which she asks again, because to deserve such a title, you need to kill a huge number of people. Timmy goes on the attack, while the girl clarifies if he is really that strong, to which he replies that he is more than, because he is with him, his potential grows every day. Oliver exhales and says that if the guy dies he will be upset, because he went through all these difficulties associated with elementary school, just for the sake of getting him, and he needs to make him strong, but he does not understand what exactly. Leah smiles and says that it is incredibly interesting and asks if he is comparable to the mad demon of the Holy Spirit, to which the boy asks again. Harry is stunned and notes that he is the most powerful demon of all. He explains that just like the Orthodox sects have 9 great sects, the unorthodox sects have 10 demon sects, and that the mad demon of the Holy Spirit was a legendary demon who was born in the Sword Mountain sect. Leah frowns and says that he has achieved great success in the Holy Spirit technique and that he was terribly strong and arrogant. Oliver understands with a smile what she means. Oliver asks if they should teach the boy the Holy Spirit technique, to which she replies that it is a secret technique of the Sword Mountain sect and asks how he will be able to master the Holy Spirit technique if he is not from the sect. Oliver thinks that they will succeed, saying that in fact, everything is easier than it seems because he is the main character. Leah looks at him in confusion. She spits beer when she hears that the real name of the Holy Spirit technique is the Azura technique. She asks in horror if this is true and if he was talking about the technique used by the Azura squad from the Heavenly Demon sect. Oliver wipes away the beer and gives a positive answer, explaining that he knows about it very well and that this is a unique technique that has elevated the Heavenly Demon sect and he would like to pass it on to Mickey. The girl wipes her face and understands what this means. She realizes that the Mountain of Swords is rooted in the Heavenly Demon sect. The guy puts his hand on his chest, saying that everything is correct and that the Sword Mountain sect from the Central Plain should be at his feet. His system notifies him that the 17th chapter has been completed. Oliver sullenly thinks that the next chapter will be dedicated to the revival of the Heavenly Demon sect and he will start by capturing the Sword Mountain sect. Harry happily notes that this is so great and interesting and that his main character is the best and that he is glad that he has returned. Oliver decides against the sky that he will prepare. The plot moves to the Central Plains to the sect of the Mountain of Swords. Leaves block the sky. Someone touches the leaf. A man with long hair appears. He looks towards the moon. He is standing on a cliff. Moonlight enveloped the mountain ranges and notifications popped up that the faction of the Mountain of Swords was strengthened. This is a faction that arose due to a special technique used by the Azuras of the Heavenly Demon sect. Mist hung around the settlement. The leaves of the trees moved from gusts of wind. The girl touched the foliage, after which a message popped up that the main branch of the Mountain of Swords were the Azuras, who swore to obey the descendants of the heavenly demons. She opened her mouth. The girl looked at the moon. Mist hung around her. Smiling, Oliver said that they say that after the storm comes a calm. It looks great. This is exactly what he imagined. Looking up, the protagonist asked who the girl was, noting that he could say with certainty that she was a beauty. Raising a finger, Harry said that it was a secret. He would have to find out about her himself. He would find out when he got to the Sword Mountain sect. They shook hands and Harry suggested that they try together, and without quarreling. The printer was printing documents. Leah approached Oliver and asked what it was, to which she received the answer that this thing was called a printer. Holding the papers in his hands, the protagonist said that times had changed a lot. Turning around, the protagonist noted that even books were now stored digitally. The first document was written about the Azura technique, after which a notification popped up that this was a weakened version of the divine martial art of the heavenly demons, intended for the Azura squad. Having mastered it, a person achieves enlightenment. Leah was shocked when a message appeared, stating that upon reaching enlightenment, a person would be firmly connected to the first heavenly decree of the primordial fire. As Oliver looked through the documents, he thought that this sounded good. It would be easier to take over the Sword Mountain. The protagonist turned his attention to his friend, who addressed him. Leah put her hand on her chest and asked to look at the records, after which the protagonist asked why she needed to do this, since she had already reached the highest level of martial arts. Looking away, the girl admitted that she had a bet with the general of the Divine Moon about who would make the boy stronger. Smirking, Leah said that with the Asur technique, she would be able to defeat him, and Oliver wondered how they could do such childish things at their age. After handing over the papers, the protagonist said that she could take a look. He was sitting in front of the computer. He was flipping through news articles. Oliver was spinning the mouse wheel. The protagonist was watching the articles intently. Looking at the news, he thought that he couldn't act like nothing had happened. The dead wouldn't come back. Oliver frowned. The protagonist clutched the mouse in his hand. He remembered how the monster had attacked him and declared that he would personally kill Tromos. The girl had given him the papers and thanked him for letting her borrow them. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if she was finished yet. Leah, covered in a green aura, claimed to have mastered it in half a day, after which a message popped up that when a person reaches the state of Asur enlightenment, their eyes turn jade green. Oliver looked at her eyes. The dumbfounded protagonist cried out that she should have read it, not mastered it, and Leah asked why he was so greedy and whether he wanted to keep this technique for himself. The protagonist, with his mouth open in surprise, replied that it was not that. The angry girl asked him not to lie to him, and not to be angry with her. The confused protagonist grabbed his head. Leah stood in front of him, and said that if he was so upset, then he should not have given it to her. Opening his mouth, Oliver ordered her to sit down. The girl suddenly knelt down. She was shocked by this. Leah sat in front of him, and asked what was happening to her body. The protagonist stared at her. She started picking her nose after his order. The girl was shocked. The guys turned their attention to Leah, who was screaming loudly. She started to pull her finger to her mouth, after Oliver's request. The girl opened her mouth wide. The protagonist closed his eyes. Looking at the frightened Leah, the protagonist asked her to stop. Lowering her head, his girlfriend thanked him and asked what it was. Standing above her, Oliver said that there is a limitation on those who have mastered the Asur technique. She has no choice but to obey the first heavenly decree of the original fire. Frightened Leah asked how this was possible, after which the protagonist said that this limitation was created personally by the great heavenly demon, so he does not know how to remove it. Sitting on the floor, Leah thought if she releases all the internal energy of her body and completely gets rid of the energy she received due to the Asur technique. A green aura surrounded her body. She stuck her nose in her finger, as ordered by the protagonist. The girl was taken aback by this. Lowering her head, Leah asked if Oliver wanted to say that she couldn't do anything about it. She turned around at the voice from behind. Dennis pointed his finger at her and started laughing loudly. Enraged, Leah listened to the words of the guy who said that she became the protagonist's slave of her own free will. She had always been like this since birth. The protagonist was also furious. The girl rushed at him screaming that Dennis was a traitor who should have consoled her, not mocked her. Watching them, Oliver came to the conclusion that they could not be stopped. Timmy was walking towards him. He stood opposite the protagonist. The boy folded his arms and said that he was waiting for him. The protagonist was surprised. Timmy looked back. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He asked with a satisfied look how the boy was doing, noting that he was looking forward to the opportunity to work with him. We were transported to Wonmyang Elementary School. A girl was walking along the school grounds. She was heading towards a man. The guy turned around and said that she was late. Chloe said with a serious expression that she didn't think that the parallel world that was declared a disaster would be dealt with so quickly. She frowned and asked who was able to kill Tromos. The guy was holding a scythe in his hand. A scream was heard outside. Holding his head, a dumbfounded Oliver asked if someone killed Tromos, adding that it was impossible, he had to take revenge. Standing in front of the projection, the protagonist asked if Harry was sure he had learned his lesson, adding that he was the one who had to finish off this monster, to which he received the answer that the author did nothing, the characters acted on their own when he was gone. Putting his hands on his head, the protagonist said that this couldn't be, it was all ridiculous, he couldn't believe that he couldn't take revenge. Frowning, Oliver wondered if he should head straight to the Sword Mountain. Memories of the mercenaries appeared in his head. Holding his face, the protagonist stated that he couldn't do that, he had to finish this matter first. Opening the door, the protagonist turned to his comrades and said that he would be gone for a while. Looking at the guys, Oliver noted that he needed to go back to Wonmyang Elementary School. Putting his hands on his hips, Dennis asked if he would be gone for a long time again. Turning around, the protagonist replied that it wasn't like that, he would be back soon, they had to take care of Timmy while he was gone. Furious, Harry asked if he was going to go back there after all their plans for the Central Plains, adding that Tromos had already been killed, going back there would just make half a chapter into a filler, to which Oliver replied that since he couldn't kill Tromos, he should at least get the reward that dropped after killing him. Harry watched him go and asked if he even knew what the reward was, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't, but he could make something out of it that he definitely needed. The author was taken aback by what he heard. Looking at him, Oliver asked if Harry understood what he was talking about, noting that he had already given enough hints. Monsters appeared in the protagonist's imagination. The students asked with a puzzled look why the protagonist had returned there. The protagonist was surrounded by children in front of the entrance to Wonmyang Elementary School. Oliver thought with a serious look that he had asked around there. The people had said that the one who killed Tromos was that man. His gaze fell on a guy with a huge scythe in his hands. The protagonist was examining him. The protagonist stood behind him and wondered how he could get the reward he had taken. Confused, Oliver wondered in his mind if it was worth having a duel in which the winner takes all, after which he came to the conclusion that it was not worth it, he would just waste a couple of pages on a meaningless battle. If he could not take the reward by force, he would have to make a deal. But he did not know what he could offer him. The protagonist looked at his hand with a smile on his face. Oliver began to walk towards the guy. The stranger heard the protagonist address him, calling him the Dark Lord. The guy turned around. Looking at the guy, the protagonist thought that from now on he will be known as the Dark Lord, after which a notification popped up that his name was Sean. He comes from a prestigious family from the Central Plains, the second most powerful assassin after the King of Assassins, who dreams of surpassing the King of Assassins. Standing opposite, the protagonist reasoned that as soon as he decided that he would become the Dark Lord, he began to emit a very frightening aura. It would be faster and easier to negotiate than to fight. The protagonist frowned when the crowd around him began to shout that he spoke to Sean. He was the first to speak to the Dark Lord. Smiling, the protagonist thought that there would be no battle, because he had something that he really needed. Looking at Sean, Oliver asked if he could talk to him. A red aura surrounded the school. The protagonist stood opposite the Dark Lord. He asked with a serious look if Sean wanted to surpass the King of Assassins. The guy looked at him silently. The protagonist showed him the ring and told him that it hides all the sense of the wearer. The Dark Lord was taken aback by what he saw. He frowned when Oliver suggested that he knew how important it was for an assassin to be able to get rid of smells. A dark aura began to emanate from Sean. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he had a terrifying tenacity and bloodlust. However, both were not directed at him. Sean imagined how he killed the King of Assassins, after which the protagonist thought that this was amazing. If the Dark Lord agreed to exchange with him, then he would be able to get a reward from Tromos. He was taken aback when Sean turned to him. The Dark Lord looked at him and asked him to say the name of the one he wanted to kill. Shocked, Sean said that he would help him. The protagonist was surprised by what he heard. Standing in front of him, the protagonist wondered what the Dark Lord was talking about. Confused, Oliver said that Sean misunderstood him. He did not need such a thing. He had something he wanted and offered to exchange. Opening his mouth, the Dark Lord asked what the protagonist wanted. He asked him to tell him with a mad look. Sean stared at him and repeated for the protagonist to reveal his intentions, after which a notification popped up that he had a strange manner of communication. Holding his head, Oliver thought about what he thought Harry was normal. He seriously noted that if they could not talk, he would have no choice but to fight him. He imagined Harry behind him, who was saying that it was interesting that his appearance and manner of communication were completely different. In any case, everything was fine with the Dark Lord. He was just asking him what he wanted to exchange his ring for. Pulling out the ring, Oliver stated that he wanted to exchange his golden ring for the reward he received from Tromos. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist noted that the reward Sean received was worth less than this golden ring. He knew this better than anyone. In his place, he would spend all his wealth to get it. The protagonist with a satisfied look emphasized the fact that there would be no other chance. The Dark Lord clenched his scythe in his hands. There was a golden energy around the ring. It appeared in Sean's hand. Oliver said, surprised, that he thought they would have to fight. If he had spoken normally, he would have made a great final boss. Anyway, he was glad he was able to successfully exchange with him. Looking at the bright cloud of mana, the protagonist stated that he was sure he had received a good item. A bright aura enveloped his hand. Looking at the glove, Oliver read that it was an item obtained as a result of an exchange with the Dark Lord. It gives strength and calms down subordinates, heals light injuries and enhances skills. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist said that this is amazing. This is exactly what he wanted. He noted with a satisfied look that with this he will be able to achieve excellent synergy when reviving the sect of heavenly demons. Timmy will also be able to develop faster. Looking at the school, Oliver added that he will be able to prevent future disasters. Leah hit Denise in the chest. The guy flew to the side. He asked with a dumbfounded look how she did it. The girl, covered in a green aura, cried out that it was incredible. She hadn't defeated her younger brother in a long time and hadn't felt such power in a long time. Leah raised her head and asked if her training had finally paid off. Her face was satisfied. Looking at her hand, Oliver thought that everything had turned out smoothly. Examining the glove, the protagonist noted that although he hadn't been able to kill Tromos, he had received a reward for killing him. He imagined Sean fighting and assumed that the Dark Lord would seek to kill the King of Assassins on his behalf. The plane was flying in the sky. Looking at the phone, the protagonist said that right now he was on a plane heading to the Central Plains. Timmy looked out the window and asked if they should capture the Mountain of Swords. Harry, with a smile on his face, said that it was a good observation. They should capture the Mountain of Swords. A light aura emanated from him. Timmy looked at the protagonist and asked if he needed to prepare, to which he was told that he didn't need to. Pointing at his phone, Oliver said that he should study history. The boy began to select videos about the reasons why martial artists participated in the Civil War. Smiling, the protagonist thought that these 2 videos could help him. Despite the fact that he was the only one who could see the author, the incident at Wonmyang Elementary School was successfully resolved. Oliver walked down the street. He came out of the portal. Chloe was standing in front of him. It was evening, and the protagonist told us that he thought Chloe would complain about the bloodstone, but she, surprisingly, took it calmly. The girl, with a satisfied look, asked him not to worry and forget about the bloodstone. She took the protagonist's hand and asked if he was sure that he did not want to join her guild. Jake bowed and asked to apologize on behalf of the security bureau. They had mistaken the difficulty level of Wonmyang Elementary School, and Oliver thought that he was a person who clearly distinguished between public and private matters. Looking at them, the protagonist said that everything was fine, after which he thought that in fact Mr. Author had changed the difficulty level. Approaching the door, the protagonist heard a noise in the room. Entering the house, he said that he was back. Oliver was surprised. Leah was beating up Dennis. She rushed past him, inflicting many blows. The dumbfounded guy cried out that this was complete nonsense. It was impossible to suddenly surpass your limits. Leah laughed with a mad look and noted that she said that dedication to training is very important. She rushed into battle. Folding his arms, Timmy wished the protagonist a welcome home. Pointing his finger at the guys, the protagonist clarified what was going on with them. Watching the fight, the boy told him that they were initially equal, so their battles always ended in a draw. But a few hours ago, the Sun General suddenly began to gain the upper hand over the Moon General. Looking at Leah, Timmy noticed that the Sun General claimed that she had surpassed her limits due to her perseverance. But the Moon General refused to admit it, and this battle had been going on for some time. Dennis's face was angry. Timmy stood next to him and said that he did not know the details, but the fact was that the Sun General had become stronger. The boy choked on his water. He pointed his finger at Leah and cried out that he knew it. She had become Oliver's slave. It was only logical that Rad should receive advantages thanks to his master. The girl was furious. Leah looked at the protagonist's gauntlet and asked if it increased the potential and strength of his subordinates, adding that since she had mastered the Asur technique and was connected to him, the gauntlet now affected her. Dennis cried out with a satisfied expression that he knew it. He pointed his finger at her and cried out that Leah said it was because of her tenacity. Lowering her head, the girl asked if it was true that she had surpassed her limits in any case, to which she received a positive answer. The guy frowned at the words that she was stronger than the General of the Moon. Leah pointed her finger at him and said that that was all that mattered. The fact was that she was stronger than him. The furious girl emphasized that it would always be like that, because he would never agree to be tied to Oliver. He had no choice but to accept that she was stronger than him. Dennis was taken aback by this. Turning around, he addressed the protagonist. Pointing at himself, he declared that he would also master the Asur technique. The dumbfounded protagonist continued to listen to their argument. He covered Timmy's ears and told us that this is how they both became connected to him because of the Asur technique, and finally, before leaving, he told them something like an order. As he left the room, Oliver ordered them to guard the shelter while they were gone. The boys shouted in unison that they accepted his order. They lowered their heads. Smiling, the protagonist noted that they would see each other later. Sitting in a chair, the protagonist said that this is why he was heading to the Central Plains in comfort. Harry looked at him and clarified what he thought of the new chapter. He raised a finger and noted that he was talking about the Mountain of Swords. Since it was equal to an entire country, he created strong masters. The author imagined a mountain range and said that there were 8 mountain peaks called the 8 Peaks of the Mountain of Swords. Each peak had its own master, and each of them had an army, and there was the Lord of the Mountain of Swords who controlled everyone. Harry imagined how the man controlled people. He imagined the girl standing on the water and added that he had a daughter who was his heir. Closing his eyes, the author emphasized that the details would remain a secret for now, but he was sure he would like it. Standing in front of him, Harry asked if Oliver would complain that it was too difficult, to which he received the answer that it was not. While Timmy was watching the video, the protagonist explained that Wonmyang Elementary School was difficult for no reason, but the Mountain of Swords naturally appeared in the history of the Central Plains. In addition, the Mountain of Swords is associated with the Asuras of the Heavenly Demon sect. Timmy looked at the frame with the mountains. Closing his eyes, the protagonist stated that therefore they were all his subordinates. The stronger they were, the better for him. It would be unpleasant if they received him too warmly. Harry put on his glasses. The plane flew in the sky and a message popped up saying that the 19th chapter was 100% complete. A light fog surrounded the mountains. The building stood under the night sky. The Overlord looked at the mountain scenery. The guy lowered his head and addressed him, and then said that the Eastern Dragon Oliver had arrived. The man continued to admire the scenery. He turned his head slightly and ordered to get ready. The evening sky surrounded the central plains. Laughter was heard in one of the areas of the Sword Mountain. The guys clinked glasses. The guy's face was happy. He noted with a satisfied look that this battle was very difficult. If not for his brother, they would have died. The man sat at the table and said that it was all thanks to their cooperation. They were all great. It rarely happens that an entire team can survive on the southern front and achieve such success. After which Bill, the eldest brother of the Sword Mountain sect, was introduced to us. The guys cried out with delight that they were finally returning home after 6 months. They should enjoy life before returning back. The guy watched them with a calm look. The doors suddenly opened. The guys paid attention to it. The protagonist entered there. He was dragging a suitcase behind him and saying that he was hungry. He sat down at the table. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he wanted to order. The waiter came up to him and said that if he was uncomfortable, it would be better to leave. Looking at the men, the guy said that they were from a special squad of the Sword Mountain sect who had returned from the front. Surprised, Oliver mentally noted that he did not think he would meet them so soon. The guy looked at him and said that it would be unpleasant if he got into trouble with them. Furious, Bill heard the question whether they could eat there. His face was serious. The protagonist smiled. Harry watched what was happening and said that this is what he had been waiting for. The protagonist arrives at the hotel and an unexpected fight begins. Screams were heard in the hotel. Harry watched what was happening, dumbfounded. The guys clinked glasses while Bill shouted that he was glad to meet the protagonist, noting that he was a brave guy. Sitting at the table, Oliver listened to how all they did was drink, and people left for no reason. They were not as brave as he was. Stretching out his hand, Bill asked if they were from Korea. Furious, Harry asked what the protagonist was doing and if he was going to fight. Looking at the author, Oliver wondered why he would do that, because in the future they would become his subordinates, and they did not look like bad people. Besides, it was much more fun to pretend to be a weakling. Bill punched his chest and shouted that he had a good name, then introduced himself and asked what sect the protagonist was from. The protagonist replied with a satisfied look that there was no need to be so formal with him. He was lucky enough to inherit the technique of the unchanging 7 sword strikes. The man was shocked by what he heard. He slammed his hand on the table and loudly asked if he meant the technique that was passed on to only one person in the sect, adding that Oliver was an incredible person. It was a great honor for him to meet him. He welcomed him to the Mountain of Swords. Harry stood next to the waiter and watched them. Closing his eyes, he noted that he was sorry, but it was not bad. In any case, they needed an excuse to get there. His face was displeased. The author, with a mad look, clarified whether Oliver thought he would say that. A scream was heard in the room that he could not resist and wanted a fight in the hotel. Bill looked at Timmy and asked if his little friend was always so quiet. Hugging the boy, the protagonist said that he did not yet know the local language, and the man said that then it would be very difficult for him there, after which he clarified what brought him to the Mountain of Swords. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that he had one business with the boss. The people entered the inn. The guy, with a satisfied look, noted that Bill was there. The man frowned. Turning around, the stranger said that Bill should have reported immediately as soon as he returned. Crossing his arms, he asked if it was necessary to make his younger brother look for him, after which the plot introduced us to Mike, the greatest disciple of the Mountain of Swords, who surpassed his older brother Bill and took a high position. He clarified with a displeased look when Bill returned. The embittered man replied that they had not seen each other for a long time and he was going to contact him. Enraged Mike said that he asked him when he returned. Bill lowered his head and replied that he arrived yesterday, after which the protagonist thought that the older brother was good, but not very competent. The guy suddenly looked surprised while the protagonist reasoned that the younger brother was skilled, but arrogant. Oliver's face was puzzled. Timmy frowned. The guy laughed and cried out that he never thought that Bill communicated with people like the protagonist. It was really something. Turning around, the protagonist sighed. While Mike was laughing, the protagonist cried out for him to shut up. The guys at the table were taken aback by this. The dumbfounded guy asked again. Annoyed, Oliver suggested that someone lost their dog, after which he thought that Mike dared to disrespect him and Timmy, he would teach him a lesson. Raising his quill, Harry cried out that this is what he had been waiting for. Mike and the protagonist locked eyes. Mike pointed his sword towards the protagonist and introduced himself. Standing surrounded by his hangers-on, he declared that he was the best disciple of the Sword Mountain and the strongest among the 8 peaks. A secondary character said that the hero had insulted him, and he wondered why the stranger was so bold. While the antagonist shouted asking what sect and what the name of the young reincarnated man was, he stood up and replied that he came from Korea. The protagonist, putting his hand behind his head, introduced himself as Oliver. The best representative of the famous school mentally said his name with shock on his face. Exclaiming to himself that wasn't he the one the master was talking about, he remembered the long-haired man who claimed that the Eastern Dragon Oliver had arrived in the country. The characters exchanged surprise that if it was Oliver, then they would no longer be able to quietly take him down, and now everything had become more complicated. Mike looked at the protagonist with tension, and thought that he did not know if he could win. He glanced at his brother, and thought that perhaps his elder knew everything and was just watching. However, seeing the big guy's confused face, the younger one thought that it was impossible, because he was not that smart. While the characters were perplexedly trying to understand what was happening, Mike continued his thought, thinking that his relative had not appeared for 6 months and had no idea about their master's plans and who Oliver was. Still holding the sword at arm's length, the first disciple of the clan took a break. Taking the sword aside, the antagonist ordered to close the door and called the military. With a brave cry, the order was carried out. Looking at the opponent, the hero asked if he wanted to fight, to which the opponent declared his awareness of the protagonist's identity, and reminded him of the insult to the greatest disciple of the Mountain of Swords. Grimly stretching out the sword, he reminded that the incident occurred on their territory. Putting his hand on the boy's head, the hero denies guilt, declaring that he was the first to insult his student. The opponent asks again, emphasizing the word student. Timmy raised his head at the opponent's speech. He asked if the hero could prove that the guy was his student, and not Durka's rat. Mike, standing at the door, noted that if this was true, then the hero's protege must master martial arts, and they would prove their case using the laws of the martial arts world. The villain grinned, thinking about his indifference to the fact of Timmy's apprenticeship. He was going to play with him a little, and then kill him. The antagonist vividly imagined the lifeless corpse of a person close to Oliver. He thought about the rage of the Eastern Dragon who lost his student. Fantasizing about the chaos that the celebrity would cause, he painted a picture of the enraged protagonist. In his thoughts, where he stands over the defeated enemy, his plan was crowned with success, the arrest of the protagonist and his delivery to the Mountain of Swords, thus killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bill's younger brother, with anticipation, thought about the lesson he would teach the arrogant hero, and convey it to his master. The villain was sure that the most important thing was to deliver the target to the Mountain of Swords. At this time, Timmy calmly talked with the master about not understanding what their opponents were talking about, and assumed that the situation was not the best, which Oliver confirmed, saying that this pompous turkey looked down on them, and asked if he would answer, because his teachers were insulted. The young student was calm when he began to speak about his duty. With a sharp sound, his fist met his palm when the guy finished the sentence in which he expressed a strong desire to teach his opponent a good lesson, to tear him apart. With a slight fear on his face, the hero thought that it was not for nothing that his student was called a mad demon, because he had such a murderous aura, and said out loud that he should not create too many problems with the phrase and added that it would not be easy to deal with them. The faces of his protégé's opponents were serious. Imagining the confident Timmy against the backdrop of his mentors, he thought that no matter how much skill his student had acquired, he was a newbie with no real combat experience. Taking a look at his opponent, he noticed that on the other hand, this Mike was one of the most famous figures of the Mountain of Swords and the battle would not be easy. The nameless opponent beckoned with his hand to the hero's student, offering him to go first. Oliver pointed a finger at the opponent, and said that he wanted Timmy to make the first move. The young guy indignantly asked why this idiot went against him. Against the background of mockingly talking enemies, Oliver immediately replied that their leader did not want to personally deal with a child like Timmy. With a confident expression on his face, the student took his teacher's advice to create a situation in which the opponent would have no choice but to intervene. The young guy abruptly jumped up to his opponent, raising his fist. His target, shocked, noticed the boy next to him. Before he could say how fast the boy was, he received a powerful knockout blow. The power of the attack was so strong that he was lifted off the ground with a groan. The spectators were shocked by the outcome. Oliver smiled contentedly, thinking that this was how it should be. Timmy beamed with pleasure, and the teacher only mentally confirmed that he was, after all, a disciple of the heavenly demon. With a loud thud, the body fell to the ground. The Eastern Dragon asked with a grin if more proof was needed. Anger covered the opponents like a heavy slab. Mike turned around and nodded sharply. Having received the order, the three subordinates behind the best student of the Mountain of Swords rushed into the attack. Timmy, noticing new opponents, got ready. Bill was unpleasantly surprised when he said out loud that three of them were attacking at once. He turned to Oliver, claiming that it was unfair to fight like that against a child, to which the hero mentally disagreed. The reincarnator looked at his student, who made the first move with a concentrated face, defeating his opponents, and thought that they were acting unfairly. He watched the excited apprentice, and noted that thanks to the bloodstone, he had 120 years of internal strength, of which he could already use half, not forgetting to mentally add that Timmy had been trained by two great gods of martial arts, and had also mastered the technique of the Azuras. The Eastern Dragon laughed contentedly and thought that his current level was beyond common sense. But he said out loud that for a person with no experience in real battles, he did not think that he would be so good. The student warmed up against the background of defeated opponents. The young man put his hand behind his back and grabbed the hilt of the sword. The black-haired boy pulled the sword out of its sheath with a distinctive sound. With anticipation on his face, he called out for his next opponent. The tip of the sword gleamed in the light, and looked at his last sparring partner. Mike clenched his teeth in rage and almost shouted that he was too arrogant. Bob's younger brother silently jumped up. He managed to react and reflect Timmy's unexpected attack. With a wild expression on his face, he shouted for Timmy to consider himself dead. With a cheeky smile, the Eastern Dragon's apprentice raised his sword and exclaimed that he would tear Mike apart. Under the sounds of battle, Bob froze with shock on his face. He turned his stunned gaze to the satisfied Oliver. Without changing the expression of surprise on his face, he asked how this was possible. The cry of amazement sounded against the backdrop of a fierce battle. With a muffled scream, Mike fought off his opponent. Timmy's series of attacks smashed objects on their way to his enemy. During the fight, a slight, satisfied smile did not leave his face. The sword whistled towards Mike. With incredible effort, Bob's younger brother managed to dodge. Blood spurted from a light cut left on his cheek. Mentally screaming that he was not going to accept the fact that the strength of an insignificant brat of an Eastern Dragon was on the same level as him, he raised his sword. With force, his foot hit the ground. With a scream not to make him laugh, Mike used the Form 3 linking spirit technique on the frozen Timmy. Bob, opening his mouth in surprise, said that his brother was using this technique. Snorting skeptically, Oliver's student ducked. Suddenly, he went on the attack with the Form 3 Azura technique. Bob silently jumped up in surprise. Mike was unpleasantly surprised by his opponent's technique. The swords collided with force, creating an explosion that sent him flying. The best disciple of the Sword Mountain ducked, dampened the inertia, and thought that he had imagined it. He froze in amazement, and thought that his opponent's technique was similar to the third form of the Binding Spirit. Timmy appeared in the air with his sword raised. He attacked his opponent, and said that he dared to insult his master. The blade whistled as it cut through the air. In Timmy's memory, the wooden swords clashed with a clatter. Dennis smiled and said what a great guy he was. The disciple looked contentedly at the god of martial arts, who praised him for already blocking attacks, and his progress was visible every day. The deity looked at the proud young man. Dennis said that he didn't think Timmy was such a person, to which he perked up and asked what he meant. The powerful cultivator thoughtfully recalled, saying out loud that when he first met the boy, he was the most rude and boorish person he had ever seen, to which the child awkwardly remained silent. The boy hesitantly nodded at the words of the interlocutor that he was surprised by his diligent training. Timmy barely audibly muttered that it was the first time and received a questioning cry in response. In his memories, he was alone and did not even know his parents. With a slight pause, he thought about the only thing he knew in his childhood. A picture of a terrible experiment on him flashed before him. These were the hellish days he spent in Diarch's laboratory. He thought that he did not want to be born in Inchan, and remembering his embittered face, he added that he did not intend to become a test subject of a villain. His desperate face flashed in his memory. The world for him was only a faceless enemy in human figures, a place of contempt and hatred. The dark memories were replaced by something bright, something different. In his eyes was a picture of Oliver offering to go with him. Memory showed the Eastern Dragon offering revenge. It painted pictures of him saying that he was impressed with Timmy, and how in response he heard bickering so that he would not touch his hair. The student of the Eastern Dragon recalls the image of the hero who helped him put on the helmet. The image of the master's help was imprinted in his head. The scene of the teacher carrying him exhausted also left its mark. Memories threw him a scene of the confident words of the Eastern Dragon that Timmy was his man. The memory echoed that he was not some pathetic brat. At the same time, a confused expression froze on his face. Remembering these scenes, the guy was left with only bright feelings. A slight smile blossomed on Timmy's face. Dennis patted the confused student on the head. He asked why he was smiling, to which he indignantly tried to remove his hand and shouted that he was not smiling. The teacher continued to ruffle the head of the young cultivator. He was indignant that he said not to touch his hair. Dennis smiled widely and asked for what reason. Because he thought he was cute. Timmy indignantly hooted. The divine cultivator began to ruffle the student's head with both hands, and called him a little bastard. The kid cried out in pain. The sounds of clashing swords. A bright explosion scattered fragments. The opponents were thrown apart. Timmy's feet touched the floor, and he said that he would kill anyone who stood in the way of the master. His jump scattered dust. He swung his weapon, and used the Azura technique in an attack. Mike put his Jian in front of him, and called the kid a bastard. The young cultivator's multiple strikes left behind light cuts. This was the third form of his technique. Blood spurted out from the falling opponent. Mike's unconscious body was rushing towards the ground. With a dull thud, the flesh fell to the floor. The face of the fallen man was expressionless. Timmy looked back with heavy breathing. He glanced to the side. The Eastern Dragon's disciple turned towards the spectators of the battle. Oliver was silent in surprise and thought that he had no idea that his disciple admired him so much. He read about it on the screen that was hanging nearby and silently apologized to his protege, because he knew his innermost thoughts. The Eastern Dragon thought about noticing how touched he was and raised his palm in support. He thought that his disciple was much stronger than he could have imagined. Oliver was surprised by the lasers that appeared on him. Timmy was also surprised by the dots aimed at him. The master and his apprentice stood in the middle of the hall, being at gunpoint. The front door creaked open. The tramp of many boots was heard. In the silence, an accusation of an almost perfect murder was made. The barrel of a machine gun flashed in the light. The master and his apprentice were accused of attempting to kill one of the best students of the Mountain of Swords. Mike lay unconscious in a pool of blood. Light penetrated through the doorway. Nameless soldiers were advancing and told the accused that they might not be afraid to die right now. Oliver thought with a serious face that these were the soldiers from the Mountain of Swords, and this was bad. In his mind, Oliver imagined himself in the lights of the target designators and thought that if they fired demonic bullets, then he and Timmy would have a hard time. He glanced at the confused apprentice with slight irritation. The Eastern Dragon thought that this was the very reason he warned him not to get carried away. With a wild cry, Bob told him to lower the weapon. The master and his apprentice looked at him in surprise. The nameless soldier called him Big Brother in shock. Bob and his comrades stood around Oliver. The soldiers were aiming their guns at the hero with anger. The protagonist stood under the protection of the elder from the Mountain of Swords with a surprised expression on his face. With a loud cry, the cultivator repeated his order to lower his weapon. The unnamed commander looked at the one who gave the command with doubt. His gloved hand shot up. The soldiers lowered their guns to the floor. The hero turned to Bob, who confidently replied that he would take care of it. Teacher Timmy looked questioningly at Bob and thought that he didn't exactly know the situation, but he was sure that nothing good would come out of a confrontation with someone so powerful. While the new acquaintance walked towards the commander of the soldiers, Oliver thought that judging by his reaction, he was definitely somehow connected with the Mountain of Swords. His palm fell on his shoulder. Bob stood before the officer and argued that this was an excellent choice, and the request to stop was out of fear that the soldiers would be drawn into the mess that Mike had started. His interlocutor tried to object, and called him an older brother. The interlocutors looked back at the lying body. The soldier said that the young gentleman was badly wounded, to which he received the answer that he knew what he was like, and that this was bound to happen someday, and besides. Bob pointed at Oliver with his hand, and said that he was young, and was already the head of the sect, and that the officer must have heard of him. The hero crossed his arms in greeting and introduced himself as Oliver from the 7 Unchanging Sword Strikes. The soldiers pronounced his name with shock on their faces. The officer turned to the hero with surprise, and called him the very Oliver who was called the Eastern Dragon, which the protagonist confirmed. The commander decisively turned to his older brother. Bob stood with a questioning expression on his face. The thug in the headphones shouted that he was in shock. He sat with the reincarnator and his student in the helicopter, and said that he knew about the hero's unusualness, but did not suspect that he was the one the master was looking for. The man considered it incredible that they met at the hotel. The aircraft was overcoming the mountains, when Oliver replied that he was also amazed. The hero turned to his interlocutor and asked why the head of the Mountain of Swords was looking for him, to which he received an answer about ignorance, and that he wanted to meet him anyway. Bob said that this meant the status of an honored guest. The protagonist asked why. The bearded man fell silent in confusion. Against the background of the flying helicopter, he said that he did not know. Oliver sat and thought that this was strange, and Mr. Author never mentioned it. He thought intently and assumed that he would end up on the Mountain of Swords because of a chance meeting at the hotel, but not searching for the head of the Mountain of Swords. The hero sat in the middle chair and did not understand the reason, because that high-ranking official did not yet know that he was a heavenly demon of this era. Oliver sat silently in the chair to the sound of the blades. He looked at the ring on his finger and believed that the author would make it exciting, and in case something went wrong, he had this. The protagonist decided to just enjoy what was happening, turned to Timmy and asked if he wanted to eat, because they could ask to feed them, to which he was advised not to say that he was going to ask for Sunday gukbap. Against the background of the mountain sunset, An exclamation was heard about the genius of the student, who decided to remain silent. The headquarters of the fifth peak of the Sword Mountain, the evening sun illuminates the city. The corner of the roof against the sunset. 2 suitcases stood next to each other. Dressed in traditional clothes, Oliver exclaimed that this is an outfit for martial artists, and it looks amazing, as if it takes you back to the past. The student questioningly repeated the phrase about the past. The hero looked at the apprentice, and said that it was nothing special and he looked good anyway. The young cultivator cleared his throat. The protagonist said that he was joking, which angered the young interlocutor. The main character turned and said that in any case, they were trying very hard to please them. The guys looked at the luxurious chambers. With a clap, Oliver fell onto the bed and said that this is the life. He lies comfortably on the bed with his arms spread out. The Eastern Dragon patted the bed and invited his student to come and rest. The hero said that the boy tried very hard to deal with that bastard. Timmy stood calmly. The teacher began to parody the teenager, saying that he would kill anyone, to which the young cultivator jumped up. The reincarnator assumed a sitting position, and parroted that whoever gets in the way of my master. The youth ran towards him screaming for him to stop. Oliver laughingly teased his student, saying that he was touched. Timmy denied everything. There was a knock on the door. A voice told Oliver that it was Bob. The guys looked at the door when the hero answered to come in. The brute was dressed in traditional clothes. He apologized for disturbing their rest. The guys were taken aback by the words that the master wanted to see them. The Lord watched Oliver using many screens. The old man turned to a nameless figure nearby and asked for his opinion, and received the answer that he was not bad. The elderly man smiled, saying that it was good, and offered to begin the test. Late in the evening, Bob brought Oliver and Timmy into the yard. The characters talked. The students seemed to be now really in the world of martial arts. The teacher agreed with him and said that they still wear such clothes, preserve their traditions. The hero followed the man and acknowledged the author's merits in creating detailed scenery. He believed that thanks to this they would be able to captivate readers who loved martial arts. Bob pointed his hand at the pavilion. He suggested that his companions wait there, in the place of honor for guests. The characters were standing outside the pavilion when the elder brother of the Mountain of Swords suggested that since Oliver was the head of the sect, the master was trying to show due respect. The hero confirmed and laughed politely. He motioned for them to enter. The big guy said that he would leave them to wait for the master inside, and that he would definitely come to them. Lanterns illuminated the luxuriously decorated room. The other rooms in the pavilion were empty. The characters were talking indignantly. Oliver noted that food was usually served. Timmy agreed and added that they had no manners. The master closed his eyes and said not to pay attention. He was sure that someone would come soon and he would ask for Sunday gukbap. The student asked if he was serious. The Eastern Dragon beamed as he confidently confirmed and said that it was his favorite food, and he once tried it with the student. Timmy remained silent. The hero was sure that when the head of the Mountain of Swords arrived, he would be able to find out why he wanted to see him. The words dissolved into the night sky. Early morning. The sun was reaching its zenith and illuminating the green crowns. The sunlight fell on interlaced fingers. Oliver sat silently at the table. Timmy fell asleep. The hero's hands were shaking with anger. He called them bastards. Early in the morning, an appeal to the master and a condemning cry sounded. Bob shouted in bewilderment that Oliver, the Eastern Dragon, was their guest, and how could they neglect him? He did not understand what the master was thinking at all. An unknown man sat in front of the bully and told him to calm down, that this was a test. Bob repeated the last word questioningly. The man said that while the elder brother was on the southern front, several events occurred. The information window said that it was the Lord of Swords, the fifth peak of the Mountain of Swords, Aldred. He nodded and said that in any case, if everything worked out, Oliver would be the winner. Bob asked what he meant. Wearily putting his palm to his forehead, the man said that he would explain now. The words about this test hung in the silence of dawn. Oliver looked at the translucent screen in shock, thinking that this was it. He brushed away the illusion and thought to himself how terrible it was and how well thought out, Mr. Author. The sun was shining on the back of the thoughtful hero. He could not understand what was happening. He assumed that this was a test. Timmy was sleeping on the table, while the hero stood and thought about how they showed disrespect to him, and he could not do anything, because they did not know who he was yet. The vein in the protagonist's temple swelled from thoughts of how infuriating it was and how they dared to show disrespect to him. Thinking that this would not work and he must carefully prepare himself to dominate the Mountain of the Sword, he called Julie. With a whistle, a spirit began to appear near Oliver, screaming about how impudent he was. She hung near the hero and screamed that he had completely forgotten about her. The Eastern Dragon calmly replied that she was hungry and apologized, saying that she had already reached the age when she needed to eat a lot. She called him an impudent brat and tried to beat him. The hero quietly suggested not to waste her energy, because she still could not harm him. Oliver looked at the angry Julie and asked her about hunger. With a scream she said how he dared to think that she was a pig or something like that. After the hero's words about her feelings, the demon froze. The protagonist put his hands on his side and ominously said that this was Yin energy. A strange sound in the cave. a creepy creature with many eyes. Julia asked in surprise if it was underground. A tunnel of flesh of a terrible monster stretched into the distance. Against the backdrop of the majestic buildings, Oliver spoke of how the Mountain of Swords looked rather luxurious. But in reality it was a gigantic unorthodox cult that had been built on a mountain of corpses. The interlocutors looked down. The protagonist asked if she sensed the countless vengeful spirits in the underground cavern, to which he was told that it was nothing compared to where she came from, but there were still many of them. He thought that there was no way she would just agree with him, and with a smile said that in any case, he needed her to do something for him. He pointed his finger down, and the spirit asked if she should get rid of them. The words that she was mistaken hit her like a hammer. The protagonist raised his finger up and said that evil spirits were not the only creatures that resided there, and that there was a legendary figure of the Mountain of Swords who had achieved Azura enlightenment. He looked at the spirit, and continued that someone who had achieved the mythical level also resided there, and his name was Aaron. The old man's image stood amidst the aura of power. The information window said that Aaron was the grandfather of the current head of Sword Mountain. Another sheet above the cultivator's head said that he had reached the aura of enlightenment of the Azura and the mystic level, but he could not cope with his power and became a man. It was said that he settled in an underground cave, but people believed that he was missing. The hero thought that if Aaron was on his side, he would deal with everything that could happen in Sword Mountain. His imagination drew him a powerful aura of the old man next to him. Oliver casually moved his hand away, and said to bring Aaron to him in 2 days, and as payment she could eat as many evil spirits as she wanted. Julia crossed her arms, snorted and replied that it was better than hanging around in his head and that it would be interesting to meet such a strong person. The protagonist stood with his back to the question that was asked. She asked why he lived in an underground cave, to which the hero said that she would find out when she got there, and that he would not be that difficult to deal with. Pointing a finger at his temple, Oliver said that she would just have to solve his problem. Timmy was sleeping on the table in the rays of light. The Eastern Dragon stroked his apprentice on the back. He sleepily opened his eyes. With a sharp sigh, the apprentice woke up. He jumped up from the table with a scream. Against the background of the early morning, the teenager's screams were heard about the fact that it was already morning, and how long ago he fell asleep. The hero looked at his protege and said that everything was fine and that he was just tired from his first battle. Timmy asked about what happened, about the head of the Sword Mountain clan. The protagonist said that he never showed up, to which the apprentice questioningly clarified what he was talking about. Oliver turned away from the apprentice, saying that they needed to go, and they should find out from them what was going on. The Eastern Dragon opened the pavilion doors with a bang. He focused his gaze with a stern expression. The character asked the group of people standing in front of them what all this meant. Oliver turned to Bob, who simply closed his eyes. Algierd folded his hands in greeting and said that he was pleased to meet the Eastern Dragon. He introduced himself as Algierd, the head of the Fifth Peak. The hero, without changing his expression, threw out his apologies and that he was not in the mood to make acquaintances. He said that he needed to figure out why they made them wait last night. The man turned away with an offer to follow him, and said that he would explain everything. The master and his apprentice followed him sullenly. The protagonist thought that he might have to play along until Julia returned. Algierd turned around abruptly. Oliver noticed this and jumped up. The man hit the dodging cultivator with all his might. The hero and Timmy jumped back in shock. The opponent with a gloomy face noticed that the Eastern Dragon was quite nimble. He looked away and suggested trying this. The blade left the scabbard with a characteristic sound. With a cry, it struck towards the protagonist's neck. Oliver dodged with an irritated face and thoughts about what the hell was going on. The explosion scattered fragments around. Algierd tiredly put his palm to his forehead, asking to allow him to briefly explain. He sat with a gloomy face, and said that this was a test. Bob was silent in amazement. The man looked at his older brother, and said that this was to find a son-in-law for the master. Oliver held the blade with his bare hand and asked what his opponent was going to do. The man froze in shock, and thought about the fact that the hero blocked his attack with his bare hand. Algierd freed the sword and jumped back. The Eastern Dragon turned to the student. With an order not to approach, he replied that he understood. The sheath with the sword flies towards the protagonist. The hero calmly caught the blade with one hand. The opponent extended his hand and said to take the sword and fight him, claiming that he would soon find out the reason for their duel. Oliver looked at the opponent, and assumed that this was some kind of test. He raised the sword with a whistle and said that shouldn't he fight an opponent who is stronger than him. The character's words about the illogicality of the subject being stronger than the examiner angered Algierd. He muttered about how dare he. The man raised the sword in front of himself, saying that he was going to be softer with him. He rushed into the attack, shouting that the hero's arrogance had crossed all boundaries. The duelists crossed blades with sparks. Oliver dodged a wide swing of the opponent. The man stamped his foot with force and hit the opponent. From the power of the blow, the hero was lifted off the ground. Algierd suddenly appeared behind the protagonist. The Eastern Dragon spun around and blocked the blow, the blades sparking where they touched. Bob screamed that he couldn't believe it, The duelists were moving very fast. He exclaimed in amazement that Oliver was on the same level as Master Algierd. He noted that he knew about the hero's strength, but he didn't expect it to be that great. Sparks from the blow illuminated the man's face. He thought about the feeling of déjà vu that had arisen in him. He thought about what he felt when the kid fought Mikey. He reasoned that their technique was similar to the technique of the binding spirit of the Mountain of Swords. The blows were delivered one after another. Sparks flew. Algierd concentrated on the fact that he was not paranoid, and this was a little different. The two fought with the clanking of gems. The man held firm and thought that Oliver definitely used the technique of the binding spirit. He decided that the hero should not become the son-in-law of the master. The head of the fifth peak loudly called the opponent a pathetic thief and used the technique of the net of 6 intersecting swords. Algierd indignantly asked where the protagonist stole and learned the technique of the binding spirit. He demanded an answer. Bob opened his mouth in shock, and thought that this was the last move of the technique of intertwining swords. He mentally shouted that he must stop him. A powerful technique was approaching the hero. Oliver with a calm face said that again. His opponent does not know anything, so he does not blame him for thinking that he stole their technique. The character smirked and said that today he is magnanimous, and will show him some of the real techniques. A net of cuts appeared in front of him. It was the technique of the uprising of 6 demons. It destroyed the opponent's technique. Bob did not move, stunned. Algierd stood in shock, and thought that his opponent destroyed the energy of the sword. The man's eyes were wide open, thinking about his technique. The head of the fifth mountain shuddered. Oliver quickly attacked him. The opponent blocked the Jian with difficulty. The blade whistled past Algierd's face. The protagonist delivered a slash. The opponent's strength made the head jump back. He thought with surprise that these were the moves he had used before. The hero suddenly appeared behind his opponent. The man turned around and blocked the attack. He tensely held the blow, and thought that they were noticeably different. There was uncertainty in his eyes. It seemed to him that the opponent was guiding him. The highest level of zenith. When Algierd reached it, he was on cloud 9 with happiness. However, the happiness did not last long. For 10 years, he was unable to overcome this level. The swords lay useless on the floor. He had reached his limit. Despite the fact that he trained every day, he felt like an invisible wall was blocking his path. He couldn't even overcome the initial level of the highest zenith, let alone reach the mystical level. His memories were gloomy, but he saw this stage. Algierd was shocked watching the stranger. Oliver's movements had a connection. The man's eyes reflected traces of Jian. He thought that he saw the path to the next level. The head of the fifth mountain froze. He staggered and began to fall. The duelist's body fell on the rocks. Algierd's face lost signs of consciousness. Oliver looked at his opponent and exhaled. While Timmy stood calmly, Bob raised his hands in shock. A cry calling Algierd sounded over the pavilion. The ghost girl screamed. The fist destroyed the ghost. Julie, stretching out her hand, sucked in the ghost's aura. The girl, looking up, noticed that this place was filled with evil spirits. Deep in the cave, ghosts were flying around the girl. The purple-haired woman waved her hand and destroyed the monster. Julie, sucking in the spirit's aura, said that was why she liked this place. The girl with horns, putting her hand on her stomach, asked where Aaron was, and then added that she could feel his energy. But this place was so big that she could not determine his location. The purple-haired woman, putting her hands on her waist, noted that this cave teeming with spirits was too big. Julie, walking around the ghosts, announced that she would rather move on and added that, in any case, there was something to eat here. The scene with the stone cave appeared. The huge wooden house was illuminated by the sun. Martin's room in the Tower of the Mountain of Swords, an elderly man, sitting in a small office, writing something on a piece of paper. The man, looking up at the covered woman, was glad to see her. The girl in white clenched her fists, the heiress of the Mountain of Swords, Maria. Martin smiled and asked if she had come to tell him Oliver's results. The daughter, lowering her head, answered affirmatively and added that the hero had defeated the leader of the fifth peak. The black-haired man folded his arms and was very surprised. The father, standing up from the table, laughed loudly and said that they had finally found a man worthy of becoming his daughter's husband, adding that no one could defeat the leader of the fifth peak. The guy in the red robe, getting up from his workplace, shouted that there was no time to waste and that he had to meet the hero. Maria, lowering her head, grabbed her hat. The long-haired girl took off her hat. The young girl, holding her hat in her hands, said that she would meet the protagonist herself. An image of a large wooden house appeared, the office of the leader of the fifth peak of the Mountain of Swords. At the entrance stood 2 guards with swords behind their backs. Algierd, crossing his arms, said that he had to thank the hero and added that everything had taken an unexpected turn. The blonde man, looking back, noted that he had to test Oliver, but in the end he had received help, added that even the master could not help him and concluded that he had been stuck at the highest zenith level for 10 years. The large man, crossing his arms, asked who the protagonist was, to which he replied that he was Oliver of the 7 unchanging sword strikes. Algierd, lowering his head, noted that this was not the best explanation and added that, Of course, he was grateful to the hero for helping him move on to the next level. The blonde man, frowning, said that he had to find out the truth. The man in the red shirt, looking closely at Oliver, asked him to answer how he learned the technique of the connecting spirit. Aldred carefully examined the protagonist. The young man looked down in concern, thinking that maybe he shouldn't have helped, and that things were getting annoyingly complicated. The big man looked ahead and noted that, frankly, the hero didn't seem like the kind of small-time villain who stole the equipment, so he should give an answer that the man could understand. The protagonist thought that he could hide a lot, or say, for example, that he learned from one of the students of the Sword Mountain. Oliver, opening his mouth, thought that this wouldn't make the story interesting, and said that he thought his interlocutor was mistaken. The brown-haired boy raised his hand and said that the Sword Mountain stole the equipment, not him. The protagonist, pointing his finger forward, thought that he would take the bull by the horns. Aldred, furiously slamming his hands on the table, shouted that they treated the hero like an honorary hero, and he dared to insult them. Maria, entering the room, asked what was going on. Oliver turned his head. The heiress of the Mountain of Swords asked if she heard correctly. Aldred looked at the girl with fear. The black-haired woman, lowering her hands, asked if it was true that the Mountain of Swords stole the technique of the binding spirit. Maria, looking angrily at the guy, ordered him to answer her. Oliver, opening his mouth in surprise, thought that the heiress of the Mountain of Swords was standing in front of him, and said that he was simply stating the facts. The young girl, taking the sheath of the sword in her hand, said that the protagonist stole the technique and now dared to lie, and then added that he was no better than a scumbag, and now he was definitely unworthy of being her husband. Maria, holding the blade in her hand, asked to change her question. The blue-eyed girl, looking menacingly at Oliver, asked where and how he stole the technique of the binding spirit. The young guy, turning around, answered that, as he had already said, he did not steal this technique, but used the technique of the Azuras. The green-eyed boy looked closely at the heiress of the Mountain of Swords and explained that the real name of the binding spirit technique was the Azura technique, and added that the Mountain of Swords stole the Azura technique, and renamed it the binding spirit technique. Maria, lowering her head, noticed that the boy was continuing to make up ridiculous lies. The black-haired girl opened her eyes. The woman in white clothes walked forward. Martin's daughter, drawing her blade, said that this was a good enough reason for Oliver to die. The green-eyed man turned his head and thought that his opponent was fast. The blade came out of its sheath. Maria, taking the sword in her hands, cut the hero in half. The black-haired woman lowered her head. The young boy asked why they were all so impatient here. Maria opened her eyes in irritation. The sword shimmers with yellow light. The protagonist noted that it was ridiculous that they suddenly began to test him, whether he was worthy of becoming the son-in-law of the head of the Mountain of Swords, and now they were going to kill him. Oliver, taking the blade in his hands, said that only over his dead body. The heiress of the Mountain of Swords, turning around, did not understand how the young guy stopped her sword. The green-eyed guy, raising his sword, began to mentally reason that the Azura technique was created by the great heavenly demons for their personal guard, the Azura squad. However, the Mountain of Swords renamed it the technique of the binding spirit and passed it on by inheritance, and this is a fact. The brown-haired man, swinging his sword, thought that perhaps the leader of the Fifth Peak does not know this, but it is strange that the heiress of the Mountain of Swords does not know about it either, and then mentally asked how the hell the author did not come up with this. Julie, grabbing the ghost, choose something. In front of the girl, inside the cave, some person appeared. The elderly man was covered in a green aura. The purple-haired woman asked if his name was Aaron. The old man, turning his head, asked the girl who she was and noted that he had never met her before, to which she was surprised that he could see her. The gray-haired man smiled and asked how he could not see when the woman was emitting such strong demonic energy, and then remarked that it was strange that she was a female demon who was neither dead nor alive. Julie crossed her arms and said that she did not want to waste time arguing with the old man, so she would ignore his arrogant insults, and added that in any case, she was glad that they could talk. The purple-haired woman put her hand on her chest and stated her name, and that she was the daughter of the minstrel demon empress, and then asked if she understood correctly that her interlocutor was Aaron from the Mountain of Swords. Julie said that the man needed to come with her, to which he turned around and said that he refused and that he did not intend to leave this place. The demon, looking down, said that she did not care about his opinion and that she had to lead him out of here. Aaron's eyes widened. The old man pointed his finger and shouted that it seemed like an impudent girl had come here and asked how she dared to talk to him like that and if she knew who he was, and then concluded that he had reached the state of Azura enlightenment and the mystical level. The old man lowered his head and ordered Julie to shut her mouth and stop talking nonsense. Aaron opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that there was no point in all this and as long as they could get out of here, it didn't matter at all, and then told the demoness to take him out of this place immediately. Many voices sounded in the cave. The young girl covered her ears with her hands and remembered that she had been told that the old man had gone crazy and that it was probably true. As Aaron shook his head from side to side, Julie thought that the only way to get him out of here was to penetrate his mind and suppress his madness. The young girl gritted her teeth, realizing that she had never imagined that she would have to enter someone else's mind, and that once she was free of Oliver, she would kill him. Julie put her hands on her hips and lowered her head. She stared ahead. The girl's eyes widened. The demoness rushed forward. Aaron opened his mouth wide in fear. The purple-haired woman raised her head. Two versions of Aaron were fighting, throwing punches at each other. Julie thought that this was the crazy version of him fighting the sane one. The girl, looking at the fight, mentally wondered if his madness was caused by a split personality fighting each other. The demoness, clenching her fists, figured that it would not be difficult, and she only needed to help his normal personality. She turned around. Julie, opening her mouth in fear, mentally screamed that she could not believe it. The purple-haired woman's eyes widened in surprise. The blades crossed. Oliver was fighting Maria. The protagonist sent the sword forward. The heiress of the Mountain of Swords, gritting her teeth, recoiled from the blade. The black-haired girl, having hit herself, realized that there was a wall behind her. The protagonist's blade pierced his opponent in the neck. Maria opened her mouth wide. The green-eyed guy looked ahead intently. The woman in white clothes, standing next to the blade that pierced the wall, glared at the guy. The brown-haired guy, holding the sword, asked if Maria would come to her senses only after she saw the difference, and then added that noticing the difference in strength and understanding when to retreat is also a skill. Algierd, gritting his teeth, could not believe that the protagonist defeated Maria so easily. Bill opened his mouth in surprise. Timmy, raising his fist, mentally exclaimed that he knew the protagonist would win. The black-haired woman bared her teeth and thought that it was impossible. The blue-eyed girl looked up. Oliver looked at the girl carefully. She thought that this man, he was at least on a transcendental level, perhaps even stronger than her father. Maria, clinging to the wall, asked who the protagonist was and why he was causing them so much trouble, to which he shouted that he had not caused them trouble. Oliver, holding the blade, noted that it was they who had caused him trouble, and then clarified that they had invited him and then forced him to go through all sorts of trials, after which it turned out that these trials were necessary so that I could become the son-in-law of the head of the Mountain of Swords. The protagonist, pulling the blade out of the wall, noted that on top of everything, they had accused him of stealing, so he was only correcting their mistakes. The young man asked if he was right or not, to which Maria, looking at him angrily, shouted that it was not true, and if the hero had not stolen the technique of the binding spirit, nothing would have happened. The brown-haired man, furiously raising his hand, began to explain that he had already said many times that he did not steal the technique from them, and asked why the heiress of the Mountain of Swords could not understand that the technique of the binding spirit was the technique of the Azuras. Many men with rifles in their hands appeared behind the protagonist. Oliver, looking back, thought that he had crossed the line by defeating the heiress of the Mountain of Swords on their own territory, and then mentally added that he had to defend himself because she tried to kill him. The black-haired girl, her mouth wide open, shouted the command to stand down. The man with the rifle, very surprised, objected to her. The young girl, looking angrily, told them not to make her repeat herself. The men in black masks lowered their heads. Oliver stood in front of Maria. She looked at the protagonist and noted that it was pointless. The woman in white clothes, looking closely, said that she had never heard of the Azura technique. The green-eyed guy, turning his head, came to the conclusion that she was not lying, and if she was telling the truth, then someone had deliberately hidden the fact that the origin of the binding spirit technique was related to the Azura technique. Maria, taking the sword in her hands, noted that she believed that it was unlikely that a master who had reached a transcendental level at a young age would lie so brazenly. The blade pierced the floor. The protagonist, exhaling, assumed that at the moment there was only one person who could do such a thing. Maria, letting go of the blade, said that she was forced to leave her sword and listen to the protagonist. The heiress of the Mountain of Swords said that it was necessary to meet with the head of the Mountain of Swords. Martin, lowering his hands, looked down. The cityscape spread out under the sky, showing a panorama of traditional Chinese buildings. Oliver and Timmy walked down a city street, surrounded by armed soldiers. Timmy turned to Kai and whispered that it would be better to just destroy all the opponents, adding that they were too arrogant. Timmy frowned and noted that the protagonist even showed them the Azura technique, but they did not believe him, emphasizing that they should not have tested him in the first place. Oliver slightly tilted his head and asked if his friend wanted to destroy them all, to which Timmy nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Timmy received a blow from the handle of the sword right on the head. The boy grabbed his head and asked in surprise what was wrong, and Oliver responded by calling him stupid. The young man looked straight at his friend and explained that to seize power, two things are needed: skill and the perfect opportunity. The hero stood with a sword in front of his defeated opponent, and Oliver stated that he had already proven his skills by defeating Algierd and the heiress of Sword Mountain. The sword pierced the wall, right next to Maria's head, and Oliver thought that now all he had to do was find the perfect opportunity. The protagonist clasped his hands behind his back and explained that if anyone tried to seize power without a good reason, they would have to shed blood. The sun was shining on a small Japanese city, and Oliver thought that if a full-scale war broke out, he would have to destroy his own army, and there was no need for that. Timmy looked up at his friend and said that was true, but asked if he hadn't had the opportunity yet. Timmy leaned forward and suggested that if Oliver married the heiress, he would have an excuse to take over Sword Mountain, to which Oliver called him stupid and called the idea ridiculous. The guy bowed his head menacingly and asked his friend how a wolf could submit to a dog. Timmy asked his comrade how to act in such a case, to which Oliver shrugged and replied that he actually thought that it would be enough to show them the Azura technique, and did not expect that the head of the sect would hide the origin of the binding spirit technique. The blonde boy adjusted his glasses, and the protagonist thought that it was no wonder that there was something wrong with Mr. Author's face. Oliver looked away and thought that he would have to meet the head of Sword Mountain first, but he had a bad feeling about this, adding to himself that it was good that he asked Clara to find Aaron as a backup plan. Oliver clenched his fist and thought that there would be no problem if he came back and confirmed his identity. Timmy looked at his friend with delight and said that he knew he had a plan, and Timmy replied that Timmy would find out soon. Oliver looked straight ahead with a worried expression. Martin sat menacingly on the podium next to his daughter. The protagonist stopped in the middle of the square and asked what was going on. The head of the sect raised his hand and said that this was not the place to talk, asking to be allowed to ask a question. The man with a long beard looked at the young man intently and asked if he was right in saying that the linking spirit technique was derived from the Azura technique. Oliver nodded calmly and confirmed that it was so. Martin clenched his fist and asked what the Azura technique was then. Oliver spread his hands and explained that it was a combat technique created by the great heavenly demons for the Azura squad, and the sect leader demanded proof. Oliver pointed to himself and stated that he himself was proof, as he was a great heavenly demon of the modern era. The man slammed his fist on the table and angrily asked how dare he, adding that he only decided to listen because Oliver had achieved so much at a young age. The sect leader turned away in anger and concluded that the boy must be a madman. The protagonist calmly held his sword in his hand, and Martin shouted that he was ashamed that he thought of Oliver as a person who could become his son-in-law, calling him arrogant and stupid. The sect leader glared at the boy and said that he would tear him apart right then and there. The leader of the cult crossed his arms and explained that he had to fulfill Maria's request anyway, and would therefore give him a chance to prove his words. Oliver raised an eyebrow in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Timmy looked at his friend in fascination. The leader of the cult slowly raised his hand, preparing to give the order. The man gave the order, shouting loudly for the warriors to take their positions. A warrior jumped out from behind a gray brick wall. Another opponent appeared from behind a fence. The opponents were rapidly approaching from everywhere. The young man opened his eyes in surprise and looked up with alarm at the warriors that had appeared. The warriors landed around the protagonist with a dull thud. Shmuel calmly looked into the protagonist's eyes. Red-haired Natalie smirked sarcastically at Oliver. Luke stood coolly not far from his opponent. Gabdrickman lowered his eyebrows with a deathly look. Aldred excitedly prepared for a new battle. Remus surrounded the protagonist from the other side. Moran showed Oliver his huge blades with an angry expression. Din stood not far from his comrades. These were the 8 leaders of the Sword Mountain Peaks, the greatest formation in the martial arts world. The opponents menacingly surrounded the protagonist from all sides. The 8 Moon Formation, this is the greatest combination attack formation of Sword Mountain and one of the best formations in the martial arts world. The hero looked at the opponents in shock. This formation is so strong that even a mystic level master will not be able to break through it. The sect leader chuckled and explained that it is so powerful that even a mystic level master will not be able to break through it, and added that he will recognize Oliver if he can break through the 8 Moon Formation. The guy frowned and thought that he did not expect this, noting that now he is only at the beginning of the transcendental level, and from the point of view of the setting of this world, he will not be able to overcome this formation. Maria ran up to her father and said that from this world's perspective, there was no way he could overcome this formation, adding that it was simply impossible, as it was difficult to overcome even for those masters who were worthy of becoming a sect leader. The girl looked at her father in despair and concluded that he had essentially driven Oliver into a death trap, to which Martin confirmed that this was exactly the case. The sect leader laughed and said that no matter how outstanding Oliver's achievements and character were, there was no reason to keep a lying thief alive. The sect leader looked sternly at his daughter and told her not to tell him that she liked this guy. The protagonist looked up and the sect leader assumed that his daughter liked this bastard. Maria silently looked away, at a loss for words. The girl lowered her head in embarrassment. Oliver looked at what was happening in surprise. The sect leader looked at his opponent in confusion. He pointed his finger at the guy and called him a pathetic thief. The enemies of the 8 Moon Formation surrounded the protagonist, and the sect leader shouted that the boy dared to steal even his daughter's heart, and that he would not forgive him. The swords of the warriors of the formation flashed, ready to attack. Martin waved his hand and ordered Oliver to taste the 8 Moon Formation, and the boy cursed under his breath. The energy waves of the attack rushed towards the protagonist. The protagonist looked in fascination at the pieces of concrete flying towards him. The enemies of the 8 Moon Formation rushed towards the protagonist at once. Someone's booted foot took a confident step forward. Harry stopped and called out Kai's name. The white-haired boy approached Kai and said that they needed to talk. Judy looked down and wondered if the reason for Aaron's madness was the two personalities fighting each other. Judy clenched her fist and thought that it would not be difficult, and all she had to do was help his normal personality. The girl turned her head back in fear. Judy turned around abruptly and exclaimed that she couldn't believe it. Judy's eyes widened in shock and she said that it was Aaron. Many ghostly figures appeared in front of Judy, and she wondered in shock if this was a whole bunch of Aaron's personalities and if he really had that many personalities instead of just two. The ghostly figures began to attack each other furiously with the sound of blows, and Judy thought that it was no wonder he went crazy. Judy raised her hand and said to herself whether she should use the power that idiot gave her, meaning Oliver. Oliver turned to Judy and the girl asked why Aaron lived in an underground cave, to which Oliver replied that she would find out when she got there, and that he wouldn't be hard to deal with. Oliver tapped his temple and told Judy to just take care of his problem. Judy looked at Oliver and asked what he meant, and the boy explained that someone who had achieved Azura enlightenment had no choice but to submit to him, the great celestial demon. Oliver pointed at the girl and told her to look at herself, adding that she was bound to him as a subordinate. Judy recoiled in shock and exclaimed if he was mocking her. Oliver calmly looked at Judy and confidently said no. He was saying that as long as she was in Aaron's consciousness, she would be able to do something. Judy's hand glowed with energy, and the protagonist said that she would be able to borrow his power. Judy clenched her fist, and Oliver explained that Aaron's consciousness was subject to someone who had achieved Azura enlightenment, and that Judy would have no problem defeating Aaron. Judy's hand glowed with energy, and she declared that she would take action. Judy extended her hand forward and called for everyone except the real Aaron to disappear. A bright flash of energy bursting from Judy's hand illuminated the space with a powerful roar. Judy released the energy with a scream and declared that everyone except the real Aaron must disappear. The figures of the magician glowed in the air with a bright light. A powerful explosion thundered, shaking everything around. Aaron flinched in surprise, amazed by what was happening. The girl looked tiredly at Aaron. The bearded magician sat calmly with his eyes closed. The old man opened his eyes from a bright flash. Aaron sank to the ground and thought that he could not believe it, and how he could do it at all. The old man thoughtfully looked at the ground and the girl asked him if he came to his senses. Aaron turned to the girl and she said that it was time for them to go to his master. Oliver crossed his arms and asked the author what brought him here since it had been so long. The author looked at Kai with concern and asked if he was sure he would be okay, and Oliver asked what he meant. The author spread his arms and said that he was talking about the 8-moon formation, adding that at his current level, Oliver would not be able to overcome it, and would simply die. Oliver turned to the author and said that he did not understand why he was worried since he had set it up himself, to which the author replied that he did not know it would come to this, and that all he had done was create strong information suitable for the Mountain of Swords. Martin screamed with his mouth wide open, and the author continued that he didn't think the head of the sect would use it against Oliver and asked what to do now, and Oliver replied that there was no point in crying over spilt milk. The author silently pressed his lips together, lost in thought. The author pointed to Oliver's hand and suggested using the promise ring, which could be used to return to the past. The promise ring possesses the divine power of the creator, can reverse time, allows the user to retain power when moving to the past, and is disposable. The author looked at Kai and suggested returning to the moment when they had just arrived at Sword Mountain, to which Oliver asked doubtfully if he was serious, and the author confirmed that his intentions were serious. The author, actively gesturing with his hands, said that he gave it to the protagonist in case of a dangerous situation, and that let's use it now because this is an emergency. Oliver resolutely looked at the author and flatly refused this idea. The author recoiled in shock and asked what he meant by no, and why, adding that it was similar to the situation with Tromos and that Oliver would most likely die. The monster Tromos appeared behind the protagonist, and he explained to the author that everything was completely different now and that Tromos appeared out of nowhere, but enough events had happened in the story for the 8-moon formation to appear as well. Oliver grinned confidently and added that, besides, the reward was quite worthy, since he was recognized as a great heavenly demon. There were many fighters in front of Oliver, and he declared that he would receive a sect that looked down on him. Oliver grinned and added that as a bonus, he would also receive an heiress. The author frowned and said that great. He admitted that everything had become very interesting and asked if Oliver had forgotten about a very important thing and thought to himself that he was a brat. The author pointed his finger right in the protagonist's face and shouted that if he died, it was all over, and no matter how interesting the story was, if the protagonist died, it was the end. The author fell flat on his bed and said that he had to go home. The ink spilled onto the table and the author added that he had to finish his story. The author grabbed his head and exclaimed in despair that he didn't want to be the kind of writer who killed the protagonist again because he couldn't handle the plot, and that he wanted to write a normal story. And in the comments, readers wrote that he had gone too far, that it was obvious, and that they wouldn't give him any more chances. Oliver put his hand right on the author's shoulder and quietly told him that there was a saying that said that in order to write an interesting web novel, you have to do a few things. Oliver turned his back to the blonde guy and said that in order to write an interesting web novel, you have to risk your life. Oliver turned to the author and said that if the story was getting interesting, the right thing to do was to leave it as is. Oliver finished his thought by saying that even if it was hard to figure out, to which the author exclaimed in despair that it was easy for him to say and that if he couldn't fix it, Oliver would die. Oliver looked calmly at the author and said that no, he could and that they just needed to add something in the background. Oliver clutched his sword in his hands and explained that they needed to add something that would allow the protagonist to solve problems that he could never overcome, and do it in a believable, fun, and natural way. The author clutched his head in despair and asked if Oliver had heard what he said, adding that he was doing it for one reason only. Oliver confidently stated that the author could do it, and the author's blue eyes widened. Oliver raised his hand with the weapon and asked the author to listen to him fully now. Oliver moved his face close to the mesmerized author's ear and declared that now they would change a few details and be able to solve this problem. The author added a detail to the story. 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 Someone's footsteps confidently sounded in the silence. The opponents froze in their attack on the protagonist. The author looked at Oliver and said that he would then leave everything to him, and would do everything as he said, to which Oliver replied that he should not worry. The author asked the protagonist if he was ready, and he nodded in agreement. Oliver raised his hand and commanded for them to begin. Oliver snapped his fingers, and a stream of energy burst out with a deafening whistle. The members of the Eight Moons formation fiercely rushed at the protagonist. The leader of the sect waved his hand and furiously ordered that this thief be torn apart. Timmy ran closer to the scene in horror and screamed, turning to the master. A powerful wave of energy swept with a deafening roar from Oliver's sword. Oliver stood in the center of the storm and smiled. Energy swirled around the palace with a growing roar. Chapter: The world's strongest only cares about himself. Is 100% complete. 8 warriors of Sword Mountain surrounded Oliver, and the young man explained that a combined attack formation was a formation created so that several people could deal with one strong opponent. The opponents began to kick the one lying down with fierce kicks, and the boy continued that one would think that it would be more effective if several people attacked one. The protagonist calmly stood in the center of the formation and stated that in fact, this was not the case. The warriors slowly converged around Oliver, and he said that when the number of people increased, allies became a greater obstacle than the enemy himself, because they interfered with each other, and the order of attacks became disordered, making it difficult to fight. Blood splashed onto the black wall, and the protagonist added that if the people who had united in the formation did not act together, they would end up losing. Shmuel raised his weapon, and the guy explained that this was why it was necessary to use a combined attack formation, and that the 8 Moons formation of Sword Mountain was created specifically to deal with only one strong enemy. The yin and yang signs appeared on the glowing background, and the protagonist added that it required a team of 8 people, which was neither too many nor too few. The sect leader named Martin chuckled as he looked at Oliver, and the guy stated that precise and systematic pressure on the enemy was also required. Something flashed through the air at great speed. The protagonist repelled another attack and said to himself that he was surprised. The formation leader sat on his makeshift throne and said that he did not think Oliver would hold up so well. The sect leader stepped forward and noted that, as expected, the opponent was too busy blocking attacks, and explained that an important principle of the 8 Moons formation was to attack when the opponent was distracted. Martin, who had been watching the battle closely, said to himself that any master would inevitably be distracted. Oliver raised his sword to strike, and the sect leader continued his thought, adding that this was due to the countless attacks. Another warrior deftly slid behind the protagonist, and Martin thought that the Sword Mountain warrior was taking advantage of this moment. The warrior stabbed his sword into Oliver's side, and the sect leader added to himself that this was in order to attack again. The sword blade passed straight through the protagonist's kimono. Oliver gritted his teeth in fear, surprised. The Sword Mountain warrior's sword clashed with Oliver's sword with a deafening ringing sound. Martin had been watching the battle closely and thought that the stronger the attacks, the greater the recoil, and the more distracted the opponent would be. The warrior raised his hand for another strike, and Oliver thought that for him to show weakness in the face of constant attacks that were delivered without a single mistake would mean death. The swords clashed again with a clang, and the sect leader thought that the 8 Moon formation limited the opponent to using basic techniques. Martin narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically to himself that, oddly enough, only one thing was needed to destroy the formation. Oliver decisively parried the enemy's strike, and the sect leader finished his thought by saying that very strong techniques were needed to destroy the formation. Oliver blocked the attack with difficulty, and thought that if he continued to defend like this, he would have no chance of winning. The protagonist pushed away the warriors surrounding him and thought that although he could defend himself, it was 8 against 1, and it was obvious that he would be the one to lose stamina first. Oliver gritted his teeth and said to himself that if that happened and he was even slightly distracted, they would simply kill him. The young man deftly parried several blows in a row and decided that he had no choice but to use complex techniques with high impact. Bill watched the battle with an angry expression. Oliver furrowed his brows fiercely and thought that, of course, in order to survive and also show his superiority, he needed to deal with these 8 warriors of Sword Mountain, whose level ranged from the highest zenith to the transcendental. The protagonist jumped excitedly above the crowd of his opponents and understood why people often said that even mystic-level masters found it difficult to defeat this formation. The young man's mouth turned down sarcastically and said that no matter what, he added some plot details to this story to overcome the obstacle in front of him. The protagonist rushed towards his opponents and said that he just needed to hold on for a little while longer and a radical change would occur. The long-haired man narrowed his eyes and thought that it was difficult for him to follow Oliver's movements, and wondered if this was the skill of a man who had just turned years old. Bill glanced quickly to the side and thought that maybe Oliver really was a sky demon. He widened his eyes in surprise and thought that Timmy was in a state of complete concentration, noting that it was no wonder that he had been silent all this time. The man stared at the fight and said to himself with surprise that the boy was watching a battle that even he could not follow. The leader of the sect frowned and thought that Oliver literally saw every move. Bill looked at what was happening in amazement and mentally asked who they were. Timmy stood transfixed and watched the battle in fascination. The main character parried another attack of his opponent's, and Bill wondered who these monsters were. The warriors' swords collided with Oliver's sword with a deafening clang. Oliver deftly parried another blow with his sword. The sound of crossed swords spread across the battlefield again. The guy clenched his teeth and said to himself that he was already starting to get tired. Oliver parried another attack and thought that he had not slept enough, and that he was forced to fight since yesterday. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that this was too cruel, and that as soon as it was over, he would get a serious night's sleep. A sharp blade cut Oliver's body with a piercing whistle. He weakly raised his head from the piercing pain. The head of the sect narrowed his mocking eyes in fascination. Dumbfounded, Bill opened his mouth in surprise. Maria looked at her lover in horror. The head of the formation waved his hand and furiously ordered that he be finished off. Natalie's face spread into a smirk. Shmuel flashed his eye angrily. Moran looked cruelly at the defeated opponent. Oliver was covered in fresh blood. Blood splattered in all directions. Oliver coughed blood, attracting attention to himself. Oliver looked at his opponents and exclaimed that he had been waiting for this moment. The hero rose above the shining yin and yang sign. The 8-moon formation was designed by one of the great heavenly demons for future heavenly demons, and that when the initial movement of the formation is used, it can be destroyed. The protagonist connected 2 fingers. This action will release the tiger from the 12 pressure points of the heavenly demon. A stream of energy burst out. The 12 pressure points of the heavenly demon tiger technique was added. The energy around Oliver concentrated with an increasing hum. He gained inexhaustible internal energy. The sect leader recoiled in horror and exclaimed that this was impossible. Algierd looked at Oliver in amazement and asked what kind of internal energy this was. Oliver looked at Martin unwaveringly. He entered the next level mystical. The members of the 8-moon formation quickly rushed forward, leaving a trail of energy behind them. Oliver calmly watched their futile attempts to attack. The opponent screamed and headed towards the protagonist, who used the divine martial art of the heavenly demon. The young man clenched his fist. This was the first technique of the heavenly demon. Oliver summoned magical waves. This was the second form of the spell. The energy around Oliver's fist concentrated with ever-increasing force. Oliver delivered a crushing blow, directing all his power forward. Shmuel recoiled in horror from such an amazing attack. Oliver's blow fell on the enemy. This technique was Dragon-slaying fist. There was an explosion. Martin and Maria opened their eyes in shock. Bill and Timmy fell into a stupor. The smoke dissipated. Algierd's silhouette appeared inside it. Sweat appeared on Martin's forehead. A muscular man came out of the smoke. His hair fluttered in the wind. He fell dead. Martin looked forward in surprise and said that the protagonist was able to destroy it. The guy stood in the middle of the crater. The general puzzled thought was that he had destroyed the 8-moon formation. Oliver turned his head. He looked at Martin and Maria. His gaze frowned. Martin opened his mouth in surprise. The antagonist began to fall down. Timmy hit the ground with his fists and called out to the master. Blood was flowing from Oliver's face. He was closing his eyes. The guy was lying on the bed. He began to open his eyes little by little. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked where he was. He got up and noted that he apparently lost consciousness and asked into the void how long he had been unconscious. Oliver grabbed his side in severe pain. He was glowing with a pink aura and thought that he was happy that he had reached the mystical level with the help of the technique of the 12 points of pressure of the heavenly demon, and added that it seemed that he had used up all his internal energy and received a serious injury. Sweat appeared on his forehead. He realized that he could not fight now and added that he would have to use energy breathing for a few days. The door opened. Oliver looked at it warily. Martin and Maria entered the room. Martin grabbed his sheath, The protagonist was surprised that they were armed. There was emptiness in the eyes of those who entered. Oliver thought about it. He thought that Martin said that he would recognize him if he destroyed the 8-moon formation, and he could not believe that this was a lie. His teeth clenched. He panicked thinking about the fact that he did not have the strength to fight. Martin inhaled and blurted out that they were welcoming a heavenly demon. Oliver sat down on the bed with his feet. He was greeted as a heavenly demon. He looked at those who entered in shock. Martin bowed to him, saying that he came as soon as he made sure that the heavenly demon was awake, and apologized for the absence of the leader of the 8th peak, and added that he was still recovering from the battle. Aaron bowed and greeted the heavenly demon. Oliver's face broke into a smile. He was happy to see Aaron and that he was brought here. The old man's nostrils flared. He said that he heard that his grandson was rude to them and asked him to forgive him, to which Julie chuckled. Aaron pointed his finger at Martin. Oliver reasoned that it was good that Julie brought Aaron, and that it seemed that he explained everything to the head of the sect. Timmy came closer and shouted that he was very worried, because the master was unconscious for 3 days. He replied that he was very proud of him. Aaron frowned and told Marin to apologize to the protagonist. He asked to accept his deepest apologies for not recognizing him as a heavenly demon and showing disrespect. The man's eyes began to water. He thanked the guy for finding his missing grandfather. The old man poked him with his elbow and said that the origin of the Mountain of Swords was the Azure Squad, who were loyal to the great heavenly demons, and that while he was gone, the story of the Mountain of Swords and the origin of the binding spirit technique had been lost. The antagonist's face smirked, asking that only he be punished for his dishonesty, and he was glad that everything had been settled now. Aaron raised his fists and told Oliver to address him informally, as no superior would address their subordinates formally. Oliver opened his mouth and said that he was glad that they did not have to discuss the details, and asked Aaron if he doubted him. Julie looked at the boy, who continued that even though the girl explained everything to him, it was not that easy to believe that the protagonist was a heavenly demon. The old man noted that he was being tested. His eyes glittered. He said that he had achieved an aura of enlightenment. Oliver had a pink aura around him. Aaron noted that it was impossible not to recognize the sky demon. The guy thought that all the details of the story that he had come up with so far fit together like pieces of a puzzle, and added that it was amazing. The day was raging above the Chinese houses. 4 days later. The same houses in the daylight. Martin clutched his chest. Aaron wondered out loud if the guy really wanted to leave like this. Marvin added that he should stay and recuperate. Oliver laughed. He noted that it was about him, and that 1 week of rest was enough. The bearded man opened his mouth and turned to him that he wanted to ask him something. Maria became embarrassed when her father reminded the protagonist of his marriage to his daughter. The father's face turned pale when Oliver ordered him to stop. Everyone looked at him. He noted that now was not the time, because since ancient times it was believed that a person should have great ambitions. The protagonist's hair was fluttering. He continued that even though he had a mountain of swords under his hand, this was only the beginning and that he had no time for love to achieve a great goal. Aaron lowered his head. Martin agreed with the sky demon. Oliver, putting his hands behind his back, stretched. The protagonist, holding a suitcase, told Timmy that despite the fact that he flew first class, he still felt tired because flying exhausted him. Passers-by looked back at the hero in surprise. The brown-haired guy, looking back, wondered why they were looking at him. Oliver, approaching Timmy, whispered whether he was paranoid or people were staring at him, and then asked if they were doing this because he was handsome, to which the boy advised him to look at his phone. The black-haired boy showed the phone with the news, which said that the Eastern Dragon Oliver was returning to Korea. He had to confirm whether he really led the Mountain of Swords. The protagonist was surprised that this news had already spread throughout the country. A man in a red shirt, holding a suitcase in his hand, asked how they found out about everything. The protagonist, coming out of the door, was very taken aback. There were many people in front of Oliver, filming him and asking him to look at them. The reporter, holding a camera, loudly asked if it was true that Oliver captured the Mountain of Swords. Someone from the crowd asked the hero to answer one question. The green-eyed guy, opening his mouth, covered his face with his hand from the bright flashes. The protagonist looked forward in surprise. Emma stood behind the reporters, putting her hands on her hips. The black-haired girl bowed her head. The strongest in the world cared only about himself. Chapter 25 is 100% complete. The car was driving along the road. The jeep quickly crossed the city. Oliver, sitting in the back seat, said that he appreciated the girl's help, to which she replied that he was under the protection of the security bureau. The bureau employee, sitting in the driver's seat, explained that, as the protagonist could notice at the airport, many leeches were sticking to him, and she, worried about this, came to pick him up. Emma, looking at the road, asked if it was true that Oliver had captured a Mountain of Swords, and then added that they should make an official statement about this. The protagonist, smiling, thought that he needed to maintain the image of a character who looked weak but was actually strong, so he could not tell her the truth, and replied that of course it was not so, because he would not be able to subjugate such a powerful sect. Oliver turned his head and asked the girl to forget about the details and just announced that he had received the status of successor, to which she responded affirmatively and added that the fact that he headed the Mountain of Swords was, of course, too much. The man in the red shirt, closing his eyes, noted that, in any case, he would not refuse the girl's offer to take him home. The brown-haired guy, laughing, asked Emma not to persuade him to become a civil servant. Oliver, crossing his arms, looked out the window. A scene of a rainy street appeared, along which a jeep was driving. The protagonist, looking out the window at the pouring rain, thought that when it rains, you must definitely eat seafood Pigeon and Macchiali, and then mentally added that he suddenly wanted to eat it. The green-eyed guy, turning to the boy, noted that, if you think about it, the Sun General and the Moon General have been waiting for them for a long time, so they should please them with something tasty. To which Timmy replied that the main thing is that the hero does not say that he wants to buy Sunday guckbap. Oliver, looking at his friend, asked if he wanted it, to which he noted that he did not at all. The man in the red shirt, smiling, said that the boy should not worry, because he had something else in mind. The car is driving along an empty road in rainy weather. The protagonist asked Emma to stop by the market. In the rainy city, an umbrella opened. Oliver, hiding from the rain, thanked the girl for giving him and Timmy a ride and said goodbye to her. Emma, holding the steering wheel, asked the guy to contact her if he needed anything, to which he replied that he would definitely do so and advised the girl to take care of herself. The bureau employee looks at the characters covered with umbrellas. The black-haired girl looked carefully. Food is frying in a frying pan. The chopsticks picked up the dish from the frying pan. The girl put the chopsticks in her mouth. Leah, holding a plate of food in her hand, shouted that it was amazing and noted that Oliver always surprises her with new dishes when he comes back. The long-haired girl holds out a plate with a drink. The characters clinked glasses. The characters drank from their containers. Leah, hugging the young guy by the neck, said that she could not believe that he had become the ruler of the Mountain of Swords and congratulated him, to which the man replied that it was not that difficult. Timmy, holding chopsticks, noted that the protagonist was being modest and was clearly not himself, and then added that he would not be surprised if Oliver died. The man in the white t-shirt, picking up food from the frying pan, replies that it was not that bad. The brown-haired guy, reaching for the food, said that in any case, he was sorry that Harry would not be able to celebrate with them, to which Leah replies that he had to return to the Heavenly Kingdom to sort out something today. The woman in the green suit, picking up the entire dish from the frying pan with chopsticks, hoped that Harry would return soon. Timmy shouted that she could not eat it all. Leah said that she could, and the boy should let her do it, because she was his teacher. The protagonist, smiling, said that he hoped that his friend would return soon. The green-eyed guy dreamily opened his mouth. Timmy tries to get some of the food out of Leah's mouth with chopsticks. Harry, holding the cake, shouted out that it was as the hero wishes, to which the hero replied that he was talking about the Moon General, not him. There were 3 candles on the cake. Oliver asked what the cake was for. The white-haired man exclaimed that he congratulated him. Harry added that he congratulated the protagonist on their web novel taking 3rd place. The brown-haired man, his mouth wide open, looked at the cake in surprise. The man in the white suit, his eyes closed, said that the protagonist was great, and added that they took 3rd place right after the new chapter. Harry, standing in the background of positive comments, announced that they were very close to the 1st place he dreamed of, and added that it was all thanks to Oliver. The young guy, lowering his head, noted that he never thought the author would say such a thing to him, and added that it was very unusual. Harry, still holding the cake box in his hands, noted that it was a good day, but his friend was acting very irritable, to which he replied that it was too early to relax, and this was only the beginning. Oliver, looking angrily at the white-haired man, said that he had not even begun to take revenge, and the sect of heavenly demons had only given a signal of its revival. The green-eyed guy, looking down at Harry, asked him not to tell him that he could relax just because they took 3rd place, and then added that if he relaxed a little, the reading level would decrease, and their rating would fall, to which the author apologized. Oliver smiled mysteriously. Hitting the white-haired man in the face with the cake, the protagonist noted that they should celebrate their achievement. Harry, covered in cake, gritted his teeth. The man in the white suit rushed towards the protagonist, shouting that he was a scoundrel and that he would finish him off, to which the latter, running away, noticed that the author was pursuing the protagonist. Oliver, turning around, congratulated his friend on 3rd place. Harry smiled contentedly. The young guy concluded that he was looking forward to their future adventures.